wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tack to do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, shake the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tack to do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
Not a lot of boost on this play.
Good morning, Rocket League fam, and welcome back to one of the wildest, craziest tournaments we've had in the Rocket League Championship Series. In all, what are we on, like the 13th season at this point? It's been crazy stuff. I can't believe the action we had yesterday, and today it's only going to get wilder. Welcome back, folks, to the pre-show. I'm Wavepunk. I'm joined by Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Jorby, and Mr. Turtle. Jorby, how you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Wavepunk. I'm excited for today. It's always fun when we don't get the usual suspects for once in a tournament. And
you can just say it's really fun when Furia is in the upper bracket.
Yeah,
just fine. You don't have
just
to
go ahead.
Version 1's in the upper bracket. Optic's in the upper bracket. Space Station's in the upper bracket. My boy Oxford, my boy Daniel, my boy AJ, Rebels. It's a party up here, baby.
And it's really exciting for North American fans because we're finally guaranteed 3 North American-born players in a grand final. So congrats to them. They've done it. They're back. We'll see how Furia does. We'll see if we'll get a couple of international players in there. But at least North America, you got 3.
It's no longer a fraudulent region. We now this is the depth Johnny Boy's been asking for. I'm confident of it here, Turtle. We're finally here. Look at the depth.
The depth is here, and that's something that only Gibbs would point out. I'm just not surprised at all that is the first thing that we hear from Gibbs.
Folks, we are trudging our way towards the grand finals of the Rocket League World Championship coming up on August 13th. This is the season schedule, and we are down in the Spring Cup. We are literally 2 events away, the Invitational and the Spring Major, before we are at that Rocket League World Championship wildcard getting started on August 3rd in Dusseldorf, Germany. Season is progressing quickly, so make sure you are paying attention. This is when the plot points are going to get real. Every game matters more than the last. And there's so much Rocket League happening across the course of this week, across the entirety of the globe, everywhere around the world. We've got Mina playing right now alongside us. You can check that out at twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina. We're right here on Saturday, May 21st. And tomorrow we're going to have our grand finals, our championship Sunday. We're also going to have OCE's championship Sunday. But if you're here in the North American side of things, that's going to be getting started around 7 p.m. today. So make sure you are paying attention. They are on literally the other side of the world. It's time's a weird thing, and the sun, it can only be on one side at a time. So it's true. Folks, let's talk about the major that's coming up, though. We have the Spring Cup, the Spring Invitational, and then the Boston Major. Make sure you are getting your tickets. If you think you can make it, please show up. We would love to see you guys there. That is !tickets in chat. You can go to rl.gg/springticketslive. And it's a great event, Jorby. The Rocket League lands are an experience. Unlike if you're a Rocket League fan, the going in person is so different.
Absolutely, being able to experience the tension alongside thousands of other fans is really unlike experiencing the game, unlike anything else in experiencing the game. So if you've never been to an event, and especially East Coast always has popped off on LAN, and I'm excited for Boston, and you should definitely come. It's going to be great.
Well, folks, let's talk about today. Let's talk about the Spring Cup. We're going to have the Boston Major in a little while. We got plenty of Rocket League to play before we get there, though. And yesterday was an unprecedented day in RLCS. Turtle, the second round in the upper bracket.
Oh, my goodness.
Saw crazy upsets starting with this one.
Absolutely. And a lot of people were looking at G2 to see how they perform because they actually lost in the upper bracket of round 1 in the Spring Open. But now you come out here and they made it to the quarterfinals up against Optic Gaming. They actually lost the first game, won the next 2, and one of them was a 5-1 scoreline. You think G2 has all this confidence moving into match point first, but Optic Gaming do not give up. They keep their mental strong, and on the back end of Reddles and his fantastic work, they take the dub and move forward.
Then we had a lower round 1 matchup. Koyan M80, and these guys don't get a lot of spotlight on these streams, so you got to make the most of it when you do, and Cheese did absolutely that, putting up 1.4 goals per game, 0 assists. He didn't need to pass at all. He was shooting everything, 35% shooting. It was a Game 5, very close match between Koi and M80, but Koi prevailed just barely, but unfortunately both teams went home.
And if you somehow missed the games yesterday, you're looking at the hype chamber and you're thinking, oh, Complexity, they beat NRG, right? Ha! Got you. Nope, CR scores that goal, but it's Squishy and company who absolutely ended complexity here. And James, you're not up here, so I'm going to sound off for you. Your boy Dazarin left you, and your boys on NRG backed you up. It's got to feel great for NRG fans. It's got to feel great for NRG. Look at that save from Garrett. You know, Garrett, there were some questionable touches from him. You had to have Squishy help you out a bit. Razebull tried to fight back, but it didn't matter. Everyone wanted NRG to do well. They saw that the potential was there. They've been down bad so long that somehow NRG were an underdog and had almost everybody rooting for them. What a series that was.
We were debating on the Dignitas broadcast, is NRG a bubble team now? They beat Complexity here. They beat top 8. They make top 8 here. Congratulations, NRG, staying alive in that lower bracket. Here's the matches we played yesterday, Gibbs.
Can we just talk about that upper corner finals? The top 4 seeds in North America, they all dropped to the lower bracket. That has never happened in any region of the RLCS in history. On top of that, you go down to the lower bracket, and the 2 grand finalists didn't get out of day 1. Gen G out. Complexity out. That is a first in history of the RLCS for any region as well. So much history online. We had the top 4 teams in North America play 12 matches. They won 50% of them. The best win was against Team Dignitas. That's it. That was the highest team that anyone beat out of those squads. So what that leads us to is a wide open bracket and a perfect opportunity for these teams in the uppers to make that grand finals run, to get as many points as possible. Because as we look at points, it gets chaotic because if we talk about history in North America and Europe, like if you made a grand finals in any regional, you have always made the major. That is in question now because Complexity obviously out. They have 30 points. They can't get any more. Gen G is in third at 26. They are out. They can't get any more points. But what that does is it raises the minimum for top 5 because so many teams are going to collect points now that teams like Dignitas, who made that winter major, they need a miracle at this point in the final tournament to basically win it all and probably need help to even make the major or make a world championship run. So teams down there are down bad, M80 and down below, but everyone else, FaZe Clan, Energy, both alive, they're not too far off right now of a Furia who is top 5 for now, but anything can happen. There's so many points on the line and you want to set yourself up for a perfect spot for the Invitational. Not only that, it's normally in 2 weeks, but it's not now. It's actually in 4 weeks from now for North America. So plenty of prep time for all of these teams after this tournament where there's going to be so many teams in contention for top 5 spot, not only for the Spring Major, but for the World Championship. So much on the line.
Gibbs, does this wide openness of our tournament mean NA is in shambles or NA is deep?
You had to bring it up, right? You had to bring it up. I think it's like
everyone in chat asking. Come on.
So NA is sheep. All right, it's both. It's shambles and deep. Okay, it's partially both. We needed.
Don't listen to the man on the screen. Don't listen to the man on the screen.
Bro just sat on the fence.
You with some cool, pretty colors here for a second, folks. North America was crazy. We had some awesome top plays. Actually, Gibbs, you get to keep talking here. Walk me through the top plays in North America yesterday.
Let's talk about one of the best players in the world, Atomic. We're going to see him twice on these top plays. First off, little bump on Magic Bear, power sliding into the box and getting a brilliant redirect. Look at that, top right corner. Has to react so incredibly quickly on this pass and puts it home. And we'll see him again later. But first, we're going to go over to Dignitas. Not a great spring, but Evo, a fantastic shot here. The double tap off the wall. And we have a defender in sight. But Evo's like, nah, I'm still going to place this bottom right corner. It's all about the placement on these shots. These shots are hard enough, but then you got to place as well. Fantastic. Number 1, let's go back to Atomic. And there is no better play at all from yesterday. Look at this. Not only a double tap off the corner, he goes off the ceiling, gets flipped back. The G2 classic counter attack. Look at that speed. And again, look at the placement. Magic Bear he was guarding half that net, and he still places it to the far left corner and puts it home. Atomic, a fantastic day, but G2's in that lower bracket, so who knows?
I need teammates on that play.
half of our top plays were G2 versus Optic, which they lost. I don't know. That sounds like some depth there to me, folks. But on the other side of things, by the way, we mentioned it earlier, the MENA region is currently playing through their Spring Cup. That competition is going on right now, twitch.tv/Rocket League MENA. They had some top plays yesterday. Turtle, take us through.
Allow me to show everybody what they're potentially missing if they're not watching that stream right now. And to start things off, we're going to get on the defensive side and put the spotlight on FSoul. Look at this ridiculous goal line save. He's covering the net. He gets bumped on the backboard, still uses his boost, adjusts his angle, and keeps that ball out of his own net. That is ridiculous. We've barely ever seen a defensive stop like that. But moving on, number 2, Yazid with 10 on the clock to tie the game, goes from his own corner and soars across the map and hits GK's defense with a flip reset scoop. He catapults this ball all the way into the net. And my goodness, this was across the entire pitch. And if you thought this Yazid goal started pretty far back, how about this one from SMW? He's representing Twisted Minds, up by 5 in Game 7, starts from his own backboard, carries it up to the heavens, hits the ceiling to get his reset, and puts the cherry on top with the finishing shot. Post and in. That is simply unfair. And at this point, I think the other team just dropped their controllers. You see him flying high, it's over.
Like, okay, all right. The read off the crossbar may be the most impressive part of that. He's like, I know where this is going to fall. I'm just going to fall right here and get you that one. Wonderful stuff. Mina, again, currently in the middle of their Spring Cup. You can check it out, the action over on twitch.tv/Rocket League Mina. Also tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific, Championship Sunday for the OCE region. You can check that out, twitch.tv/Rocket League OCE. All right. So we talked about this a little bit earlier. I want to bring back up the points for the Spring Split right now and talk about one team in particular here, Jorby. We've been talking about the big teams. Oh my goodness, FaZe is over there in 9th. You know, Gen G's not in first. Complexity already out of the tournament, though they're sitting in first. But Optic Gaming, 2nd place, 3 points behind first right now. What is happening with Optic?
Oh, man. You know, Optic Gaming, Wavepunk, nobody really expected them to be in the 2nd spot with what they've shown so far this season. But this split has just been different for this squad. And while other teams are floundering, Optic are getting by with strong fundamentals and, of course, AJ to boot. Now, this is going to, all the clips you're going to see are here against G2. In fact, you might even see a clip that you just saw on a top play. I'm going to show you why you need to play a strong positional game against G2. So the first clip I'm going to show you is literally Magic Bear getting scored on because of a positional error. So let's roll the tape real quick and we'll figure this out. So Magic Bear and AJ got to pull back on a counterattack. Magic Bear pulls himself out of the play. He's got to make up for lost time. Pretty much sets himself to get bumped by Atomic, and that goal goes in. Atomic obviously making a great play, but was this preventable? And the answer is 100% preventable. Let's roll the tape one more time. So as Magic Bear going backwards, he sees AJ going across. Now, my thought is that Magic Bear, he goes off to the corner. He's a little anxious for some boost. So got to go get that big shiny ball of boost and maybe be a passing option for AJ on the other side. But if Magic Bear wants to have a passing option for AJ, but also be in the play, he can do that. Look straight ahead of him here. He can go to this pad right here, to that pad right there, to this pad, and you got what, 35 plus already in the tank, and you're following the pace of AJ at the same pace. So not only are you closer to the play, closer to respond in case the challenge between AJ and Atomic goes wrong, but you're also giving yourself the option to move to the opposite side of G2's rotation. You can still get that boost, and even if not the ball, you gotta protect the ball. You'll be able to get that ball out, no problem. So G2, they end up punishing, let's clear that out. They end up punishing Optic here on that positional mistake. Now, everything from here, you're going to see is Optic out-positioning G2. G2 did not give Optic a lot of angles in this series. The options were few and far between. In fact, G2 had most of the pressure. And when a team is pressuring you often and you can't get out, what beats them? Smart positioning and smart challenges. That's exactly what Magic Bear does here. And he kind of does everything himself here as he swings out across, sees that Reynolds can't take the challenge, sees Chicago boosting forward, flicks it over JNAPS, and denies Atomic. He denies all three by himself on this play. And again, let's roll back just a little bit. We'll roll back to here, and we're going to stop right here. So we see Chicago and Reynolds going up. Magic Bear's getting his corner boost. No problem. Still going for Magic Bear. Reynolds dusted, and Chicago will keep on going. Magic Bear waiting to see what's going to happen. He sees the bounce. He sees Chicago's a little off the ball. He knows he can turn in and cut out. He knows he has to flick it quickly. Atomic right there. Quick recovery there with a double hop. And that's just great vision from Magic Bear and great patience from him. Not panicking, not jumping at the ball too early, and making great work of killing G2's transition. Next clip. It's going to be Reddles, the guy who basically invented the demo meta. Yeah, I know he didn't actually invent it, but he's pretty much the OG demo demon. Calm is really just, living off of the shoulders of what Reddles had created. There's another demo taking Chicago and Atomic out of the play. So let's back this up a little bit. Reddles, this has always kind of been the value he's brought to any team that he's been on. So right here, he sees, let's start the tape again. If the clip doesn't break, let's refresh that. There we go. Chicago coming across. Now stop. Reddles, fake challenge. And Chicago, from his perspective, he was always trying to turn and push that ball upfield, but he did feel the threat of Reddles. This forces Chicago to hurry up his touch. Now he loses control of it a little bit. It's harder for Chicago to control the ball from here and create an opportunity for JNAPS or Atomic. That makes the challenge job for Magic Bear easy. Reddles not done. He makes sure that Chicago doesn't get another chance at it and bumps him out of the play again. Atomic still in the rotation for G2. Again, good rotations here from G2. Good swipe from Atomic to get away from Magic Bear, but it's the layers. It's not good enough to get by just one defender. You got to worry about the layers of Optic, and Reddles is the most dangerous layer as he deletes Atomic off the play. That makes the challenge easy for AJ, and that's the value that Reddles brings to this defense as well. Last clip and final clip. Again, Magic Bear's perspective, but all three players are involved on this play. Magic Bear and AJ at the start of this clip, dead, 0 boost. Reddles rotating back as third man. He's got about 75 in the tank. So right here, you see no boost for Magic Bear. AJ's right behind him. He just picked up a small pad, but they don't have a lot of resources here. Reddles is the only guy who can get it. Now, Reddles doesn't pre-jump this. He waits for Atomic's touch to see where he goes from it. I think some players would definitely pre-jump this, and that can make it easier for the offense to read what to do. But Atomic kicks it up high, goes for the pass. Reddles immediately up for it. That forces JNAPS to go up high and lose the ball. Chicago's playing him pretty tightly there, but Magic Bear positions right underneath him with 12 boost. And even right there, we actually got to back it up because AJ makes a great stop right after that. So go here, get the first touch. Only 12 boost for Magic Bear, but he's right underneath it, sneaks it out from Chicago. And then AJ, who was covering the backboard as JNAPS was going up for that first touch, recovers and gets up to this next ball. Now, Atomic jumped it first. He's in the middle of recovering, his car facing towards his net. So AJ doesn't have a lot of boost on this play. What is he going to try to do? What can he do from this position? Well, he could, go for something a little mechanical. He could try to drill the ball down into Atomic. But what does he do? No, he goes for the read. He knows Atomic is uncomfortable. So he keeps boosting to keep his car above the ball and then challenge Atomic, puts it right by him. Optic are out, free on defense again. G2 so many times had pressured Optic on a lot of these chances on defense, but they weren't able to really get anything going against them. The only success G2 had was when they successfully deleted Optic players. But Optic, when they avoid those demos, their structure on defense had been immaculate against G2, and that's part of what helped them get to this point.
Strength on defense from Optic Gaming, a big piece of the puzzle here, and put on top of it that they're pretty good on offense as well. And you have a team 3 points behind Complexity, looking like a shoo-in at this point for Boston. Excited to see how they play today, folks. Let's talk a little bit about how we think things are gonna go pretty quickly here. We're gonna have a little bracket battle. Wavepunk and Gibbs versus Torby. Turtle and Jorby.
Torby!
Walk them through. Walk them through the winning bracket. This is what's happened. We win every time.
Yes, reigning champs right here. So we're back at it again. And
what are you talking? What do you mean reigning?
The upper semis. Start the upper semis, and we'll work down to the lower. So we had version 1 because Beast Mode on day 1 was phenomenal. I think V1 right now, I would say on paper are the favorites to win this tournament. You might say I'm crazy, but that's what I'm saying right there. And then we had Space Station versus Furia. We're going up against Shorby. We gotta not pick Furia. That's how it works, Wave, right? So we're gonna go Space Station on that. So Wave, why don't you take the lower bracket?
Also, and Space Station just looking so strong these days. I feel like you take the stars off the roster, the team just plays together instead of being like, oh, Daniel will handle it now. They have to actually play a Rocket League. The team looking great. I love what I'm seeing from Space Station. FaZe gonna polish off the shopping carts, no problem. G2 gonna take care of NRG. The dream ends here, and then obviously Furia gonna be looking okay up against G2. G2 has been struggling in those lower brackets, and I do think FaZe, or mainly Gibbs, really feels like FaZe is gonna continue this run.
Of course.
All the way to the lowers there, Gibbs.
Yes, but then me and you differ with Space Station version 1, so we did a compromise. We had Space Station win in the upper final, but we want to see a bracket reset. So we have version 1 coming out on top after we see FaZe in the lowers making that run. But I do think Daniel will win his first 3v3 RLCS tournament.
Well, chat, I'm glad that Wibbs gave you guys this bracket so you know what matches not to put your channel points on. Turtle, let's show them how it's done, why don't we?
Oh, weird. Oh, who knew this was going to happen?
Yeah, this is a surprise to everybody, I'm sure. But listen, let's just start off with version 1 against Optic Gaming. This was actually a really tough one because obviously what we just saw from Jorby, Optic Gaming, very well put together team. But I do think version 1 are on a hot streak right now and will take that win. And listen, I also believe in Furia. As much as I respect Space Station Gaming, this isn't Jorby just giving me a bunch of copium and I'm swapping sides. I genuinely believe in Furia and what I've seen from them. I think they move to the upper final and we get a V1 Furia. Jorby, go ahead and drop the information on the lower rounds.
Of course, we fall down the lowers, and Rebellion, it was beautiful. I love you, Two Piece. I love you, Memory. I love you, Parth. But this is FaZe Clan. You're not winning that one. You're done. G2, you're going to get the bid against NRG. NRG, this is as far as you make it. I love it. I love the story. Squishy, would love to see you do more, but G2 are just too consistent for my taste. And in the lower quarterfinal, FaZe versus Optic. Now, Turtle, we had some discussions about this one. We felt like we could see this going either way. So we decided to, go out and risk it a little bit. We're going to pick Optic to beat FaZe Clan in the lower quarterfinals and have Space Station end up moving on against G2. I am impressed with this Space Station roster. Turtle is as well.
Absolutely. And then obviously Optic Gaming are going to move on, and it's a rematch against Space Station Gaming. And if you remember to the Spring Open, Optic Gaming took that series win 4-2. I think it's going to be a repeat, and Optic Gaming beat out Space Station yet again. And on the top upper final, I do think Jorby, filled me a little bit with copium on this one. I might have picked version 1 in this, but
it's not
copium,
what? It's real.
I'll give it to Jorby, and we'll move Furia over to the grand finals. Version 1 dropped down. I don't think Optic Gaming have it in them to make it to the grands. And then Jorby, just let us know what happens in this final series.
Look, Dan Mo, they got the comms, so you have to give them a series win. And we can do that when they're coming up in the lower bracket. But look, Fury are going to have them downloaded by then, and they're going to end up winning the tournament. The 3 Brazilians will finally get not only their first NA Grand Finals appearance, but also their first regional victory here in the NA Spring Cup.
So explain to me how you saw the spring, like the winter split that we all saw from Furia, and then you see one event here in spring.
2 events, actually.
Sure, that there was
an event
some
and a
smaller
third,
tournaments.
An event and a third Wave Punk. You're right. Not 2 full events yet.
Oh, okay.
And that puts them over this crazy field of competition into the grand finals.
But why wouldn't it? I mean, they looked great right up until a Game 2 overtime pause against Space Station in the last regional. And have you seen Lost? Like, compare Lost in the winter split
you glossed over Game 2
now.
real fast there.
Listen.
What's that? Well, no, look, I'll say this. Space Station absolutely had the mental advantage last regional, against Furia. I think Furia, that's something they need to work on is, being able to forget things that they can't control. Absolutely a flaw of the team. However, how many Game 2 OT pauses are there really going to be? How many times are they going to tilt out that hard? I don't think it happens this time. The team is confident. The team looks great. Lost looks amazing. I got Fury all the way, man. I'm sorry. It's just facts.
Jorby feels that Furia's mental is going to be stronger here, folks, and that's going to give them a win. We'll see what happens. We're going to have to tune in tomorrow, though, to find out who actually wins. We'll see how the brackets pan out. We had 2 wildly different brackets. Could not have been more bracket there. Could not have been more bracket, yes. Could not have been more different in our brackets. Excited to see how it pans out, folks. 30K on the line here and 24 points for first place. We'll be giving that out tomorrow. We'll be sending some teams home, though, today in 4th through 8th, and we'll be giving them, somewhere between $8K and $4K, folks. Again, the bracket, as we just saw it, let's get rid of all the things that haven't happened. Those brackets, just in case that was confusing, this is where it's at right now. These are the 4 matches we've got on the docket today. I think we'll be playing those lower quarters as well. So 6 matches in total. And I'm excited to see how they pan out. The schedule of matches, if you are specifically a version 1 fan, come back around match 3 here. We'll see Fury and Space Station to round off our upper bracket semifinals before we get those lower bracket quarters filled in. But to start things off today, FaZe Clan going to be taking on Shopify Rebellion. Shopify opening up a Spring Cup day of broadcast here against a team many consider to be the best in North America up until we have no idea who that is now. So we'll see, folks. Rebellion taking on FaZe here, Gibbs. The question really is, what does Rebellion need to do? Is FaZe okay? I don't know. The question's a lot of things right now.
So I think FaZe is fine. They had 2 matches versus lower end teams. They blew them both out. They have the best plus-minus goals in this entire tournament. When they played Furia, it was 5 one-goal games. Very close set that they barely lost. They bounced right back, which is much better than their previous regional, so that is a good sign. But for Shopify Rebellion, this is now 2 top 8s in a row. And we talked about 2-piece all the way back fall Regional 1, where he had a highlight tournament. That is possible again. If 2-piece heats up, there is a chance. But FaZe, usually, I would say, and this bracket's a little weird, but usually when they play these lower end teams, the 9 through 15s, FaZe finds a way to dominate them. So you expect FaZe, especially on a weekend, to come out hot. But Shopify, this is now 2 top 8s in a row, so they are getting some quality results in back-to-back tournaments. Maybe they keep that streak going.
I think the thing with Rebellion that has really impressed me is that consistency. I mean, and you look at the team, and whenever you hear them talk about anything, they believe in each other and they believe in this team, despite not being able to push past that top 8 point. And 2-piece in this event so far, I mean, he's second in score per game. He's averaging over 513 score per game. Like, that's only First Killer is doing better than him in that department. Over 500 average? That's insane. 2-piece is popping off. And I've been watching Memory as well. It's actually impressive how well Memory has improved over the course of these last few years. But I just think FaZe are too strong. Against Furia, it really was only like the final minute in Game 5 where things broke down for FaZe and they made a couple of errors, but the rest of that series was super close. I really don't expect that, FaZe, they're going to regain. Everyone kind of has that feeling around it, and I have to agree. It's hard to see FaZe dropping here to Shopify Rebellion.
For me personally, it's all about the start for FaZe Clan up against Shopify, who have actually been able to take 2 Game 5 wins, first against Team Accelerate, and then now the Game 5 win, of course, against GarrettG. And they've been building a good track record of closing out these series. So for FaZe Clan, you have to start out strong. I think these first 2 games to get on the right foot are going to be pivotal, for this series if FaZe Clan want to look to take a clean win.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win Shopify Rebellion. #SR FaZe. #FaZe in the chat. And, folks, these teams are going to be duking it out to stay alive here in the lower bracket. You lose this match, you are done. And let's make our picks up here on the desk. I mean, gentlemen, I'm going to be going FaZe. I don't know. I feel like is anybody not going FaZe?
Who's gonna do it?
Our bracket, none of us picked Rebellion. So if any of you have Rebellion up, you're fraudulent immediately.
Yeah. So is it just 2-piece then? If we're all going FaZe here, like for the Shopify fans in chat, what is the key to victory? How do they get around this? You brought up 2-piece popping off. Is there another key to victory? Is there another path to success here for them?
I think that you just, to me, it's similar to like Optic, where you just need to play. You need to have strong fundamentals. I think strong fundamentals will get you far in North America, and if you have that, you can beat FaZe Clan. It will require 2-piece to have a standout performance, but it will also require Memory and Parth to be consistent, to have sound fundamentals. I don't think they need to do more than that, but 2-piece has to have that, not an otherworldly performance, but that 500 score per game performance for sure.
I also agree with what Turtle said earlier. This is a kind of a crazy, weird situation where maybe going to Game 5 favors Shopify in this one. They've been closing out series, put the pressure on FaZe to perform on Champions Field. Let's see if they can do it, folks. Chat, very much, actually not even very much. I'm surprised this was split a little bit more down the middle. The Rebellion is rising up more than we thought they were, folks. Shopify versus FaZe. First match of the day in what has been a crazy bracket. Anything could happen at this point. We haven't talked about that much. But FaZe, they can drop this one. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Well, here we go. It is moving day for North America with GarrettG and Complexity out and a golden opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to make a late push, not just for the major, but also for Worlds.
We're going to be talking about this all day long. The race to the major, wide open here in North America. Rebellion in control of their destiny, but they got to get through this FaZe Clan team who's looking to have a regain from last regionals performance.
FaZe Clan going to be feeling the pressure if they bow out here because, again, with the big surge from teams like Optic, it's going to be real tough to keep up with the rest of the pack as this one floated netward and Parth there for the save. Two Piece was there as well. He'll have this save. And Two Piece will sprint downfield where he has been phenomenal all throughout this event, trying to set one up here, but just could not. Memory will scramble back and try to set up Parth unsuccessfully.
I love what I've been seeing from Two Piece. Individually has been so solid, been able to kind of just take things into control on offense. And that's the type of thing you want to see. He's also followed by Memory, who's just the field awareness has been key in order to keep that offensive possession for Rebellion in the upper half. This is a solid squad, and they've also been doing pretty good here off the start, just keeping that ball on the orange side.
Two Piece already good enough. FaZe Clan doesn't want to see him having a strong performance as he ranges back and will send that off his own backboard. He scored half the goals for this Rebellion squad against FaZe on the season. They've only scored 12 times against FaZe. He's got 6 of them. Trying to maybe set up Parth here, but he couldn't corral that ball, so Memory will have to come in. And First Killer right there to meet him in the corner. Typical will follow up. Maybe to pitch this off to the side. Good enough as it gets downfield.
A little bit of an adjustment there. You got to keep eyes on kind of like the micro. A little bit of a double commit there in midfield for FaZe Clan. On the same side of things, I saw Typical just moving a little too far forward. There has to be some respect given to Rebellion because if not, we could see a lot of pressure coming out. You saw that great shot from Typical blocked by Parth to start things off here. FaZe have kept the offensive number high with 4 shots to Rebellion's 1.
Typical. Second touch not there, so Mist will have it way downfield. Just trying to keep Shopify off balance a little bit defensively. It's Parth now for Memory. Floated up there. It'll drop down for Two Piece and Typical just there in front of the play. And now Parth's got to scramble back. Typical. Oh, they had numbers downfield, a 3v1, and could not score. FaZe are going to be kicking themselves after not cashing in that opportunity.
Halfway through the game, that's been their best look. Should have definitely been one they walked away with the goal. FaZe know when they have opportunities like that, they need to capitalize. That would look lowercase to me.
Typical will keep the pressure on. Now Mist with Typical going after Parth. He avoids the contact, makes the save as well, and Shopify Rebellion continue to face shots out of FaZe Clan, but they have not broken just yet. First Killer takes that corner boost, but it's Typical up to Mist for the lead. No, First Killer's there to put another one home. Add that onto his tally, 15 in the tournament. He leads everybody.
And this is FaZe Clan taking advantage of the number situation. Poor Parth there in the back, has to read the touch from Mist, knows Mist can put that top right, takes the bait, doesn't make contact, which is the biggest problem, and it's a wide open net for First Killer. FaZe Clan now setting the tone.
Everybody involved in the play, as they have been for the most part throughout this tournament. Mist now, dropping one on Memory. And Parth around Typical. Chance for Rebellion to tie this game up quickly. Minute 40 to go here in game 1. And that shot blocked away by First Killer. Memory will try and bring it back in. First has that one as well. Now can Parth hit Two Piece. Mist read the play well, as he always does. Makes another stop. And FaZe Clan continue to weather the storm with that clear out of first.
Man, strong offense, though, what you're seeing here. Two Piece had 2 shots there, and they looked really strong. Had to force FaZe Clan up every single time. Can Rebellion give him more looks in the final minute as things start to tick down? Rebellion's been doing a good job just keeping up pace to pace here with FaZe Clan, but they need to get more opportunities.
It's a good pick there by Memory. At least dumps the ball back into the FaZe Clan half of the field, but Memory deleted off the field by First Killer in the back half. So that leaves Two Piece and Parth to try and put something together. Memory back into the play. Got plenty to work with, but First Killer again just stymies him in the wing. It's Parth again across the way, and Typical has this. And once again, Shopify Rebellion come away empty-handed. They've had good looks, at the FaZe Clan half. Few and far between as they've been, but they have not been able to get by, especially that guy right there, Mist, who's bringing another one in, trying to get it done on the offensive end. Almost like he was trying to bait an own goal there out of Parth.
I mean, he saw everybody kind of set a net there on the side of Rebellion. He has to be able to pull him out in some type of manner there. I think that was the objective. Also, got to keep an eye on the clock. 20 seconds remaining. Rebellion may have 1 or 2 more pushes in them to see if they can create something here, tie this game.
It's not the offensive explosion we're used to seeing out of FaZe Clan, but it's been good enough. Can it be good enough here? 5 seconds left. First killer to the backboard. It's Memory. Centering pass. 2-piece was there, but not quite where he needed to be, and that's going to do it. FaZe Clan will hold on for game 1. 2-piece coming in there from the opposite side. Didn't quite have the angle he was looking for there, Daz. But FaZe Clan let him get dangerously close a couple times, despite only giving up 3 shots on target.
Yeah, 3 shots, all from 2-piece. I think FaZe Clan are smart enough to recognize the offensive threat 2-piece is on, because every time he was on the ball taking a shot, there was someone in FaZe Clan right in front of him to make sure. And this is one of the things where Rebellion, maybe you need to see a little bit more from Parth and Memory in that offensive half, because if that's FaZe's game plan, it's going to be really hard for you to kind of get things going. On the side of FaZe, things were pretty solid. Missed shooting 0 for 7. You probably want to see a little bit more of those on target, so to speak, but I think for them, as long as they get the goals, they get the game, and they're not giving things up, really easy goals or things like that, I think they're happy.
Hey, you know what? Mist is not there for a shooting percentage. He is there for the lockdown defense that, once again, FaZe has been playing for much of this season against teams like Shopify Rebellion. They outscore this team on average 3-1 almost. And it's looking like more of the same here. Only a 1-0 victory, though, in game 1. As Mist couldn't quite get to this ball in time. It's Memory, his 2-piece to his left, Parth to his right. And that's intercepted. That goes off a defender. It went off a first kill and almost into the net, and Mist will have that save as well. Rebellion getting closer and closer. Still yet to break through here, as 2-piece will bring it to the corner. One more touch needed, but nobody else there to help on attack. And away comes FaZe.
You got to talk about those saves there from Mist as well. He's going to come up with another one here, too. Good block. Mist put that in a position where 2-piece could get a shot, recognized it, and had the recovery. His game awareness so far this series has been phenomenal. Definitely solid here at the start as well. You just saw him bring the ball all the way around field. Keep an eye on Mist to see how he can kind of dictate the flow and pace, especially when he's in that last man back slot for FaZe Clan.
Typical and First Killer both there, and First Killer shot high and wide. Here goes 2-piece on the counterattack. Could be Memory's ball if he comes up. Instead, Parth is waiting there at midfield. And they'll all wait for First Killer to launch one downfield and quickly back once it came from Parth. 2-piece, now looking for somebody else to come in, and Memory was too far back. That leaves Parth all alone again. Last time they left him all alone, they didn't score the 3v1. It's typical. We'll just play this one across. And Shopify Rebellion got to feel like they were let off the hook again.
Yeah, it felt like, we're talking seconds here, but it felt like a little bit more time could have been given to FaZe Clan there. First Killer did have the pre-jump on the play, and maybe if they just took a little bit more time, keep in mind they didn't have that much time to work with, but you wish that solid thing would work. Oh my God, First Killer to the top left corner. You can't give this man space to transition. Look what he'll do.
Somewhere I can hear Bates right now. You know the rules. Hand down, man down. 1-0 as First Killer's got both goals now for FaZe Clan in this series. And he's looking for more and almost got that around on target. It goes as a shot on, and Parth gets the save. And now Memory will have to corral this with Parth waiting in behind him. And First Killer there to meet him initially. 2-piece, just a little too slow. Here comes FaZe again, numbers advantage. And they're not able to take advantage thanks to Parth.
That was a good save from Parth, but I will say Parth has been getting a little bit abused by FaZe Clan when he's last back. And they have to keep an eye on that too if you're on the side of Rebellion. Because both times, Rebellion has given up goals. It's been Parth in that back end. He's doing the best he can, but you're talking about stopping FaZe Clan with numbers advantages, space in the midfield against you. It's a tough challenge.
FaZe Clan working on perfection so far. 2-piece had something to say about it, and First Killer stopped him. Mist will streak down the opposite side, trying to get this in the wing as Memory played it right to him. Again, Mist just has such a great eye for the game. As Parth now right at Typical. 2Piece got to wait for it, and he almost waited too long. But 2Piece will at least get it away as far as first killer. Now Memory back out to midfield. The problem here for Shopify Rebellion, I think, Daz, is they just can't keep any sustained pressure. They get the ball out to midfield. It's coming right back in as Mist got one just over the bar. Memory again to midfield, and it's coming right back in their face.
I mean, just look at that presence, though, that FaZe Clan has when they're in the offensive front. They had Shopify stunned on their back end. And you can't, like we said earlier, you can't give them space. You have to always be challenging the ball. I understand Rebellion's defense has been very strong over the course of this event, but this is a team that has the offense that can break the defenses that are the best in the world. Rebellion needs to kind of get out of that mindset and also just really start to push forward into the half. They have not been able to set up too many strong offensive opportunities as FaZe Clan has controlled the possession for this game. First killer looking to see if he can get two. Wait, oh my God! First killer, you're absolutely incredible!
Once, twice, 3 times. Oh, first killer. Just add another to the highlight reel. He has been unbelievable.
That isn't fair. That is not fair. That was insane. A minute left, and with that goal, I mean, that's got to be something that just completely shifts the tone of this matchup. Well done, first killer.
You just identify when the defense is not going to be able to actually get up and challenge you. You've got them at your mercy. First killer does it better than most as that goes wide from 2Piece. And again, Shopify Rebellion left off the scoreboard. 2Piece intercepted by Mist. And downfield again. Again, Mist so great defensively. First killer, great offensively. He's had a lot of help from Typical in this event so far. He's the second leading scorer. Has not needed to score as FaZe Clan has been all over Rebellion. Parth will try and get one for the road. Now 2Piece from the wing, trying to at least see the ball go into the FaZe Clan net. Memory over to 2Piece, floated up, and first killer can eventually guide this to ground if he wants to, or leave it to Mist. Flip reset for Parth, does nothing. And at this point, everything is inconsequential. It is match point for FaZe Clan after a look, it's going to go down as another 1-goal victory, but once again, they dominated this game on Forbidden Temple.
Yeah. And there's a heat check on first killer right now. After those two, I mean, back to back. You asked for it. Where do you want it? Top left? Okay, we got you. Where do you want it now? Top right? How many flips you want in that? We could give you 2, see how many back touches. I mean, it was just... You talk about players. I mean, we put 2Piece on a kind of a pedestal going into this series, saying that, he can be that offensive prowess for Rebellion. But man, if there's anybody who has that as an individual, it's been first killer for FaZe Clan time and time again. And in case you forgot, he was here to remind you, look at these goals from the Mobile One High Performance replay. That is a high performance player right there.
That is an impact player for sure. There's just, and imagine, this is just online. You see that across the way on LAN and you just go, take it easy on us, please. So now, Shopify Rebellion's got to find a way to win 3 in a row off of this. Against first killer the way he's going. Good luck. Game 3 underway now with Parth to start it off for Rebellion. And immediately met by Mist. First killer there to stop it in midfield. Race for impact, and just off the corner, and Typical couldn't quite put it home on the other side. But once again, FaZe Clan all over Rebellion.
Confidence radiating from FaZe Clan. You can honestly see it. Sip has the flip. No, played it low. Missed here with a good look. Bang! FaZe Clan just dominant right off the kickoff. First 30 seconds is theirs.
Shot after shot, it's just an avalanche falling down onto the blue half of the field right now. 30 seconds in now to game 3, where FaZe Clan has, of course, not trailed in this series, and they don't look to anytime soon. First killer couldn't get that around 2Piece, who's got to come alive here for Rebellion. he can follow this play, looking for the corner boost that wasn't there for him. And now the shot here is just going to whistle a little bit wide, and First Killer making sure not to get starved out. Now Two-Piece trying to drop that down in front. Again, nobody forward. Parth comes in and gets one to tie it.
And that's big for Rebellion, being able to pick up this goal. Effort there from Two-Piece. First Killer, not the best clear. Parth, no fear, and you can't have that going up against FaZe Clan. Good first goal for him of the series, a good goal for Rebellion to get back into this game.
Two-Piece now cheating up here, and it's First Killer over to Mist. That one did not get away. Now First Killer again. Much more emphasis on control. He'll drop it down to Typical and let him work, but Parth will have this now to the side. Two-Piece making sure to grab that corner boost as well. He'll be available. He can get up here, but that went over to Memory's side instead, so Two-Piece has to go all the way across. You feel like maybe that's a conscious effort out of FaZe as they almost drop one down in their net. Just play, keep away from Two-Piece, make somebody else beat you, because Two-Piece has been on such a high here throughout this tournament.
He has. So it's important for everybody to kind of have impact of their own. Memory trying to get that mid to Two-Piece. Ball in empty space, and you see Parth last back, giving that room to Mist, and it's a really awkward, but Parth bought enough time for his teammates to rotate back. These kind of slower segments here of the game could make a big difference if no one's really playing up to snuff. Again, slow it down once again, ball out in front. Memory has to get a good clearance and does to Two-Piece. Those passing clears gonna do wonders for Rebellion down the stretch.
First Killer and Memory have had plenty of head-to-head battles over the years as that just goes across the way. The difference, of course, being Memory's been able to play in the RLCS for the first half of First Killer's career, as Memory will play one across, and First Killer's got this. Bank is open, play another one, and he's got another!
You can't stop him. I said it. It was a heat check. He's on fire for FaZe Clan. Look at that beautiful control. Great light touch. Solid follow-up. First Killer is here to play.
4 out of 5 goals have come from First Killer. What more can you say about the guy? Memory taking his time. Demo in front. Here comes Two-Piece, and he just couldn't get around on it. Memory gonna take the shot himself, and that goes wide as well. Now Two-Piece. Keep the pressure on at least. Parth. Oh, Parth. Memory started to come up. Parth took over. Tried to drop it down to Two-Piece, and he'll bounce it home.
Rebellion sitting the whole house, and they come up big time. I love the play and possession, especially from Memory. The entire team goes here on this play. Memory can't make contact. Two-Piece does. But the biggest proponent to that goal was the extra effort. Memory could have played the ball fast, decided to play it low. The rest of his team moved around perfectly to get into position, keeping Rebellion alive. Once again, when you are going up against a team that has a player like First Killer on fire like this, to be able to match with them is nothing short of spectacular. They are still in this game.
Oh, Memory started to take over, bring it around the boards himself, and they've got FaZe Clan guessing wrong.
Look at this, light touch out, jumps over, Typical, has the ball red all day long. Rebellion on a 2-goal surge.
Make that double digits for Memory on the weekend as well. His 10th goal. Now Parth got to get to this quickly, and does around First Killer. Two-Piece over to Parth, then met by Mist. Still just the 1-goal lead here for Rebellion, but this is going to feel good. Their first lead of this series, and now they're coming into the offensive end with a lot of renewed energy, but there is still that guy across the way. First Killer got it over to Typical. Mist coming in as well, grabbed the midfield boost, but now they'll all retreat. Memory, flip, reset, carried it wide, and Mist was there to meet him anyways.
Like that, though, from what you're seeing on the offensive Rebellion side. Memory getting more comfortable and confident, showing the mechanics there, and becoming almost a triple threat here against FaZe Clan. Now FaZe Clan under the timer. They're in a good position here in this series, but of course, those closeout games can be a slippery slope. Final minute here in Game 3.
This Rebellion squad is starting to gain a bit of a reputation of a giant killer, taking out NRG in the open, taking out GarrettG yesterday. But now they've got to overcome a huge mountain in front of them. Down 2 games to FaZe Clan, but holding steady here with 40 seconds. Another one brought over to Typical. Just around Memory. Did get clipped. Pop up, first killer backflip. That Parth is there. It comes to Mist now. So now it's FaZe Clan's turn to scramble in the final minute. Can they get an equalizer here as we dip down inside 20 seconds?
Long boost. Good clearance, though. Now 2Piece has to make a great touch. It's typical bearing down on them. 2Piece able to manage that pressure. Still, though. Oh, my God, that was almost in. Just off the crossbar. Final 10. Rebellion desperately trying to clear it out. FaZe Clan fighting to push it back in. First killer midfield. Typical trying to go up to me, he can't. Mist playing this off the corner. Can first killer get there? He can! It's in! Even with no time on the clock, FaZe show up!
It was Mist with the bump at midfield that took one defender out of the play permanently. The second touch to throw off the whole defense. Missed the MVP here in game 3, and we're all tied up. We've got overtime now with Shopify Rebellion's tournament life on the line.
No one comfortable here. Memory trying to end it. Oh, but missed. Blocked there. Great save out. And FaZe Clan will try to keep these control under pressure. You got to lock in here during this overtime if you're on both sides of the field.
Wow, that ball had a magnet on 2Piece, but then the demolition from Mist. Again, the defense is there, physically or not. Thrown in front, Mist will intercept that for Memory, and here goes first killer. Trying to get around the boards. 2Piece stuffs him. And Parth now. Gave it away to Mist. This is dangerously across the face of the goal, and typical tracking. He'll have it on the opposite side. From the heavens, first killer ends it as only he can.
You just can't stop him, man. The force from FaZe Clan, Sip to first in a goal. 4 goals here, 3 of them from FaZe Clan. And if you're looking at the rest of the bracket, you better watch out. Statement game to start us off here on Saturday.
He had 3 in the first 2 games. Might as well add 3 in the last. First killer sinks Shopify Rebellion, who come away from this with their strongest finish at any regional this season, getting into the top 6 that best some of their top 8s, but they're going to feel a little disappointed that they could not capitalize on the other teams above them falling out. And so it goes. FaZe Clan continuing on as we look back one more time at the Mobile One high performance replay, and it was high performance from everybody, especially first killer, who, yes, gave that one away and then took everything back.
Hey, I can't believe it. I mean, it was a great performance there from Rebellion, but FaZe Clan here to make a statement. This is what we want to see here on Saturday in North America. There's more Rocket League coming up next with NRG and G2.
we'd probably rather lose every major and win Worlds if that was an option than win every major and lose Worlds, just because Worlds is, cements your legacy in the game. So at the end of the day, we want to do well every day, every regional, every major, but Worlds for us, that's our end goal for sure.
In the corner, Chicago, quick turn and fire, and G2's back in front.
Gathering points throughout these regionals is super important, and I don't know if every team realizes it, but even if you don't make the major, you still don't want to just be going out 16th, because there's a lot of points you could be missing out on, whether you get like 8th, 9th through 12th and still miss the major. Those are points that could add up and save your season. So instead of a 16th, you get a 9th through 12th or an 8th place. Maybe you don't make the major, but maybe that helps you out for Worlds down the line. So we know every regional is super important.
Rebellion really wants to throw the ball down onto G2's half of the field, because G2 is the better, faster, and stronger team.
Yeah, I definitely think we have what it takes to make the main event. I don't think we've been incredible this season, to be honest, and I think we're working hard to try and fix some stuff. But I definitely think that, again, if we start getting rolling, we start figuring some stuff out, by the time we make Worlds, and if we get to make main event, it could be really good for us.
Seems like they're struggling to figure it out. Oh my goodness, he's a sniper.
This second regional is going to tournament a lot, so it should be interesting, and I think we're just excited to see what happens, because after the second regional, you get more of a picture of who's going to make the major most likely and who's not. So we're looking to, do well ourselves, and we're focusing on ourselves. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to look at, well, this team finished here, this team finished here, and that's going to affect their major chances how, et cetera, like that. So it's definitely going to be an interesting weekend.
We are with less than a minute to go, and G2 starting to get on the board. Chicago, what a read.
And it wasn't even close, really. FaZe taking down Rebellion, knocking them out of the Spring Cup, and First Killer doing all the spicy, flashy work in the sky. Welcome back to the desk, folks. That one was a stomping. Dazarin, you were there on the call. I mean, did we miss anything? Jorby's tweeting that if there was 14 players on the pitch, First Killer would 1v13. I mean, it felt like that.
I mean, it felt like that when you're watching it too, like on the field. I mean, you just saw First Killer just come in and just kind of take over. And now it's not to say he didn't have any help, because Memory was Memory was also phenomenal too. You gotta give Memory credit here. I mean, it looks like, he's been playing for a long time. Still got it low key. But Miss was super solid defensively. That was a great stop there you saw from him. And then, of course, him setting up First Killer to score this one. I mean, once he hit that first double, you could kind of tell, okay, he's getting involved. But the second one, you thought, oh, wait, this is a little different from what we've been used to seeing here. It was that First Killer that I think gave a lot of FaZe fans a kind of a welcoming feeling, just like the First Killer of old, just being able to completely take control offensively, especially when they needed it, down to 0-second plays and down to game-winning goals. It was super phenomenal.
FaZe advanced to the lower quarterfinals. They're waiting on the results of those upper semifinals to find out who they're going to play. Those upper semifinals, we'll get to see those here in just a little bit. But before we do, we got to continue on through the lower bracket, folks. It's going to be a big one. NRG versus G2. The most storied, longest matchup in Rocket League history. They've played 60 times. This is the 61st playing of G2 versus NRG. NRG leading the series 34-26. They've got they're +8 there. But in this one, I would say G2 is the favorite.
The last three head-to-heads, G2 has won all three comfortably. It was a 4-1, a 3-0, and a 4-1. So G2 obviously is the better team now, but NRG, who knows? Maybe there's some magic left in the tank for these three veterans. But oh boy, no one thought NRG would be here at this point. But I gotta say, when we have tournaments like this, where we have teams that make a crazy top 8 run, they normally fall short when it comes to a new day. And I'm sorry, NRG, but you are no longer a top 8 team typically, so I'm going to consider you one of those 9 through 15 seeds. When that happens, these teams tend to fall. So unless NRG can put up another performance in back-to-back days, which we haven't seen in, a year and a half, Daz, probably, I worry about them, because G2... Sure, they are not at the peak of NA right now, but they have been so incredibly consistent, taking down teams below them.
Yeah, it was really interesting because after that day, Squishy had made a tweet talking about how, teams play really closer to the top level and anybody can beat anybody. But I think that they kind of forgot about the close qual down to the game 5, like Series 5 and Swiss performance there. Just shaking all that off. But hopefully, if he wants to prove that, he has to come out with a win here. I think a lot of people are kind of like on an NRG hype here. And I think that again, if everything that they believe and everything that they've said is going to be true over the test of time, showing it in a close matchup against G2 in the El Clasico is the way to do it.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag NRG, hashtag G2. Again, the most storied matchup in Rocket League history. No two orgs have played each other more times than G2 and NRG, and they're about to do it again. It has been G2's match to lose, but NRG trying to build off the momentum of yesterday and the chaos that ensued in the bracket. See if they can increase that win rate up a little bit. 60% from G2, though. They have been so consistent across the course of this season. Now, Gibbs, we did a bracket earlier.
We did.
And both us and the Torby bracket predicted G2 going through this one. I'll start the predictions off here, the picks here. And I'm just going to say, I think I'm going to stick with our bracket here. I think G2's got it.
I'm going to go G2 as well. I'm going to also predict Twitch fan vote. Energy, 59%. So I'm going with it.
Okay.
This is always just so tough.
Dazarin.
Are you going to bust out a jersey or anything?
Relax. Now listen.
Sorry about yesterday, by the way.
It's okay. NRG have definitely been on a run. You've seen it, and a lot of people are wondering how they're going to do. On the other side, G2, they have an army, and they've been looking really, really good over the course of this. But I think I'm going to say something that's going to give a lot of people kind of a little bit of nostalgia. Give me the General NRG! G2 may have an army, but we've got Captain America! And if they're gonna show up like everybody's been saying, and I've been getting attacked on Twitter for it, they're gonna do it right here, right now!
He switched back to we real fast here.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. The royal we.
It doesn't have to do we.
76% for NRG.
I was off.
You were correct that they were the favorites, though, on this one. We're split on the desk. Chat's got NRG on this one. The General versus the Army, folks. El Clasico. No match has been played more than Rocket League history, and it's going to continue again here today. G2 versus NRG to advance in the lower bracket.
NRG versus G2 may be a story, but this is just one chapter in that incredible book. I am joined by the legendary Big Man Subi Smash, and this is going to prove to be such an exciting time for NRG fans because they're back on a day 2 of an RLCS weekend.
Oh my goodness, I've been in a coma for 5 years. I just woke up. It's my 2 favorite teams, G2, NRG. Of course they're in the playoffs, right? Stumpy, this is incredible, but rewind the hands of time all the way back to last year, February, the last time NRG has taken down G2. Can they once again battle Father Time? Not if Atomic's gonna have anything to say with it. G2 up early.
I mean, I feel like the main thing to really take away from this weekend for RLCS so far is it has been ridiculous. It has been astonishing. And North America looked at Europe and thought, oh, we can do one better, though. We can send our top 4 seeds down into that lower bracket, even not just in this event, the top 4, but also, in the points that we've seen so far in North America. And FaZe Clan, they turned it around earlier versus Shopify, and they got that 3-0. This will be a lot harder, I feel, for G2 because I feel like NRG have just got that little bit of shine still about them. Definitely want to be trying to work that back as well. But the implications here are big for G2 as well because they're trying to win this in order just to gain on complexity a little bit more. Good chance here for Chicago as he pushes alongside Atomic. But getting this win, you get close to complexity and you look a lot more safer to Worlds when you get up into those number 3 spot.
I mean, the implications are also huge for NRG, right, Stumpy? Like, they are trying to, once again, make it to a live event. They're trying to get to Boston to that spring major, which is basically their only hope at making Worlds. And Justin denied by Atomic. Great read on the defense to deny that shot. He was trying to tuck it under the crossbar. And it looks like NRG feeling really good here on Saturday. Squishy coming down off that ceiling. Nice little reset to push that ball to Garrett. They've got numbers. They got the boost steal, but Justin, a little too slow to follow up, and the offense is going to go to a stall.
I mean, you mentioned Squishy and Justin earlier, but Squishy really, to me, yesterday looked brilliant. Anytime I tune into the NRG stream just to see, is this really happening? He was the man. Here's that man that Garrett tries to find with that pass yet again. Isn't able to get anything towards him. And one must see the back wall, but Justin very cleverly finds himself up there, takes that into the corner. And NRG, for all the flack that they have got, they stuck with this trio. And if this works out, every single person who has ever criticized NRG is going to have egg all over their face.
Or pie, either one.
Or pie, very true.
But, you know, I've got a silly question to ask. And I think I know the answer you're going to go with, but I want...
It's okay, this is a safe place.
I do, because I'm talking about defending world champs in all of these players. Is Garrett going to tie this one up? And they're finally getting the ball rolling here with this goal. But do you think there's a bit of nerves for NRG on this?
Honestly, to be completely honest, I think there's more nerves here for G2. Like, I think G2 are going to look at this and think, oh, obviously it would be NRG. NRG, they're coming into this as like the underdog. A lot of people, including myself, would see G2 as having this matchup. But if you're going to be G2 coming into it, you're thinking, okay, but we really need to win this. Like, it'd be really good if we won this. We can't come into the lower bracket and then end up flopping out. Like, guys, we need this. Whereas NRG, they have that almost underdog vibe about them, thinking, yeah, like they've obviously got the pressure, but they've not got that pressure on them necessarily.
That makes sense. I mean, I think people are expecting NRG to lose here after their previous results over this entire season. But yeah, it's kind of funny. You see a team like this with so much history behind them. Is Garrett able to sneak that one just over JNaps? And how many times have we seen this all throughout RLCS? GarrettG going up against JNaps.
Wonderful pass from Atomic, unfortunately, to the opposite team as Garrett, as he is being body blocked towards that ball, gets a cork of a half volley right below the crossbar. JLamps does make contact, but can't quite squeeze that out, and it's a really good start here. And GarrettG, we didn't talk much about his goal earlier. It was outstanding. The way that he caught it with the amount of speed that it had, I didn't expect that he would get as much of a reception to that ball and then get the double touch off the backboard. So Garrett, after Squishy being that MVP yesterday, is going to be the man that we're looking out for today, and Atomic is going to send him straight to that graveyard. Garrett moved from the pitch. Minute 50 remaining. JNap's in the sky. Does relinquish control of that ball. Gets a touch on Garrett, but just too strong as he continues flying and gets the block.
Great opportunity for NRG right here to put themselves up by 2. Really put a stamp on game number 1 at Chicago, trying to get the offense started for G2, but it just feels like the midfield control right now from NRG is brilliant, in that infield pass just off of the mark, but it was a thing of beauty. You can tell Squishy and Justin on the same page.
Yeah, and Justin, he just had to think in about 0.1 of a second. What do I do with this ball? Hit it a smidge too hard. Can't blame him, because that is a very tough shot to try and get on target. Justin on that right left wall. You don't want to see him trying to chase, trying to get back into the play too much, thinking that he has to do more than he does. And a lovely pre-jump pass and an even better save. Justin on that goal line, cutting out a confident G2. Garrett immediately on that counter. Atomic to block, and it's back down the other end with Chicago.
Great pressure here from G2, and a great jump there from Justin to cut that shot out. As 40 seconds remain here in game number 1, NRG have to hold on, but they've got low boost. Squishy just going to boot this one up towards the ceiling, try and kill time. Great drop down pass, but GarrettG sniffed it out. This one boomed all the way back to the orange half. And Atomic, great pass to Chicago, but again, GarrettG with the smart play to break that passing play up.
Yeah, I like seeing Garrett just dive across there too, trying to shut down as many chances as they can for G2. A good demo, however, into the double tower. Squishy's back in time, then Garrett lands on it from his initial missed save. The final 10 seconds does see G2 pressure, but a great touch out by GarrettG is sent long, and Justin, a good push down the pitch, can keep that ball away. As we approach 0 seconds now, G2 have to keep this up. A backflip from Squishy, central from Atomic, cut out again by GarrettG. Squishy's going to fake that one out completely. Justin to receive, back to the floor. NRG win a game on Saturday, 2 away from that lower bracket quarters.
And you see GarrettG, he's got the RLCS Season 1 Elite tag on. Just showing you how long he has been in the game and how relevant he is staying. MVP role, 2 goals in this game, but 3 saves, and none more important at the end of the game when it seemed like he had no boost, able to get the save. As we get a look at our Mobile 1 high-performance replays, it's just nostalgic all over. NRG and G2.
It's giving me the same feelings. You're going to laugh at me here. It's giving me the same feelings as when I watched Hogan Mode, right? Because it was nice seeing Scrub in Europe competing, and now I'm just giddy seeing it. Justin's got a beard.
A beard?
Justin? Sorry. What?
He's grown up.
Beard.
He's no longer the 15-year-old phenom. He's a grown man looking to do grown man things in this series. As NRG. Well, that's not saying much, Stumpy. I've seen yours. It looks like you trimmed your hair and glued it on your face.
Move on to me. Do your intro.
That's fine. I don't know where we are. Intro, outro. Game 1's over. Game 2's beginning. NRG looking to start exactly where they stopped in game number 2.
Great chance here for NRG to put their stamp and see that, prove basically all the haters wrong. I am one of the people that literally on first touch this week was saying, come on lads, give it up. Like it's not the one. Like fair play made it main event, but you're not going to get much further. NRG wanted to prove everybody wrong, and I cannot express how happy I am to see that longevity from this team still continuing, should it continue past this regional event. But Squishy down that side manages to send it long, just not quite onto Jaina, so Jaina patiently waits, 50s with Justin, but Justin actually maintaining control of that ball, bounces awkwardly as Atomic in that back corner can send it high towards Chicago, and a good few pre-jumps, but not enough contact being made for my liking.
Yeah, and a great read once again from GarrettG in the midfield as JNap's up. JNap's gets the double. Atomic somehow gets the touch, and G2 work together to get the first goal.
It was like 3 threatened passes here too, because JNap's that's on target. No, it's not. Garrett can't quite get that touch on, and Atomic really lightly. Justin not quite back in time to clear it away, and then within 1 minute, G2 managed to secure a goal for themselves. Although it's a lot of that NRG pressure, you have to remember G2 are sitting at the moment in one of those world spots for North America. They are sitting in one of those major spots for North America. This is going to be, despite the fact that both teams have had an incredibly long tenure with each other and on these orgs, or two of the oldest orgs in North America and in just Rocket League generally, it is going to be G2 absolutely with that advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And G2 off to another cookie cutter start in game number 2, as it's JNaps and Atomic teaming up together. Chicago yet to get involved on offense, but you see him trying to get physical in midfield with Justin to keep that offense going for G2. But
I like the idea there from Justin. Justin going for the pass to Squishy, a bit too light, and Squishy wasn't quite on the same page as him. But Atomic, with sheer speed and dominance on that sidewall, manages to clear it around. The defense from Squishy, he pushes a bit too far. Garrett wasn't back in time either, or Justin wasn't back in time. And Atomic noticing that entire backside is completely free, and so he can smash one home.
Yeah, NRG getting a little too aggressive there on that one. All 3 members pushing forward, and Atomic, big kickoff as Squishy puts it back door. I love the vision right here to see Chicago flying in from the right side, realizing his momentum's gonna just push him further and further along.
I also like Squishy saving that 10 boost, making sure that he doesn't just use all of it to get to that ball. He knows he's got the forward momentum, the ball is floating somewhat, and Chicago is thinking, where is Squishy going to put this? Back behind him in the end. Lovely placement from him. Cuts down that goal deficit in half. Just the one now. Squishy goes high with one bump as well, but actually Atomic bumping Squishy into that ball for the clear away. Garrett lurking backboard, but nobody there to bump away.
And he got tied up on the post as well. That's definitely going to slow down the offense from NRG as Chicago and Justin trade demos. It's going to be a 2v2, but both players get back in time as Squishy going to boot this one all the way downfield as halftime nearing, and NRG down only 1 goal, but G2 starting to ramp things up.
Good block attempt by Justin means that Atomic has to get something lightly. In the end, rushes towards those touches, and then GarrettG is able to get in the way. Justin to that back ball with 30, with an angle on goal. Blocked out by Atomic on that chance. Chicago goes high with that save. Then the double demo from Atomic means that the entire NRG offense just stagnates until 1-2, and GarrettG tries to get a backflip shot from the backboard.
Yeah, I love the decision there from Squishy to cut rotations, realizing he had an angle on that ball and able to disrupt the flow for G2. But Atomic, a man on a mission right now. That's 3 demos in a matter of a minute as JNaps hunting Squishy, can't find him, smartly decides to pull off, touch that ball away. GarrettG, big bump on the backboard, but nothing going to come of it as Squishy needed to rotate out, and all 3 members of NRG rushing back on defense.
It's a good chance there for Garrett, but he just doesn't think he can beat Chicago to the ball. An intelligent decision made as well, but Squishy with 0 does not matter. The man is in the way, and the man is on a mission.
Just somehow finds his way.
0.
That ball just gets hit right towards him. Thanks, Atomic.
Literally 0 boost, perfect
0.
positioning. He just thought, I'm here wherever God takes me. And God gave NRG a goal. I'm sure that's written in the Bible somewhere.
Yeah, it might be. I think it's in John 3:17 where Jesus take the wheel. But either way, things going right for NRG on that play. And Squishy just going to boom it downfield. Man, Stumpy, this is so great. Seeing NRG competing once again in top form.
Yeah, in brilliant form as well. We've always praised Garrett back in the day when Squishy and Justin were the mechanical players on his team. They still are, but he made up that difference. Remember, during RLCS X and during the start of 21-22, when they then managed to get to that grand final in the fall major versus BDS back in Stockholm. We praised him so much for that, and now it seems like NRG as an entirety have all been working to up their mechanics, up their speed, and getting a couple of these passing plays in. None have been successful so far, but keep teasing them, and one will pay off.
Exactly. Is another smart cut from GarrettG. The IQ just on full display right now from NRG, but 30 seconds to go. Big demo from Justin on Chicago. It's going to turn this ball over. They've got numbers. They've got the shot, but denied by Atomic. And G2 trying to hold on by a thread.
Final 20 ticking down. Squishy with a shot on target, then bumped out the way is Chicago. Garrett up in the midfield with one touch and the second. He maintains a path towards it. Now Justin has to stare down JNAP's 1v1. He does manage to do so by staying firm on that backboard, a pass central, but Atomic that has to continue off his own path, just try and slow down this offense of NRG.
Go 0 seconds left on the clock. Chicago are gonna elect to just hit the floor, and overtime we go in game number 2. And this one I feel like is a must win for G2.
G2, as we said earlier, they're wanting to sneak up on complexity in the rankings, get to that safe 3rd world spot. So that's safe for the world's main event. That's on target, but GarrettG is going to be bashing it away with that Captain America shield that he always seemed to have, and that Dazzlerin very plastically of him brought up again. The man is all in on the NRG train after Gen G managed to, unfortunately, flop this event.
Yeah,
he got roasted on social media, though, so I think he's had enough.
And he fired some shots back. You love to see it. But, you know, I respect it. You know, he didn't falter. You know, he's back to NRG so strongly in the past. They're back in the picture, and he's once again backing them. And rightfully so with the way it's looking right here, right now, because NRG haven't panicked. We've yet to see too many double commits. We haven't seen some crazy old school plays. It looks like they're fitting right in with the new style.
Yeah, for sure. They are looking like a Vogue team, realistically. And Squishy with one demo just unfortunately misses. That momentum will be lost on NRG's side. G2 really have not had many chances to be getting convincing goals here. In total, they've had 6 shots, but Squishy has to get that save away from JNAP's, who will be credited with a shot, but it was definitely threatening. Chicago on target over the top. The second can't quite find its way in, and JNAP's there was also looking for a couple of bumps, trying to shut down NRG, make sure that they're not staying as solid. Squishy over the top, but with God on his side, what is he able to do? He sends Atomic to hell as 90 seconds passes in this second game.
Comes Justin. Did he get the flip? No, but GarrettG gonna get a nice 50 to slow things down from JNAPs. JNAPs to Atomic. That combo has been money this series, but cut out by Justin as GarrettG just trying to keep pressure, keep the pace of play. As Squishy just gonna bomb this one forward. Is GarrettG there? He is, and can't quite get the touch he wants, as that's right towards Atomic.
Atomic goes low with one reset, and then the bumper Squishy. The in and out save. I'm not even going to give it his namesake on that one, but with 2 minutes left, he keeps NRG completely safe. Garrett to beat out JNAPs on the bump. Chicago now up high and central with no challenger. Atomic goes high with another touch back behind. Squishy still manages to save.
The defense starting to thin out from NRG. It's starting to get a little shaky on that back end, but Justin gonna slow things down, push it up to the side wall. He's got boost, he's got space, he's got time, but JNAPs able to just slow things down in that box. You love to see the patience from G2 on the back end as Atomic pushes that one up. Here comes Chicago. The shot goes a little too high, kisses the crossbar, and we remain in overtime.
It was a kiss from the crossbar, but he wanted a full smooch in the back of the net. It will not be given to him on this chance as 3 minutes in overtime comes and goes.
Oh, what a pass!
Again, Central Chicago with a dunk of its own, but a dunk pass towards JNAPs. A G2 victory in the second.
Great fight in overtime, and ultimately G2 climbing out on top. The series is all knotted up, one apiece. These teams going blow for blow, and right now just seem so evenly matched. Look at Atomic, 841 score, ridiculous.
And there was Squishy in this game, 630, but Garrett in the last game had also had over 600 as well. Atomic for, I might get some G2 fans with this, but Atomic for a little while has looked quite clearly the best player in basically every single aspect on G2. I think he's generally regarded as the best player on G2, but it feels like at times he puts in so much work and so much time, and that's not always the way that it looks then with G2's results. This series, barring that, but the fact they're currently in the lower bracket, along with, yes, everybody else in the top 4 of North America, it's just a little bit of something to look out for me. Whereas NRG, they seem very team-focused at the moment. They seem as if it's they're all pushing towards that same target at a very similar pace. Atomic just a couple of steps ahead of his two teammates, I would say. But a win is a win. Atomic still managing to get that for G2, and the pass play at the end ultimately between JNaps and Chicago as well. It's been good for G2 so far. It's just, as ever, one of those crucial series for them to make sure they nail down, if not for the points, but just for their confidence too.
Yeah, so you get a look at Sathu talking to his team, giving them praise after getting that overtime win, trying to figure out how to break through NRG and take this series. But you talk about Atomic and kind of being the carry for G2, but, you know, funnily enough, throughout the... Oh, what a bump from JNaps. And what a save from Justin, utilizing that crossbar in the offense. Bang, bang, down the field. That's a transition goal.
That is how you do it, NRG. From Justin on the save, Squishy with the pass, and then Garrett with a rocket top right. NRG certainly seem to be back, and they have got the receipts on the scoreboard.
Holy smokes. What a turnaround. 13 seconds to get the first goal in game number 3 when it looked like G2 was once again gonna score within the first minute. No, no, no. Justin comes out of nowhere. You gotta be kidding me.
Great movement though down pitch for G2 with a couple of bumps and a couple of double commit saves. Chicago seeing that bottom right is completely empty. The bottom left is occupied by a couple of NRG players. Sends it the other side, Squishing Justin with one of those double commits, Subi, that we said we really hadn't seen so far. You'd hate to see them rear their ugly head.
I agree, but it's only one. And it's going to happen, especially in that back line.
So far, yeah, you're right.
It's not a trend. It's not nothing to be too fearful of right now as Justin's up. The shot's down right between the defenders, and NRG strike once again.
Atomic with another loose pass central though, and his Squishy reads it completely. Justin rockets it down, middle of the net with the corner of his car. But yeah, Atomic, that loose pass in the middle, nobody's there to follow it up. And NRG, it's always been such a battle between these two teams. This is the 61st series between the two of them. They know how each other play.
Yeah, they absolutely do, especially with no... there was one massive roster change for G2 when Rizzo left and you had Drees come in and then Atomic replacing him. But outside of that...
Ooh, that's open.
And it was for long, and then, you know, Squishy replacing Turbo. So yeah, there's been a little bit, but as far as it goes, JNaps in Chicago, Justin and GarrettG, you know what you get, and Chicago starting to warm up, and this has to be a good sight for G2 fans.
I said lovely demo, but actually it wasn't great because it was actually Garrett demoing the man who wasn't even in the play. Chicago, maybe Garrett thought that pass was going to come in which case it was great, but instead Chicago just sees that net and wants to slam it home. Does so brilliantly below the crossbar. And also, you say that Squishy replaced Turbo. You know that was 4 years ago, right?
No, I don't, because it's just insane how time works.
That was 4 years ago.
No, it wasn't. I'm still 21. I don't know what you're talking about.
Or at least that's when NRG, of course, won that World Championship. So maybe it was more like 3 years ago. And actually, Subi, it was much more current than I'm making it out to be.
Either way, these teams have played a lot. That's what you were getting at. And these teams go back to what? Season 2, 3? I mean, they've been around forever, it seems like.
I mean, a very fun stat is that JNaps has been... Oh, gosh. JNaps has been on G2 longer than any other org has been in Rocket League.
That's incredible. I love that. And I love the fact that we have... Hold on. There's Atomic too high on that one. And NRG starting to get a little tangled up on defense. But I love the fact that we have GarrettG going up against JNaps, two of the oldest players in Rocket League, but two of the longest careers as well, and both still hanging around, still both relevant, still both sticking with the meta. It's just incredible, the longevity of these two.
We're halfway through this third game as well, both 1 apiece and 2 goals apiece. Could not separate these two with a single hair. Garrett trying to get that dunk on that back line, but Chicago stays firm and keeps it away into the back corner as well with a lovely 50. JNaps in the sky, challenged by Justin, but JNaps winning that fight. Chicago up high. Garrett instead this time, the defender on the side of NRG. The backboard is found, but Squishy is shied away from that ball by Atomic, who herds him far away from the optimal path.
The one thing that I'm liking from NRG that seems different so far in this Spring Cup is the fact that they aren't giving a ton of space to their opponents. There's follow-ups on their offense, whereas before it just felt like they would have a shot and that was it. There was no one there. They were so spread out. But right now, the pressure's always there like this. They're able to maintain the offense as the bump comes through. What a smart play.
Garrett, seeing that's on target. I just need to remove the man from the equation entirely. Chicago thinks, I've got this, no problem. Bang! Bumped away, bashed aside, and the third goes in for NRG. Brilliant physical play from Garrett.
It's always been such a smart player. And a lot of times with age can come wisdom. Such a wise play from GarrettG on that one as Justin realizing they're up 1. Got about 70 seconds to go. We just need to hang on. But how nice would it be to stretch this lead a little further as GarrettG almost gets that extension. Gonna keep the offense going as Justin pops this one up. Chicago forced in an awkward spot. Used a lot of boost. Didn't even get a touch. G2 in a pickle.
JKnaps, though, wanting to work out of this jar as he gets it round the side of his teammate, but Justin on that goal line can clear it away. Squishy gets a turnaround and a continuation of that play. She moves it really nicely down the pitch. GarrettG with not enough boost, but JKnaps was reading that Garrett was going to get a touch there, so they both have a little old whifty-whifty. 30 seconds remain as Squishy sent it towards the net. Just trying to poke, keeping them honest on that back for G2. A great interception from Garrett. The 1-2, the third can't come in, but Justin receives centrally with one reset, pancakes it. It's a pass to make GarrettG 2 goals clear in the third game.
Completely changes the trajectory of that ball. Nobody on the pitch expecting it to pop out to the left. GarrettG positioned himself top box, extends that lead by 2. And barring a miracle, NRG gonna put themselves on match point against G2 Esports.
Unreal play there from Justin. The pass is perfect. And the final 10 seconds counts down. G2 not working their way back into this. Squishy keeps that ball close to his chest. And that win remains for NRG. 2-1. Series point for NRG versus G2 in, checks calendar, 2023, ladies and gentlemen.
No way. You've gotta be kidding me. This team refuses to go away. After all of the hate, after all of the naysayers, they are 1 win away from a playoff win. Absolutely incredible, Stumpy.
It makes me happy just to see that this is something that NRG and these 3 players, with their sheer unending, unrelenting determination, are achieving together. They will be playing, if they get through to that lower bracket quarterfinals, they'll be playing the loser of Furia versus Space Station. It continues to get harder in this bracket. To get past that semi-final, they'll need to go past either FaZe, version 1, or Optic. Like, this is still so tough. Justin's got a beard. I still can't get over that. It's still Game 4. I'm still mind blown. It's still 2023. And we still got 1 or 2 more games to play.
Well, I mean, when NRG started the downfall, it was so common to see Justin with just the glow of the monitor on his face, the room pitch black.
In the void.
And now, the blinds wide open, the light shimmering through, glistening off of that beard as NRG trying to get the win.
I'm really sorry. The imagery was beautiful, but then you said glistening off that beard. As if it's like a sodden mess. But look, Justin has been anything but a mess in this series. He has really been such a fantastic teammate, and everything that NRG are doing so far really seems to be working. G2 had to get that 3-minute overtime win, bear in mind, whereas it's 2 wins so far for NRG in regulation. Here on Utopia Coliseum, a winner will be found potentially.
What a save again!
As Squishy from the inside gets a save. A miss from Chicago on that second shot still keeps it at 0-0.
You've got to be kidding me. Clutch save after clutch save from Squishy on that back line when there was no one there. He is just keeping NRG in this. Everybody on NRG getting involved, and I'm sure chat right now thinks we are completely biased, but just for the sake of nostalgia, it just puts a smile on your face to see this roster doing well.
Chat, we can just be happy. Not everything's weird. We don't have to be, you know, always the super serious, crazy video games is everything. No, this is just nice and fun and it's good. Smile, because it's sunny where I am, so I assume it's sunny everywhere. 90 seconds have passed. Still no goals. The fourth game heating up to be a lot more even than we've seen in the previous one. Justin sending it long down that right wing with Atomic to challenge. Actually, wonderfully up that side wall as well, but with zero boost, he can't get it too far. Actually has to leave that ball until JNaps comes in to challenge it away. Garrett waits that pass from Squishy on that brilliant pass back two, and a backflip sees Squishy send it far enough away where we don't see too much continuation on that play from G2.
And NRG playing extremely safe here in this game number 4. Don't want to go to Champions Field against G2. They realize they are in the driver's seat right now. They don't want to give it away, especially not off of a stupid goal as GarrettG pushes that one away. Squishy can't get there. Great shot by Atomic.
It was a well-placed shot from Atomic, but realistically, Squishy, he's in the position to save this. He just jumps off, goes too low too early, has to stay a little bit higher of the goal to clear it away. But Atomic, you take that shot and you just hope it finds its way in. 1 goal for G2. It was a great push, and it was that continued offense as well that gave them the opportunity.
Nearing halftime, 1 goal deficit for NRG as JNaps comes Squishy on that back end as Atomic looking for a double. Denied by Squishy on that one. Not going to make the same mistake. Not twice in a row as GarrettG, the continuation on this play, and Atomic boots it forward. Here comes JNaps feathering the boost, gets the flip reset. Justin able to get the save. Chicago, a little too wide. The offense just hammering shots, but they're all pushed forward. Big opportunity for NRG right here.
There it is. It's a shot on target, but JNaps can tip it over the crossbar. And I don't want to hammer on Chicago too much, but those are 2 shots that he's had that really need to be goals. He's sent them wide or high. He's not had that clinical play on him so far. Garrett being beaten out on that back line, but a slow flick from JNaps leaves it to Justin on the backboard to be able to clear it away. Instead, Squishy actually comes in and gets it around past over Atomic. Squishy with a 1v1. Instead, Chicago is able to beat him out on that save. Garrett challenging with 1. And a big dive in from Justin, but it's not going to be too bad whatsoever. Oh, it was a good chance for a pass. You're right, Subi, but it just had too much beans on it.
A little bit too much beans on the toast for that one. But I think if Squishy just kind of waits just a millisecond, might be able to get that one. Is awkward position, but smart defense from Squishy. Here he goes to take away the angle of the shot. Challenging off that side wall, gonna follow through. Gets the flip reset. 70 seconds remain here, game number 4. NRG chasing 1 still, but still definitely in this one.
The final minute has seen a couple of goals come in so far, but with a demo on that backboard and G2 on a tear, it is gonna feel nigh impossible to break out of your own half. A great play from G2 with JNaps shooting it exactly where the corpse lay from the NRG defender. Brilliant movement throughout the pitch, and G2 going clear by 2. NRG, a lot of heavy lifting, lest we see game 5 in Champions Field.
The aggression that we're seeing from Atomic is unparalleled right now. Absolutely impressive. And it's always smart aggression. He's generally not putting himself too far out of the play, not putting himself out of position, just constantly doing the right thing for G2 Esports. Just need to hang on. 30 seconds remain, and Atomic saw Chicago lurking, but Justin over to Squishy, and they need to score on this drive if they want a chance to tie this one up.
A chance being shut down by JNaps, then continued to be shut down by Squishy, who unfortunately sends it long back into his own half. That shot's going to be on target. Instead, Justin's going to shepherd it round into the corner. Final 10, it ticks down. There's no chance really apart from the style from Chicago. Game 5, NRG, G2 in the lower bracket round 3. Normally you'd say that on a grand finals like 2 years ago, or like 1 year ago, but it's lower bracket round 3. But the stakes are still massive. G2, they're trying to gain on complexity, and NRG need this win if they want to make the major and then finally Worlds.
Oh my goodness. The nerves, the pressure, everything just coming to an apex right here. NRG G2 Esports, such a storied franchise on both sides of the pitch. We see JNaps denied on that one, but Chicago following through on the high performance replays. It was the defense from Squishy this entire series, but the one mistake right there punished and capitalized on by G2.
Oh, that demo is so wonderful too. On the side wall to clear that final player away, because otherwise his teammates are waiting upfield thinking he can get a big clear here. You get that on the half volley off the wall and it's going to be an absolute sling slang down to the orange side of the pitch. But now G2 with that slight bit more momentum go to game 5. It almost feels like game 5s exist in their own little bubble, where the rest of the series tends not to matter too much. You both earned a spot to have get one more game and then you win the series. Who's going to be taking it though? G2 or NRG?
I would love to know what chat's going with.
5 minutes, mate, and I bet we'll find out.
That's probably a good bet, but there's a possibility it's longer than 5 minutes if we go to overtime. That's how this game works.
Very good point. Very good point.
Thank you. I've been around for a while.
You are old, nearly as old as JNaps on G2. Good shot, just below the crossbar, instead saved away by Squishy. And the demos continue for Atomic, the man who right now sits in that top 6 in North America for this event as well in those demos, getting about 2 per game. He wants to try and beat the man sending as many energy players into that graveyard just to open it up for his team.
Squishy. Nice skills displayed off of that ceiling. This one going to be awkward as JNaps puts it over to the corner. And again, GarrettG cutting rotations to keep the ball alive. This is going to be another one from Justin as Squishy got caught in no man's land there. He wanted to push in, but because Justin cut rotations, it forced him to rotate back. But the offense still going full bore here for NRG, pushing G2 back on their heels.
A minute has gone without incidents so far. NRG with GarrettG trying to work his way out of that defense. Actually takes that slow play, and I feel like Garrett's gone for quite a few slow plays here. Considering how fast the meta is right now, a lot of players are being caught out. You know, he's making sure that whenever he goes for these challenges, that he goes low on them, so then it manages to find its way into a good position for him. But with the demo on that back and Chicago up for the double, a touch has to be made, and Squishy is going to be the one to make it.
Minute and a half gone by, and it just feels like it is just completely back and forth. Right now, it's just a defensive masterclass from both sides. As JNaps launches that one on target, forces Justin. After he got hit by that ball, it pushed him all the way back into the net. A lot of force behind that one as Justin up. He's got GarrettG lurking top of the box. And Atomic gonna push this one over to Chicago. They've got numbers. They've got double tap unlocked, and Justin's got the save. And JNaps baiting out the defense.
I thought that was in. I thought that was just going to be a goal. Instead, it finds Justin. He gets that save. With Atomic though passing towards Chicago. The top corner saved away again by GarrettG. The defense from NRG is stoic, it is firm, and it feels unwielding.
My goodness. Oh no, a rare double commit in this series from NRG there. And you know, I was saying how close this one feels in a game 5 as we just passed halftime, still all tied up. I mean, the history says that as well. These teams have met in a game 5 or game 7 11 times, and G2 just barely edges out NRG with a 6-5 scoreline. So it is impressive how tight-knit these squads have been throughout their histories.
Justin removing Atomic from the pitch. A little bit of payback for earlier. Squishy passing over towards Justin. On that pre-jump too, no bump coming in. Chicago can clear it away, but on the ceiling again, Atomic has to get a convincing touch here. He does so, but GarrettG is going to be the man to read it. Sees JNaps go high. GarrettG goes higher with the ball, and the ball does get tackled away. But look at this conveyor belt of offense now, really starting to form on the production line, hopefully leading to a goal at the end.
Justin going to push this one into the corner. 90 seconds remain. That net's wide open. He caught JNaps going for boost. Boost over ball. You're going to find yourself in the fall as Justin puts NRG up by 1, Game 5.
A banger in the midfield sees 90 seconds left for G2 to chase this goal down. Opportunities really starting to wear themselves thin for G2 here. With one tackle, Justin removes Atomic's chance here from the sky. 1 minute 20 is now Chicago with 50 boosts. Gets bumped away from that play. The aggression for NRG starting to ramp up.
Oh my gosh, that one
from GarrettG.
grazing across the goal line. They couldn't quite find the shot as Squishy knocks it all the way back towards midfield.
Under 1 minute and the ball given away by Chicago over towards GarrettG. Justin challenging versus J-Lamps. That bounces midfield and it's Atomic to take skyward. 50 boost. 2 players defending him and both of them do their jobs brilliantly. Justin will beat out Chicago to that challenge. Now J-Lamps on that left wall. Can anything apparate for the side of G2? The current North American team very much on top out of the two. Garrett now with
Garrett.
1v1 and open
Garrett.
on the other side, but Atomic with an interception. Justin on target. J-Lamps with a dive across.
30 seconds to go here. The offense working in tandem for G2 Esports. They need to keep this ball in the blue half. JNaps once again with the aggression, hunting for demos. Atomic, great neutral 50-50, but Justin gonna put it over Chicago. Does he have the follow through? He does! Gets that 50-50. GarrettG gonna put it in and put NRG through!
Look at the cameras of NRG as well. Garrett, a genius slow touch, sets Atomic's nerves on edge. The hairs in his arms stand up on end, and Garrett delivers home a sledgehammer to G2's results. Lower bracket round 3 may well be their graveyard. This kickoff utterly important. 1 demo, 1 block, and 1 victory. NRG move on to the lower bracket quarterfinals in God knows how long.
Look at the sigh of relief from Justin. GarrettG saying, calm down. It's only one win. We still have a long road to go down.
I'm gonna calm down, Garrett.
But enjoy it right now. It's been a long time. NRG, we've been waiting for this. It's finally happened once again. The Kings looking to regain their throne.
It's just. Maybe people think we're being dramatic, Suli. Look, right, maybe people think we're being a little bit dramatic here because they did well in the Fall Cup as well. Okay, I don't want to calm down. I don't want to say this to all the people. This is such a fun result to see them manage to get as well. They got their best result before this looks to be the Fall Cup where they got into the semi-finals. That was a very long time ago. They didn't go to the Fall Major. They didn't go to the Winter Major. But the Spring Major may well see these boys go back on stage yet again.
Oh, it is just a thing of beauty to see NRG once again taking the win. Man, Stumpy, it's been a long time coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's also a kick to G2, unfortunately for them. With Complexity out, this was their chance to work on and hope to catch them up in points that they will be going out in the lower bracket round 3. They still remain number 4 in North America. We're going to be going to a break. Everyone, you can calm it down just for a minute. We will see you so incredibly soon.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Oh! Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me?
killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down is unbelievable.
was all alone. And you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Are back once again. My goodness gracious. El Clasico did not fail to deliver 5-game series, and I'm here with Captain America himself, GarrettG. Garrett, it's so nice to see you. It's been a while.
It has been a while. I don't even remember last time I did one of these.
I don't remember last time I did one of these with you. I mean, you look great. I mean, you got a new jersey and everything. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, you know? Yeah, maybe it is a jersey. You know, it's a nice, clean look, little refresh. It feels like the old days. You're interviewing me.
I know.
You know, before the Gen G stuff happened, we won't talk about that, but
yeah, we don't talk about that. That's yesterday. Now, let's talk about, but let's actually, really quickly, I do want to get a note on yesterday. You guys had that 5-game series against Complexity. That was a back and forth, and that really kind of pushed you into a lot of the conversation going into today. Talk to me about what happened during the Complexity series for you.
I mean, honestly, afterwards, when we were talking about it, it almost felt like an RLCSX series, like that game 4, us just, as Roldes would say, kumbaya on the goal line and surviving. It felt like a vintage NRG series, like holding on. And I think it gave us a lot of confidence going into today, just because it had been a while. I don't know, I'm sure someone has the exact date, but since we had beaten a top 5 team, and now we've done it twice. So, even if, regardless of whatever happens, I think we have a lot more confidence than before, just because, like last split, going to game 5 of Space Station, getting reverse swept, playing G2 close. Like, it felt like we were so close so many times, getting reverse swept by Complexity. We were so close to beating these, major level teams and then just, losing it at the last second. So it's definitely good for the mental, very, very validating.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk to me about the mental too, because the run you've had in this event alone is crazy. You're talking about 5 games in Swiss, then going here, getting to that lower bracket early, winning against Complexity, now winning against G2. What's it been like mentality-wise for you guys in this event alone?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. In the qualifier, we lost to Koi and Shopify, and Koi once again. We go to game 3, we're up 2-0, we get reverse swept. Yesterday, it felt like we were playing better in Space Station. Like they were giving up a lot of freebies, and we lose game 5. Honestly, like when we went into that lower bracket, I kind of relaxed, because it just felt like it just wasn't happening. It just felt like, okay, we're just going to play. Like there wasn't any, obviously no hostility. It wasn't like that. It was just more, I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to say I gave up, but I kind of let go of the pressure that I had on myself still. Even after all these splits, we still, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves, even though the results haven't been there. And I think it's just because of our history. But yeah, I kind of relaxed a bit. I'm not going to lie. And maybe it helped.
I mean, you guys are doing absolutely fantastic. Fall Regional 2 versus Genji was the last time you guys won against a top 5 team. You guys are in the top 6 now. How do you feel going forward in the rest of the bracket?
Like I said, I mean, I think we're feeling confident. I'm honestly just happy to play. Going out on Friday kind of sucks when you have your whole weekend free. So I'm excited to play more. Play more competitive Rocket League. Hopefully I get to play 3 days in a row. That'd be nice. It's been a while. But yeah, I don't know. We're having fun at this point. We're just enjoying playing together, and we'll see what happens.
All right, of course, we want to let you guys go. I know you have another match today, but before we do that, of course, you talk about fans and you talk about people who've been supporting you through ups and downs. For the real fans that have been with you through thick and thin, what do you want to say to them?
Yeah, the last year has definitely changed, how I feel about certain parts, of the scene and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, but I have noticed the people who have been very, very loyal to us and very apparent who are fans of us for us and not just the results or whatever. And to them, I'm pretty grateful. People in my stream who have always been supportive, the friends who have been supportive, all those people, I'm really grateful for them. Of course, my family and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the ones who never gave up, even if, even I thought you were kind of holding on there. No, I'm just kidding. But I do appreciate those people for real. And yeah, hopefully I get to, meet some of them in person again. That's what I really want to do. So yeah, thanks.
Yes, sir. Conversation for the major wide open, and you guys are in control of your destiny. Congratulations on the victory, Garrett, and good luck in the future. Thank you for the interview.
Appreciate it.
G2 stunned. NRG come out in 5 games, a 2-0 victory in Game 5 on Champions Field to reverse the trend of El Clasico. They get their first win in 4 series against G2.
The plot armor, it's still here, but NRG earned this win for sure. Some great counterattacks, some amazing plays on defense that turned directly into goals as well. And all 3 members getting involved. And for G2, like after seeing how this bracket played out, I feel like G2 is like, we let one get away here. Like this was a bracket of dreams that they could have maybe made a run, but instead now NRG, they have to look at this bracket and see that they have a real chance to go really far here. They might have to beat a very tough like FaZe Clan team like in that lower bracket, but if they want to make Worlds, they need a run here, a top 3 at bare minimum, and then you just never know.
I mean, the thing is, I think you look at lower bracket and think, okay, this should be theoretically easier because the worst team should be down here. But FaZe are down here. Like, for NRG to make it through that semis, FaZe need to win, obviously. And even if they don't, they'll still need to go through either version 1 or Optic Gaming. And then above them, to even get to that point, it's Furia or Space Station. They're still in a very tough spot, but this win is still huge for their chances.
But now to focus on that upper bracket, because we only have one top 4 team left in this tournament. All 4 teams in this upper bracket have to feel like they need to win this tournament at this point. That they have a golden ticket to take a regional win and get as many points as possible. Like, I feel like there's more pressure on these upper bracket matches than there might have ever been, because all 4 of these teams desperately want to make the World Championship. And this Regional 2 win could punch their ticket to the major and then also punch their ticket to the World Championship. So much is on the line here.
This is a matter of 4 teams that aren't looking over their shoulder at other teams saying, I got to keep them away. They're all looking forward to the top of the mountain, trying to climb it for the first time. Version 1, taking on Optic Gaming, will be our first upper bracket semifinal. The Superstar squad has finally survived day 1. They're here on day 2, going up against... How would you characterize Optic Gaming, Stumpy?
I would characterize them as a team that is thankfully on a bit of an uptrend, because Optic Gaming have got so much talent. It's Retals, it's AJ, it's Magic Bear. They are such a fantastic team that just haven't really been able to prove themselves until we've seen them in the last couple of regional events. I'm a big fan of Optic Gaming. I think they've got a fantastic few players on that side, but they haven't necessarily had the results to support it. But with version 1 as well, we're seeing that the Dan and Beast Mode combo, along with incredibly cheeky Com, is actually really paying off. And they didn't just get, by the way, to the upper bracket semi-final, they went through complexity. They had the hardest matchup. They are the team that sent complexity down to the lower bracket. NRG finished them off, but they were tripped to the floor by the boys in purple.
And this is going to be physical. That is for sure. These are the top 2 teams in demos per game. Com, by himself, nearly has 5 demos per game so far throughout this tournament. That is insane. No numbers are even close. Magic Bear and Reynolds are doing it on the other side for Optic. Expect a lot of demos to open it up for your playmakers. The thing is, version 1 has 2 playmakers and 1 demo. We got Beast Mode and, of course, Daniel. Beast Mode has a phenomenal tournament right now. Number 1 in goals per game by a mile as well. On the other side, Optic Gaming, they're going to rely on AJ. You got to get those demos, open the space for him. And we're going to see a mechanical masterclass, I think, by a few of these players. And then the physical brawler mentality for the half of the field as well. So it's going to be a tale of 2 different types of players just trying to combine to make the best effort possible. But both these teams, I think version 1, like if they're peaking, there's not many teams that can beat them here, but Optic has been so incredibly consistent over their last 3 events that if they can keep that floor so high, there is a chance to dismantle V1, buy those demos, and take this win.
A lot on the line here as well between the world standings for North America. This is the number 6 versus the number 7 right now. That number 6 spot, relatively safe in terms of making it into the wild card. So for both these teams to put the other into the lower bracket, give themselves a guaranteed top 3. It's a big point situation. And for Optic in particular, if they get this win, more or less guarantees a trip to Boston. So plenty to play for these teams and relatively little to lose, I feel like. They're both playing with their second life still in the bag.
Yeah, but I feel like you can play your second life in your bag, but you have to play like you've got 1. You can't be thinking, okay, we're going to the lower bracket, oh, we should be able to make it through. Look at the teams that haven't made it through. Genji, Complexity, now G2 have just gone out as well. FaZe are one of the only, FaZe are, I believe, one of the only other top 4 teams in this competition right now. Like, it is still a really scary lower bracket, and they're going to be facing the winner of that, or the loser of that one. So I feel like you look at it and you think, yeah, okay, let's look forward to Boston, let's look forward to Worlds, let's make sure that we secure ourselves in that top 5, 6, 7 spots. But you have to take it one step at a time, and it's either V1 or Optic Gaming, depending on the glasses that you're wearing, that are standing in your way. And it's such an interesting mirror of teams as well. Sorry, Gibbs. It's such an interesting mirror where you said you've got Retals, who I believe is still the number 1 in demos in North America, and then Com, who is in number 2, which is ridiculous considering that Com has got 5 demos per game. And then you've got the 2 mechanical players on the teams. It's going to be a really interesting way just to see at a raw level who is the better team.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag V1, hashtag OG in the chat. The stats can say what they want, but it all comes down to this match right now. We move to best of 7s here, longer format. Got to win 4 to advance to the upper bracket finals. Stumpy, who's your pick?
I was talking about Optic Gaming for me earlier, but I feel like V1 with the Daniel Beast Mode combo, it's really starting to kick into gear, and I think that gear is just a little bit harder than what Optic can give, so give me the purple boys.
This is tough because out of those top 4 teams, I do feel like V1 and Furia have a better chance to win this tournament than Space Station and Optic. But Space Station and Optic have been better teams lately, so I'm going to go V1 as well because I think a peak in V1 is very hard to beat. I think they will peak today. So I'm going to go the Daniel Beast Mode combo. Yeah, I'm going V1.
I think V1 has been a peaking V1 is unstoppable, but we have seen consistently this season methodical, thought-out team play trumping mechanical players peaking all on their own right now. We've seen that over and over again. It's what gave Gen G that massive run at the beginning of the season. I think Optic is going to be thinking harder than V1 in this one. We put V1 as the winner in our bracket earlier. I'm going to go with Optic on this one. This is a close game. I can't wait to see how it goes down. How does chat feel about it? Green Wall versus the Purple People Leaders. Green Wall going to be showing up more and more in chat. Love to see the Optic fans making their way into the RLCS here, folks. A great battle, a wonderful, colorful Hulk of a match here. Purple versus Green. Version 1 versus Optic for the first team in the upper finals.
Solid fundamentals versus absolutely crazy mechanics. The highlight of this match, Optic versus version 1. Not the upper semi that many expected, Turtle, but here we are.
And this is going to be an action-packed series. I mean, we're going to get mechanics, we're going to get demos, it's going to be bloody, it's going to be a match that we're all, I'm sure, anticipating to go the distance just because of how close this team is. And I love that point of Stumpy, how this is almost a reflection of each other. There's a mirror between both of these teams. You've got 2 mechanical players surrounded by that one individual who goes for demos and gets that dirty work done.
Yeah, Reddles is kind of the OG demo demon.
Yeah.
Calm filled that role really after, we'll just say Reddles popularized it on the peeps. But Magic Bear trying to swing across. For Optic, the main mechanical centerpiece, at least the last 2 regionals, has been AJ. He has been leading the league this split in goals per game. He leads this tournament in goals per game. AJ is having a resurgence that many people were wondering, including myself, when he was going to have it. You know he's a quality player, and you know he can take over a lobby. But for Magic Bear and Reddles, I think they've just played so solid fundamentally, and it's just allowed AJ to play his game a little bit better, and Optic have had a lot of success off of it.
And I think that's allowed for Optic Gaming to have less pressure on their shoulders. If you've got somebody like AJ coming out with the solo plays, and Calm immediately, we're talking about the demo demons right now. Calm looking to get more and more physical and take out and open up space. But you've got to remember, on the other side, on V1, they've got a lot of firepower indeed. Of course, Daniel. But I think somebody who's matching that AJ performance has been Beast Mode. I mean, these guys took out Complexity, the previous winners of the Spring Open, and Beast Mode had 2 goals per game in that series alone. 77% goal participation, 44% shooting accuracy. I mean, this guy can truly do it all. So this might end up being a 1v1 of who can have that bigger impact, Beast Mode or AJ.
We've watched Beast Mode and Daniel pop off and take over a lobby on different teams and put up those just statistically crazy numbers. And we've watched them play together in 2v2 and now together on version 1. They haven't quite pieced it together. This tournament looks like they're finally getting the right pieces in place. And we'll see if that full firepower comes to fruition. Right now, version 1 are having some trouble holding on to this ball against Optic. Daniel on the push here. Not a lot of boost. Couldn't get the 50. Forces version 1 back. Optic constantly hunting on that back line. Magic Bear picks up a demo, but the rest of Optic were still getting into position. And still a dead ball here, about halfway through the game.
And we'll see who utilizes that open space more efficiently. There's going to be demos. Of course, we've already seen some. Now we're questioning, okay, you get the demo like that from Reddles. He opened up a little bit of space, but unfortunately, Optic Gaming unable to make use of it. When will that
Beast Mode,
opportunity come through?
Yeah, Beast Mode didn't have any boost on that play, though, so even though they don't push on that play, you've left the command of the ball to the guy who had no boost there. So even if a demo doesn't lead directly to a goal, it does add a little bit of pressure. Does maybe make it harder for version 1 to control the ball. But, I mean, that being said, they're able to put it right back, trying to demo. Calm just driving into the net, but a great save from AJ.
Yeah, and AJ, he had to pre-jump the demo from Calm, who stayed on the ground. And he dodged it and also got the save. Huge defensive showing, at least within the final 2 minutes. And we're still scoreless here on the first game of this long best-of-7. Magic Bear could end the drought, though, and he does.
Great setup from Reddles to start the day for Optic. Gets underneath it, attempts the air dribble bump. If Daniel, he was a little hoppy. He saw Reddles coming, jumps initially at that ball, double committed with Beast Mode, and in the middle of him recovering, Magic Bear, that little spot opens, Turtle. Even though Daniel recovers, Magic Bear still has to slot that high, and he does. Nailed that shot.
Yep, nailed it indeed. Accuracy has to be there. Calm has a nice flick, but a double commit out of version 1 leaves nobody remaining to take the final shot. It's still across the net, but Magic Bear diving save, last second heroics, and they're still dealing with more pressure. Beast Mode, quick to even it up.
Wondering how Optic didn't get to this one fast enough. Well, Magic Bear sitting on nothing. He just picked up a small pad. Everybody was low. Reddles was low. Magic Bear was low. Reddles pre-jumping. That's a pre-jump prayer right there. Yeah. Hoping you can block Beast Mode's shot. Version 1 taking advantage of the entire Optic team depleted on boost.
And that unbelievable kickoff was the catalyst for version 1. They were able to have a nice quick cheat. And I think it was Calm on the dribble. And here they go again. Kickoffs have been in favor of version 1, at least as we get towards the end of game number 1. Daniel, monster flick down the other side of the field. And they are hunting. And speaking of hunting, look at Daniel. He takes out the OG demo demon and says, hey, you got a free shot, Calm. Have fun.
Love that play from Daniel. Threatens Magic Bear with that touch and the challenge in front. Magic Bear has to respect it. Daniel knows it, so he just lets it go. Go ahead, Magic Bear. Go for the hard clear. You're going to give it right to my teammate. Oh, hi, Reddles. See you later. That was excellent vision from Daniel to set that whole play up. Now he gets not as much height as he probably wants on that Musty. Version 1 taking the lead late, and Optic trying to take control, Turtle.
And Magic Bear has gotten a demo. Trying to fight fire with fire. And I still can't believe that version 1 have pounced back in this fashion. Optic Gaming got the first goal and there wasn't much time left, but again, those kickoffs have been huge out of V1. Final 10 seconds, Optic Gaming looking for something to equalize, but the 50-50 is not going their way. Even if Reddles wins it, it goes right back into the hands of Daniel, who smashes it to the other side, and it's all up to Optic Gaming to keep it up. They can't, and V1 start us off.
This absolutely started off with a bang, but not from highlight reel shots or goals, no. From cars exploding all over
That's
the place.
right.
I feel like we finally are like, yeah, all they're gonna do is demo each other. And you know what? Version 1 only had 3 demos, but those were 3 quality demos.
Yeah.
That helped set them up. Optic, a couple more demos, but none of them not nearly as valuable. And really just broke them down. Version 1 beast mode that shot. They had starved Optic out on that play. Really version 1 scoring 2 different goals in 2 different ways and really forced Optic to, I mean, they were just in constant response mode. It almost felt like how Optic was against G2 for a lot of that series. Where they're playing a lot of defense.
Yeah, and I was worried. I was watching that Mobile 1 high performance replay. I was looking at the corner play from Optic Gaming, and more specifically, Magic Bear was kind of confused on a lot of the rotations. So I'm not sure if that's a breakdown in, like I said, the rotations for how they're trying to maneuver back to the goal line. Optic Gaming have to clean it up a little bit. Obviously, the demos are going to play a part and a factor in ruining that rotation, but you need to be nearly flawless in your recovery once you spawn back on the field. And as we get into game 2, sparks are gonna fly. There's gonna be destruction on the field. We're already starting out with a demo and a good solo play from Beast Mode, who can give it back to Daniel.
Yep, fireworks, flare here. Beast Mode, great catch. Froze AJ and just forced that ball to the sky, and Daniel just needs to place it well. Reddles had nothing in the tank to chase it down. An easy setup and an easy knockdown for version 1.
And as we look at that replay, everybody has a role. You've got Calm getting the demo, Beast Mode was going for the solo dribble to set up then the shot for Daniel. Everybody has space, everybody has a role to play, and they all executed it flawlessly.
Optic, 3 unanswered goals now. They were able to get that very first goal. Since then, the offense has waned. Now they wait as Calm and Beast Mode approach. Reddle's just frozen. Magic Bear coming in to try to tackle the front line of this version 1 offense. Kind of haphazard here on these challenges. AJ gets shaken off the ball by Daniel. Reddles, he has no boost, so that's just a jump to force Calm off the ball. But it's just Optic having to respond to version 1 right now. They're a little haphazard on the boost pickups. The rotation, you talked about Magic Bear being a little off on his rotation, and he has been boost anxious, been favoring leaving the play momentarily for canisters. And while that's not always a bad thing to do, against the tight rotation and tight touches here from version 1, can really be the difference maker between you getting demoed or you getting a clear.
Yeah.
As AJ tries to get another one here. Beast Mode off the ceiling. Does he have a reset? Of course, he's Beast Mode. Backside taken away by Magic Bear.
And I mean, you're talking about the boost control and consumption, Jorby. You even mentioned that in the Telestrator segment that you had, where you had Magic Bear not picking up the pads, instead opting to rotate for a full boost canister as a shot fires in from Magic Bear. And you've just got to be cautious of when and where you're going to go for full boost pads. It could make or break your rotations. But Optic Gaming, speaking of rotations, have been flawless off the backboard. Reddles needs to set somebody up. Instead, he goes for the bump. AJ has space and can't get the shot in.
Version 1 sent everybody at that ball, and they get it out. Optic still looking for that first goal. Touch from Reddles with some space, but couldn't find his teammate. Calm deleting third man. Reddles has to buy time, and he does exactly that with that touch. Daniel still gets the push, but Magic Bear got time to respawn, reset, only 32 now. As he tries to push, but you can't go that slow against version 1. Oh, Reddle or AJ, here he goes, he picks it up, he splits the gap turtle and threads the needle.
And he does it all by himself. I think he got spun out initially, but had so much boost. 2 players commit for version 1, kind of bump each other, and AJ bulldozes through both of them to get the first goal and tie it up. What a showing, and a strong one at that from AJ.
And there's some desperate jumps here from Optic too on some of those plays. Reddles, though, with that no boost from earlier in the corner, took that challenge, and version 1 third man had actually started pushing up the field. They didn't expect Reddles to dive on that play, and that just caused all of that to hurry up and put version 1 in that scenario where they felt like they had to double commit. Now AJ, a little bit of space off the ceiling, Beast Mode to cover, but AJ denied! Beast Mode follows him perfectly. Here comes another bouncer for Magic Bear, and Daniel gets there aggressively. Calm puts it back over to the wall. Optic trying to get set back up. Version 1 stuffing him in the corner.
Yeah, good 50s from AJ to at least keep that ball on the other side. But Daniel with a solo dribble like this in the air, there's not too much you can do to keep it on the blue half. But back we go, Magic Bear to himself again. It works as a decoy, but 3 players are in net, and of course the save comes out.
Oh, that's a decent try there from Reddles, and then Magic Bear got bumped, then deleted. AJ has to buy time, but Beast Mode's waiting for him. Good soft touch from Reddles. Daniel's actually waiting on that side. Magic Bear had to avoid Beast Mode, and all the lanes to escape for Optic. It's like there's sharks just waiting for him. They don't want to get bitten. Beast Mode, here he comes again. A little pinch for, or not really a pinch, actually. That's just a classic Beast Mode move of, you think I'm going to get rid of the ball, but I'm not. I'm still in control of it. All tied up here still, with about a minute to go.
It does look like we're seeing more and more how impactful the solo plays from not only AJ, but also Beast Mode are going to be in this series alone. It's Beast Mode again behind the ball, by himself. Who will be able to open up space and create the opportunities? This feels like a dogfight on which one of them has the proper tool. Who can be that solo player? It was almost Daniel by himself. He does set up Calm. And I thought it was going to be Beast Mode, but hello, Daniel. Welcome to the series.
Daniel with the dogfight in the air. He just pushes AJ into his own wall. Poor AJ's flopping around. Got pinned to the wall several times and just couldn't get back and recover. And then the last shot, it's so slow, it's like it was torturing him as he tried to get back. But well done by Daniel, stuffing that ball against AJ. Nothing he could do.
So when you think Optic Gaming have some control in the series, version 1 can fight back. And that's kind of how game 1 went. Optic Gaming were able to get on the board first, and it looked like they were gonna slowly take the win. Just in the final minute, version 1 came alive, and they're doing so again. 20 seconds to go. Beast mode fakes out one. Reddles has to get the save, finds it, and Magic Bear's got full boost to work with.
Layers work out for Optic on defense. Now Magic Bear to the sky, back to the ground. Reddles, that was a hard touch. Ends up just giving up possession to Beast Mode. And Magic Bear cuts it off in midfield. AJ through one demo. Pass back to Reddles. A tight rotation for Optic, but they can't get it done. And version 1 take another game.
What a frustrating game for Optic Gaming. They have all the pieces. They're connecting at several moments on this field and in this game alone. But their defense unable to come out clutch in those small individual moments like that one we saw from Daniel on the backboard by himself. You've got to be able to deny him, and that is a tough task, and we do get a timeout for Optic Gaming to at least try and cool off this version 1 squad.
You know, Optic coming into this split, everybody expected more of the same. Still, people wanted to see them improve, and they just weren't able to really piece it together. The trade rumors about Magic Bear come out, and you think, well, there's no way this team is going to recover off of that. When all of that fell through, you think Magic Bear mentality has to be in the floor, right? But you know, they stuck through it, and it's one of the better stories in the spring split. This team finding a way to rise back up, but they just ran into a brick wall, I guess, is the common phrasing. This is just impossible to get by when they get on offense. There's no space. There's no, like, but that last play they had, Turtle, where they tightened up the rotation on offense and they were trying to find each other and use each other.
Yeah.
That was the most time they spent in the blue half. This was happening against G2 yesterday as well. They spent most of the series on their half of the field playing a lot of defense and relying on those quick counterattacks to get goals. But they haven't generated a lot of pressure themselves. Even that AJ goal came off of very light pressure and right after they left the orange half. But everything else has just been version 1, easily getting clears down the field. Optic having struggles maintaining that midfield possession. Beast mode, a big reason for it in that game.
And to be honest with you, the only goal we saw in that game for Optic Gaming, well, they had some good-looking chances. The only goal was AJ capitalizing, on a poor rotation from version 1. It was a double commit in the corner. 2 players went for the challenge. AJ stuffed them both and then got a free shot. But they're not necessarily creating opportunities. It's been a lot of punishing out of Optic Gaming. Meanwhile, if you flip the perspective here and take a look at version 1, what are they doing? They've got a solo player from Daniel up in the sky, air dribbles around one, then bumps the backboard. And you've also seen a lot of that same tactic from Beast Mode, and Calm is filling the gaps with demos. They are creating space, generating chances, and not just punishing. We need to see that same level from Optic Gaming. They can't just wait for mistakes to come out, Jordan.
You were talking about the analog. Version 1 have Beast Mode, but Optic have AJ. AJ, he did get that goal, but it's not, as Zen showed us last week, with everybody's expectations around him, it's not just about being able to slow the play down and create your own space that way. Sometimes you just have to be quicker. Sometimes it's not the mechanics that you need that actually help your team out. So while AJ front and center here as it gets off the ceiling, but Beast Mode immediately there to challenge him. That's the problem, right, Turtle?
That's the problem.
AJ can't be that player when version 1's defense are tackling him on every space saving chance he gets.
And now the question is, okay, AJ alone is not able to create those opportunities. What else do you have in the playbook for Optic Gaming?
Well, you got Magic Bear, right? Magic Bear has that ability as well, but I think it comes down to the same team issue and with space. Look, more lobs in front. Calm, it prevents AJ from doing anything. Even if he doesn't get the demo there, AJ's forced back into the corner. Version 1 get to control the pace of the game. AJ no boost here. He needs Reddles forward. And it's a tight, uncomfortable rotation here for Optic. Daniels, he has his way with them. He knows that Magic Bear has to hurry up on that play. He knows they're feeling the pressure. They almost don't go, and Beast Mode puts it in.
And poor Reddles, he has been hunting, looking for boost. He'll take anything. He's asking for pennies, any ounce he would love to have. Almost own goals as a result of it. And if you're broke with no boost, you're not going to make the play, and you're going to give up an opportunity. Version 1, say thank you very much, and start us out on the right foot. Bang! Good kickoff. Sends Optic Gaming back to a tied-up score.
Every time Magic is on the cheat up on a
There we go.
kickoff,
Yeah.
it's a threat every time. He did this yesterday too. Off the kickoff when he's in that position, just seems to always get a catch on that ball and at least a chance on net. That time he scored. And Optic, they get the right to ship quickly. I feel like maybe if that kickoff doesn't go that way, is it just more high pressure, more lockdown Rocket League from version 1?
That's massive for Magic Bear to stop the bleeding so quickly. Reddles also has his flip from the ceiling. Isn't going to get contact, and we want to see Reddles get comfortable. If you're a fan of Optic Gaming, you know, seeing him on no boost, not in rotation, not getting demos, that is a bad sign. And here he is challenging early against Daniel. I really want to highlight what Reddles can do and how he's making an impact in this series.
Touch out for Magic Bear. There's beast mode again. No one from Optic can even jump at it. Kong was right there, ready to go. But wait, a demo.
Go for Magic.
And just a chip from Reddles, it's not enough. The quality of the demo is something we talked a little bit about in Game 1. And while version 1, it was less demos, each one felt like it produced more value than, I think Optic doubled their demo total. And even that earlier demo from Magic Bear, you know, it's great to take a player off the back line.
Yeah.
Maybe you even deplete a little bit of boost. But the effect is mostly nullified when your entire team is already rotated back. Picking and choosing those moments, Turtle, like you were saying earlier.
Right.
Be big for Optic. As part of how they beat G2 yesterday, that physical game really helped them out. And if they're getting outboxed, is there a way out for Optic if they're being beat at their own game?
And there's always a cost for reaching for that demo. If we see a player like Reddles or Magic Bear extending to get a demo, to take a player out of the field, not only is he wasting more boost to go for that demo, but he's also slow in rotation. He's not going to be able to get back in time. So if it comes to a result where that demo he got doesn't actually pave any way for his team, it's not going to matter. Because somebody like Beast Mode, if you're taking out his teammates, he can do it by himself, all because of this pass from Daniel.
Yeah, Reddles, he was on that play. Daniel did such a great job stealing that ball away from him because AJ is the whole way back in the opposite corner getting boost. Now you have to come from the opposite side to challenge this ball. Daniel sees you coming the whole way. So of course he's gonna force you to respect the threat that he could score himself, and then he'll just stop boosting and let Beast Mode take it. That's just, again, good recognition from Daniel, good vision, and taking advantage of the positioning.
Oh, but
lead again, Magic Bear looking for AJ. Need a little bit more to get by that version 1 defense. Maybe that shot will do it, but Daniel was ready for it.
I mean, it feels like Optic Gaming, every time they get scored on, they come out a little bit more aggressive, more hungry to even up the score line. And while they didn't get a kickoff goal or haven't gotten one from this string of possession, it still looks the best that I'd say we've seen all game long. But unfortunately, they won't yield a goal from it. And they've got to look to build something out of their own corner. Beast Mode tries to catch somebody out of rotation. And it's all coming back to Daniel. Look at the solo play, wasting time, 50 seconds on the clock. At this point, you've just got to win challenges and let that clock expire.
At this point, I think Daniel has left the ball on more of those carries than he's actually.
That's all of them.
Himself, and Beast Mode read it before the shot came. He saw AJ in the air. He only had 12 boost as he left the ground. Got the save. Reddles at the fake. Not enough, though. Last defender gets it done. Calm. Hard lateral pass to Beast Mode, or to Daniel, excuse me. Beast Mode is on the wing, actually behind Daniel. Reddles trying to find a way in for Optic, but Daniel's he's painting his oil all over this orange half, all over the orange cars. And Optic are having a hard time getting their traction on the ground. There's no time left. They need to get downfield, but version 1 have just stumped them.
3 seconds.
Like a fresh turkey. Right after Thanksgiving, here comes AJ. Last chance, last cry, but Calm puts it down. Magic Bear from his own corner. Beast Mode read him like a book. And Turtle, version 1, making a statement here in the upper bracket. Getting to sweep Optic down to the lower bracket.
I mean, did you see the last 30 seconds there? The ball was stuck in the corner for Optic Gaming. They couldn't do anything. 82 points for Calm, and he's still taking a dub. This man
4 demos, so you know what?
cruise.
You're technically over 100 in my heart, Calm.
Over 100. Well, we'll take that. We'll take that. But Jorby, the last 30 seconds, Optic Gaming was stuck in their own corner, couldn't win a challenge. There was never a break in rotation. Somebody always was there to go for the 50-50. And even if you're losing the challenge, it doesn't matter because you're wasting more and more time. And my goodness, can we talk about Daniel? I mean, I came into this series mentioning Beast Mode, thinking that he's going to be the solo player who shows up. But Daniel has certainly been that guy in this series to open up space and create those chances.
Optic Gaming, we had we had a reverse sweep for all of you Optic Gaming fans out there. We had a reverse sweep last weekend in Europe. So I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible.
Say it, Jorby.
And, you know, if Complexity and Gen G can go out 9 through 12, then there's hope for you. But it's not looking good right now. Version 1 in complete control of the series. Optic, while they've kept it close, Turtle, I think we've kind of, hit the nail home here on how dominant Version 1 have looked in terms of possession. Optic have been in reaction mode for most of this series, despite the score lines being close.
It just doesn't even feel like they can get past the first man, let alone the second. If the main aggressor from Version 1, like here in this instance, it's Calm. He's looking to get a 50-50. Okay, it doesn't work out. It sets up Daniel, who gets a touch on it. Immediately intercepts the possession out of Optic Gaming. They can't get comfortable with the ball, with possession, with anything fluid. And that's just a big shout out to Version 1's ability to read the field, but almost over, Daniel. I thought it was going to slip in for a second. Would have been a good start for Optic.
That difference in structure you're talking about is palpable, though, because you see how far off each Optic player is from on the ball. Yeah. Version 1, second man is in a more aggressive spot, and they're winning those touches. But it's also hard for Optic when you're not winning that boost battle, nice save from Reddles, and you aren't getting those initial few challenges. It's hard for second man to position aggressively in those situations, because then you just look like you're in no man's land and you're not actually doing anything in the play, right? So as always at Pro Rocket League, man, it's a tough balance. Ooh. And for Beast Mode, it's easy peasy. Puts that one in and 1-0 for Version 1.
And you're also having to dodge demos. Magic Bear had to dodge a demo, which led to a poor clear, and then it got stuck in the corner. AJ's running back and barely has any boost, and you were talking about that starvation playing a factor into the rotations of Optic Gaming, and it absolutely has. Without a doubt, you can see how it's plaguing them. They're bleeding in their own defensive half, and as a result, nobody can get up to the challenge in time. First goal is still in favor for V1, and we're not seeing an immediate response out of Optic Gaming that we got in the previous one, unless Reddles has something else to say about it.
Yeah, but Magic Bear, instead of pushing up on that play, well, actually came up on here. I thought that was going to be an immediate clear for Version 1, but Reddles did a great job stuffing it. Didn't have faith. AJ, he had almost all three Version 1 players there. And now Beast Mode rips it. Nothing for him.
Oh, what's he going to do with it? Calm.
He's in trouble! And Calm, he's the perpetrator! Sits in front of the box, gets the second goal for Version 1.
And look at him. Look at Daniel go. Outpacing everybody on Optic Gaming. That's the structure we were alluding to, Jorby, where they're winning the challenges. They have the boost as well. And Daniel absolutely dusts every single player on Optic Gaming to set up that free opportunity for Calm. It is so important for them to be winning those challenges, and that's why they're able to dictate the pace of this game, Jordan.
I know it's 3-0 now, because Calm just put that one in, but Beast Mode wins the 50, and literally everything is going wrong here for Optic. Coming up, Reddles tries to find that read, but he doesn't really see Beast Mode until he gets to the ball, because I don't think he takes the challenge like that. If he knows Beast Mode is coming head on the ball like that, but it's hard. He's got to go. He's got to go up the wall. He's got to find a way to get in front of it. And Beast Mode's just got all that momentum, bro.
Jorby, like, if I'm on Optic Gaming, I'm not gonna lie. I see that 50-50, and I'm like dropping my controller. That is one of the most frustrating challenges I think I've ever seen. It bounces off the car from Optic Gaming, then goes to the top of the box, bounces down in front of the net. That is so frustrating, and a representation of how badly Optic Gaming are losing the challenge game in this individual game. It's been all series, but it's definitely been put on display in this final, potentially final game. That is, unless Optic Gaming can somehow flip the script. They've got plenty of time. That's the positive here, Jorby.
Oh, AJ. Just can't get anything developing in the corner there. That's a great shot, though, and Calm avoids the bump, but it's still maybe Magic Bear ball. No, he's got no boost. AJ calls him off. Calm bumps him off the play. Reddles high ball, but Daniel, he's never awkward, and is pushed back again to the midfield line. Those follow-up touches again lacking. Optic dodging into every touch. Magic Bear finally some control for him. But he can't get anything going. Just didn't have enough in the tank. Beast Mode takes it away. There's another one. Version 1 bombs it downfield. It goes in the net. Version 1 doing a victory lap in game 4.
And they just can't do any wrong. Look at this clear from Daniel. All the way to the other side. Reynolds doesn't expect it. He's the last man back. Magic Bear is rushing after grabbing the boost. And with a clear that big, that massive towards your own net, I mean, at that point, I would have dropped the controller. It's over, Jordan. It's over.
I think this is the version 1 team that everyone was thinking was gonna.
Yeah.
This
lives up to the hype. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You think so?
I think this definitely lives up to the hype.
I expected something so much better than this. They haven't lived up the hype to me. Yeah.
What else did you expect? What more do you want?
No hype.
You sound like
4-0 in game 4.
No.
Probably like 7, bro. Have you seen K-Corp on LAN? Come on.
All right, bro. No. You sound like that guy who's like,
obviously they're living up to the hype, Turtle.
I didn't see a flip reset this game, therefore version 1 are absolutely trash, and I cannot continue supporting this team.
No double reset, musty. Excuse me. Let's see if Optic can get a goal here. But version 1, no, they absolutely are living up to the hype this regional.
Yeah.
I think every player has shown you his value in this match. You've been talking up Daniel this whole game, Turtle. Beast Mode and Calm as well. Whether it's Calm doing getting the demos or just really being a disruptor down the field in any way. It's worked out, and Beast Mode's been lights out.
He's not trying to do too much either. You mentioned Calm. This is a perfect example of just playing your role. Not only has he gone for the demos, okay, we expected that from Calm, but he could be more aggressive. He could try and fit himself into the play in more instances. But no, he's very reluctant to give space to his teamates. Let them do what they do best.
His eyes might turn red if he gets any more aggressive.
Yeah, I think it'd be over at that point. And I'm serious, Jorby. You look at aggression and you think demos, but Calm, my goodness, he's been the glue for this team. And all 3 of them from version 1 can do no wrong, and they take it with ease in a sweep of this best of 7 against Optic Gaming.
For Danmo, the comms are good, and the upper final was easy pickings. They walked into that one. 4-0 in game 4, 4-0 in the series, and now they await the winner of Furia versus Space Station. No doubt in a lot of people's minds, and Gibbs was saying it pregame, that version 1 likely the favorites in this tournament. I think they backed it up with their gameplay right there.
Yeah, and they have definitely shown why there was all of this momentum and hype from the fans, from everybody who was calling them a superstar team. I mean, Waypunk mentioned that they were quite literally a team full of a bunch of rock stars who would come out here and perform well. And they absolutely have. And they haven't overextended. We barely saw a break in rotation. Optic Gaming even had good glimpses and moments where they got back into the game, but even that wasn't enough. And we were able to see how version 1 can close out games, the poise, the composition of these guys. And now I don't even know how he's not blind. This dude's screen and his brightness has got to be maxed out. This is
He's
wild.
Glowing, bro. He's glowing after that series. Calm is glowing. Fireburner, a happy coach, no doubt. Getting them ready for this regional. They look great, but who carries on and faces them in the upper final? We got Furia versus Space Station after the break. You don't want to miss it.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
If you just woke up, sorry, you missed the match. Version 1 walk their way into the upper final against Optic Gaming. Daniel, Beast Mode, and Calm put on a clinical performance as a team, and I'm here with the man himself, the demo demon extraordinaire. Calm, how are you doing today after that win, my friend?
Feeling good. Hard not to. Clean 4-0. Get to wake up, play, go back to sleep if I want to, or, the day's over early.
Well, hey, you guys bombed out last regional, and there were a lot of expectations around you. So I want you to talk to me a little bit about if you guys felt those expectations going into the last regional and what you felt like you needed to do coming out of that regional to improve.
Yeah, so of course there's a lot of pressure on us. There's very high expectations for this roster. We definitely feel it to an extent, but at the same time, it's just, regardless of what expectations we have, we want to go out there and win no matter what. Coming out of the last regional, none of us took it hard at all. It was our first regional together, and we knew there was a lot to learn. There were a lot of good signs, a lot of things that we could definitely improve. Coming out of it, we decided, instead of trying to play the ideal play style, maybe the best way to play Rocket League, if all of your players are perfect at everything, we're going to play to our strengths. We all have things that we're all very good at, and we're going to try to make sure that we're all in those spots as much as possible and make sure that we play to each of our individual strengths.
Oh, I wonder what your specialty is, Com. But hey, this regional has been a lot different, and clearly playing to your strengths has worked. So, like, what's been the easiest part about beating all the opponents you've beaten so far?
I mean, I don't even have to focus on hitting the ball, so that's pretty easy for me. I just drive around and know people, and then my teammates just shoot the open nets. So it's been definitely a lot easier for me. I think for my teammates too, because they don't have to worry about shooting past defenders. They just shoot it once again into the open net. So it's felt a lot more comfortable and a lot easier, this style of play.
A lot easier. I'm sure, 82 points a game is something that you'll be happy with, Com. But, a few more teams left in this tournament. NRG have made it deep. Space Station and Furia, though, are trying to win to face you guys. Now, you guys played Furia in the last regional, obviously much different looking than you are now. But what team are you most scared of heading into the rest of the tournament? It can be lower bracket as well.
We're not scared of any team. We know if we just play our style of play that we're playing, I mean, we're going to win the regional. It's not a question at this point.
Com, you're always confident. It's always a joy to talk to you on this stream, man. Good luck in the upper final tomorrow. We'll talk to you then.
Thank you.
Each game relatively close until the end, but all of them, version 1, in control in the driver's seat, and they put them away with a 4-0 in the series, a 4-0 in game 4 as well. Optic going to be dropping to the lower bracket. They'll face off against FaZe Clan later on today. Version 1, though, guaranteed top 3 second event. The Superstar team starting to come online here, Gibbs.
Play to your strengths, and that's what they're doing. Beast Mode, #1 in goals per game in the tournament. Daniel, #1 in assists per game. And Com, #1 in demos per game throughout this tournament. He said backstage that he wants to combine more demos than 2 and 3 behind him. And he's only about a half a demo off for right now. So Com, clearing that net, but I did like to see Daniel in those early games also getting involved to demo when it was needed to get a ton of wide open nets. And version 1, they're confident, and they absolutely should be, because that was a clinic.
Version 1, the first team to punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. They are done for the day, and we will see them tomorrow morning. On the bottom side of the bracket, you can see Optic now waiting to face off against FaZe Clan later today, and NRG waiting for the loser of our next matchup. A wonderful battle we're going to get to see here on the screen. Furia taking on Space Station Gaming. Both teams, both rosters, teams that have known success in the past but have something to prove this split. One of them is going to prove it right here, right now.
Oh, absolutely. And this is a rematch from the lower bracket quarterfinals in the Spring Open, where Space Station Gaming were able to take that series win 4-2. And I know for a fact Furia are hungry, and this also isn't the lower bracket. I'm not sure if that pressure will actually play to the strengths of Furia and give them more confidence moving forward, because we know just how mechanical all 3 of these superstars can be on that pitch, Gibbs.
It's going to be wild, because if Space Station, they do get the win here, then obviously we would have Space Station guaranteeing the top 3. They've already got a top 4 finish as well. So Space Station could be in a very good spot to make that major. On the other side, Furia, while they did good in Regional 1, they did finish in 5th, tied for 5th. So they need as many points as possible. They don't want another tied for 5th with all these teams going out in weird spots. Because if you make a grand finals, you get a huge boon to your points. Even if that is a 9th as well tied to it. So Furia knows what they need to do. They've done it throughout this offseason of Split, where they have looked fantastic. Space Station, though, is that big team that no one expected this out of them. Everyone's expecting Space Station. So you weren't a top 5 team before. Now you lose Daniel. You shouldn't even be close. Maybe competing to even make it to a weekend. But they are proving everyone wrong right now. So again, huge pressure on both these teams. They both have 2 lives. No one wants to lose one here, though.
Yes, this is, you win this, you advance to face version 1 in the upper finals. You lose this, you drop to face against NRG. And I'm not gonna lie, Turtle, I feel like the run NRG's doing, yeah, everyone's been counting them up like that. They're a free win. Now I'm kind of scared.
I mean, there's so much power with not only GarrettG's mentality. I mean, he was talking in the interview where he got to talk to Daz about the pressure kind of coming off of his shoulders, and he was able to finally sit down today and relieve that pressure. So NRG, of course, scary, but you have to set your sights on this matchup specifically. You're up against Space Station Gaming, who, like I said, took you down before. How have you implemented some changes? Before, I felt like they were a little bit too eager to push out. The transitions looked very, very aggressive from Furia, and Space Station Gaming were rock solid with intercepting the passes and cutting off, like I said, those transitions, which led to a lot of opportunities on the other side.
All right, well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Get your votes in the chat. Hashtag FUR, hashtag SSG. Turtle, who's your pick? Who you got?
I want to betray Jorby. I'm doing it. Jorby, he was hyping me up on the Furia train. I went into a separate Discord call with him, and he's like, dude, listen to me. Furia are winning this whole thing. And while I love Furia, I think Space Station Gaming have convinced me. These boys with Hawkster, they lost that star player Daniel, but Hawkster came in and they look more fundamental than ever. And for me, fundamentals are going to break down this Furia roster.
I think it's a coin flip series, so I'm going to go with the storyline. I want to see Daniel versus his former team in that upper final. I'm going Space Station Gaming as well.
Folks, I
cannot
cannot curse Space Station by casting them here. Also, Jorby would have my head if someone didn't compliment how well this team has been playing. They beat FaZe in 5 games. They beat Dignitas in 3. They have knocked out 2 teams that made it to the winter split or the winter major already in this event. Furia is on fire. They have something to prove, and they're going to prove it right now against Space Station. Give me Furia on this one. How's chat feeling about it? How's chat got this one? I feel like this one could be kind of all over the place. It is really just straight down the middle. 45-55, a narrow favorite Space Station on the desk and in the game or in the chat, folks. Let's get down to the pitch. Best of 7, first of 4 advances for a dance with Virgin 1. Space Station versus Furia. Let's get out of the field and play some Rocket League.
Well, you heard them say it on the desk. Daniel is waiting for the winner tomorrow. Furia looking for a long overdue return to glory. Something's gotta give. 7 games to a finish kicks off right now.
We've seen teams bend and break over the course of today. And we still got a lot of Rocket League action to go, but we need to fill up this upper final. Which team deserves a chance to take down version 1? Both teams have been elevating over this spring split, but only one can move on in the upper bracket.
All eyes, of course, on this Space Station squad to see if they will get a shot at their former teammate, but don't sleep on Furia at all, especially in this head-to-head matchup as Card gets the scoring started very early on for Furia.
Furia with space can be a dangerous game. Lost pops it up, says go get it. A Card with the first strike here of this series. Excellent work for Furia to kick things off.
Lost getting involved in the play, trying to create some of that magic that he had when he started the season in South America. Here goes Card. Jan in behind him, but Hawkster making the stop there. I think Hawkster kind of serves as the X factor in this series as he's going through the entire split, right, Daz? I mean, he's got more goals this last weekend in the Spring Open than he had his entire tenure with Ghost, and LJ couldn't stop this as Card continues to take over.
And you talk about this, but let me look at this. Off the ceiling, still has the flip, uses it at the perfect time to send it just under LJ. Individual performance here from Card to start us off. He's 2 for 2.
So Card taking center stage as Arsenal will try and get the offense flowing now for Space Station Gaming. Lost there to block him. Jan is there at the back line as well as LJ leaps through traffic, trying to drop one down towards Arsenal, and Lost pops it back out. There's Jan over to Card. Furia repels Space Station once again. And look how quickly they moved downfield. The Lost needed a touch there, didn't have it.
You see Hawks on the ball. You talk to him about the X Factor. He gets the demo, which sets up a lane to get the goal. There is that X Factor performance out of Hawks, so he takes matters into his own hands.
At no point did I believe this was actually going in. I just didn't think Hawkster was A, going to be able to clear the way himself, and B, I felt somebody was going to catch up. Nobody did, as Hawkster adds just his 3rd goal of the weekend. And Arsenal will dump it back in, and maybe Space Station Gaming about to turn that momentum around as quickly as it was turned against them.
Now, you were talking about it again. Just want to go back to that. Everybody on Space Station Gaming has the ability to take matters into their own hands, just like we saw with Hoxer. If you get LJ going, he could have a performance that could just completely take a game into its own hands. Same with Arsenal. As you see him right here on the ball, it's a beautiful redirect. Hoxer can get there first, he can, but it's not on target. LJ, fake challenges on Yan. Yan goes for the bump. Ball still in that blue half, while Arsenal, tried for the ground pinch, but couldn't get around the ball.
Yeah, it was a little indecisive. He changed his mind after he launched, and LJ there blocked by Card. Here goes Arsenal again. He's made his mind up this time. Yan stops him. Now it's LJ. Left it for Hoxer. And Card there to stop him again. Every time Hoxer is anywhere near the ball, Furia fans start to maybe just get a little bit nervous. He's 2-0 against this squad in a couple of high-profile situations as Hoxer ranging back will make the stop here.
Something to keep an eye on. Okay, to fake that is crazy, but it worked. And honestly, when you look here at SSG, in terms of the matchup in the midfield, they've been doing a very good job getting to the ball first, which could be a difference maker here when he goes down the stretch. But they gotta stop that man right there, Card, again. 3 for 4. Hat trick for him. And Furia with a 2-goal lead.
He's got them all. And they've been no doubters every single time. Card has been absolute money here. 12 goals now on the weekend. And plenty more to come. There's still 2 minutes left here in game 1. Space Station Gaming has to get a body on him, something.
Yeah, it just comes down to keeping it up to where he's located, but also at the same time, making sure that you don't leave those lapses in rotation. Giving Furia space is a dangerous game, and they're learning the lesson the hard way.
He's also having one of the more efficient shooting performances he's had this season, which is real scary. Here he goes again. Arsenal stops him this time. And Hoxer couldn't get a second touch because Yan's in the way. Just seems like Furia outpacing SSG right now. Demo's in front and lost. Sailed one high through the smoke screen.
Keeping the ball in, though. Furia don't want to give up that space for Space Station Gaming transition. Minute 15 here in regulation, and the ball is comfortably on the orange side as Furia try to dance around SSG.
Now Arsenal, again, unable to get around Card, who feels like he's got 2 clones out there right now. He is everywhere and haunting Space Station. Lost will launch one back in. Yan in there to support him, but LJ will have it away initially. Gave it away, and Yan will pick it clean.
It feels like that was given to him. You see this initial touch from Lost. LJ gets this off the ceiling, doesn't have a boost to get a follow-up. Hoxer too late. And Yan with seemingly an open net there. Furia starting to run away with game 1. It is all them here on Manfield Night.
Last couple series between these two have been lengthy affairs. This is played out and around. Card stuffed by Hoxer, but boy, this is all coming too little too late for SSG. They've let this game get well and truly away from them. Hoxer diving in, and Lost still managing to get a ball or a car in front of that as Yan will bring this out, and the final 20 seconds will mercifully tick away, maybe with a goal or 2 still yet to come from Furia, because they have just been all over SSG.
They have. I mean, even now you see the pressure. SSG, who started the game off with just a couple of solid offensive challenges, could not keep up with the level of speed and efficiency that Furia were when they moved up and down the field with the ball. Dominant game 1 victory here for Furia as they set the tone of this series.
It's a longer series here in the upper bracket. Best of 7, so you get a little more time to adjust, and we'll see exactly how SSG does that. But the numbers that you see tell the whole story as we look back at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, and it was the Card replay. It was Card here, Card there. Hoxer getting one with that demolition. But Card with a hat trick. His 10th, 11th, and 12th goals of the weekend. And he continues to just light up the scoreboard against Space Station as well. He leads the squad, Furia, in goals against SSG now with 17 on the season.
It's going to be up to SSG to see if the adjustments can be made here. We know what they could do on offense. We saw glimpses of it in game 1. Just a little bit off the mark here and there. Now with Furia, they have momentum going forward, but this is a game of shifts and movement. What will SSG do in game 2 to get themselves back into this one? Because again, that opener was not pretty on the orange side.
Oxer trying to drop one down. That last touch will set it up for Arsenal. And that's how SSG gets its first lead.
Love this here from Hoxers. That second touch got everyone from Furia with a question marks over their head, and Arsenal there to put it in. Great initial work here to kind of nullify all of the Furia momentum going into this game.
Arsenal's had a hand in most of the goals, this time taking matters into his own hands. LJ has been on fire as well this weekend. We're yet to see him get going as that kicks right out. Card shot. Oh, it's off the post. Still dangerous. And Hoxter will have it away towards Arsenal.
Good being able to pass it out and clear on the side of SSG, but very close here for Furia. Defense still needs to be a little cleaned up on Space Station Gaming side because Furia is still running with all cylinders moving forward.
Neutral 50 between Arsenal and Yan, and now who's going to take this? It's LJ after Yan called off his challenge. Now Hoxer going to be able to bring it back in. Arsenal's lurking in the wing and thought about it, realized Card was going to be in his way, and then lost. Just lets Arsenal fall right on by. So now LJ's got to bring it back to his own backboard, and Hoxer there to pick it up.
A couple of fake challenges here from LJ, and it will get to a point where Furia is not going to fall for that bait. Can Hoxer get here? No! Wanted to get the redirect. Now Furia trying to set up here and move downfield. Been very quiet from them considering how much their presence was really felt in game 1. Things have kind of shifted a little tense here as they try to set up an infield pass. Bakar too far forward. Yan with the high ball will follow up his own touch. Look for another, and it's a race. LJ gets there for the block.
Started to wonder if maybe we'd see a little bit of the Yan that we're used to seeing. Knocking down maybe a triple, but not this time. Back and forth the squads go. Still Space Station in front by a goal, but LJ taking that even though Arsenal had the boost. Now Yan from the ceiling, blocked by LJ. And banked out beyond the midline as Furia has to retreat. Still down only a goal with plenty of time remaining. It feels like so much more time has gone by in this game, but still a ton as Hoxter gets demolished right as he respawns. Card is lurking. It's Lost who takes the shot and ties us up.
This play starts off with the demos in the back end. SSG has a lapse in defense, and that's exactly what Furia were looking for. 2 demos, sets up a little bit of space. Lost, instead of sending it high, sends it low. Whatever puts the ball in the back of the net. Furia back in the game.
So after a playmaker in game 1, Lost gets his first goal of the series, an equalizer at the midway point of game 2. And now Yan had that taken away by LJ, but Lost is there in support. Yan running forward as well, couldn't get in Arsenal's way. And Card gonna take his time. That gave LJ time to meet him, and almost a Rule 1 there. That one left behind by Lost. And now Yan dancing through, blocked by Arsenal.
I think the reason why this game has been taking so long is because been a little slow. Everybody kind of slowed down after the initial opener here. And no one's really hitting the ball that well. Even this touch from Lost was definitely awkward. Arsenal gets a demo after he ended up having a whiff of his own quite earlier. And everybody trying to reset here. Plenty of time for this game to shift one way or another with less than 2 minutes to go.
A lot of possession, a lot of passing. LJ able to grab that corner boost, but could not get to that ball as Yan did. And Card couldn't quite catch up to it. That goes off of Lost, and Arsenal had to be ready for it, and was. He gets swept off the backboard. So it's on LJ and Hoxer. Somebody's got to communicate. It's LJ that does. And he'll send it downfield, but only as far as Card. Space Station still look very much out of sorts defensively here. There's a lot of chaos being forced upon them by Furia as Yan has that back out towards Card. Finally, Arsenal jumps in front, and maybe Space Station can set something up on the offensive end.
Ooh, a little awkward there, but LJ gets there first. Great control. Arsenal trying to see if he can create something here, but the ball kind of getting played out into the corner. And even though Hoxler gets to the center, there's no one really there on the side of SSG to make moves of it. SSG have the possession. It's just about controlling and getting past the Furia defense that does seem pretty set.
Yan got through one, but Arsenal dump it right back in. Not a whole lot of intent behind that play, and not much boost to steal. Card got the midfield away from Arsenal, so Arsenal had to get on his horse and catch up. Took out Card. Seems to be the guy you want to take out right now. He has been en fuego, as Card now bringing another one back in. Around the boards and set out by LJ. Every touch to the corner just seems to threaten so much chaos. Arsenal got bumped, and that goes harmlessly across the front of the goal. Furia have been all over the space station half again, but have not come away with nearly as much success as they did in game one. Final 10 seconds now, as Hoxler's got to try and get this out of the corner. Space stations seem like they're driving through mud right now, trying to clear their own zone. LJ's got to bring this down to ground just to get us to overtime, and that's where we'll head.
SSG was in so much danger there. You start to look at the boost being drained. You start to see how uncomfortable they were position-wise on the defensive end. They cannot let Furia get them in a type of headlock here in this overtime. Otherwise, there's a strong chance there for Furia to come away with this game. They finally get some space here moving forward. Let's see what they can do.
I almost feel like your improv skills are tested when you play against this space station team. Everything just kind of starts to look like it's falling apart, and then they try and salvage it, and that can be really disorienting for a defense. Hoxler on the corner, gonna take this himself. Got around Card, that'll bring LJ down the field. Only as far as Lost. He tried to jump in front, ends up pinching back towards his net. Unfortunately, Arsenal was there. And Card will give a quick turn to this. Arsenal over towards LJ, who side flipped, and Lost just has it away past him. So you start to see Space Station string something together here, but then it falls apart at the last moment.
Good positioning though from Hoxler. Lost with that touch out. He knew that there would be that touch, so positioned perfectly to kind of keep this in form here. Arsenal trying to go off the ceiling, but had to turn back because Yan aggressive challenges, and this is going to be the difference maker here. Who's going to win the midfield? Because once both teams kind of get set up, they have both been capable of really putting on goal-scoring opportunities or making the other side's defense look messy at sorts. It's just about battling to get there.
Oh, Yan bringing it forward. Lost, got it in front again. Boy, that ball has been in that particular spot about 3 or 4 times in this game, but nobody from Fury has been able to capitalize. Lost shot, sent away by LJ. Not the cleanest clear, but at least it's away from the net. Now Hoxler up to Arsenal, intercepted by Card.
Arsenal with the pass to LJ though. Hoxler running interference. Can LJ get it? He can! LJ strikes. It's a 3-man play for Space Station Gaming to take game 2.
He's been involved in nearly 80% of the offense for Space Station, and finally gets on the board with an overtime winner in game 2, and it's game on between Furia and SSG.
We wanted to see the adjustments, and we did. Now, it wasn't the cleanest Rocket League we've seen, but it was enough to throw Furia kind of out there for a loop. You look at the stats there, even just taking the shooting here into account, 9 shots to 2. And every single one from Space Station Gaming went in. Yeah, they didn't try to put things on net as often, but when they did, they found their mark. Furia, with so much early pressure, and even pressure in this game, struggled against SSG's defense. I mean, the only time they scored was when they had to literally take out, I believe, 2 of them back-to-back in order to set them up some space.
Hey, the important thing for Space Station, and particularly LJ, whose shooting percentage has actually been quite high in this event compared to the rest of the season, doesn't matter how many shots you take, matters how many shots you get by the defense and into the net. That one from LJ was all it took, as Space Station Gaming have tied up the series. And now Furia have to ask themselves some questions. How are they going to replicate the success they had in game 1? They had all the opportunities in the world, but they didn't seem committed to about half of them. So some of those balls that ended up close to the net, nobody jumped after that. It just kind of felt like they were playing maybe overly conservative.
You got to look at Card there. Card was definitely the player to watch in game number 1, but could not replicate that performance. Even though Lost had a couple of assists here and there, Card did have some really individually good shooting and ability to move the ball up the field. Everybody has to show up here on the field, though. Big swing game in the series as we already are 15 seconds underway here in DFH Stadium.
How will this game differ from the last two? It's lost over to Yan. Good passing play set up here. It really tested LJ, who had to play very patient defense, but did so. Now he'll send Arsenal downfield, trying to go underneath, and lost his right there. It was clever from Arsenal, but not clever enough. And here goes Lost the other way, and Arsenal gets all the way back to help out.
Arsenal had to get back quickly, too. You saw him going for that initial challenge, and then you to think Lost got past two there, but just was a little slow at pushing the ball forward. Could have been a chance for Furia to get on the board early.
Arsenal having to move literally everywhere on the field to keep this game scoreless in the first minute, and Lost will drop that down in front, but maybe not what he was intending. Looking for the redirect. Now here goes Arsenal the other way with interference from LJ. Nothing happening there. And Hawkster delays Lost and Furia just enough. It's still very dangerous. That's a triple commit in the corner. And Arsenal, that bump on Yad, it just continues to bully him out to the center line. That will hinder Furia. Is it enough? It certainly is.
SSG low on boost here. Big play from Arsenal to move upfield and get them some space. Bump as well. And Hawkster even tried to test the defense there, forcing Card into the net more, slowing things down. SSG not afraid to send that second man forward on offense, and Furia have to watch out for that.
Now, demos are the stat we track that you don't see on the in-game scoreboard, but you wonder when we'll start tracking bumps, because my gosh, they've been a big factor here as that pinballed around. I'm not sure how it got out towards Card. I'm sure it surprised him just as much. This one, not so much, but he sent it wide and LJ will clear.
Huge clearance as well. That save was incredible. Definitely want to go back and look at, because I still don't even understand how it works out. Free ball though. Hawkster got it. Quick strike from SSG. Game 3 starting to roll.
Look at LJ. Blocked by Card there, it looked like. But the whole defense had to sit and watch and wonder, where is the shot coming from? It's coming from Hawkster. His second goal and a second lead now for SSG. Fake kickoff. And that one, well, it had kind of a resounding whimper to it. But they're still on the offensive end, as LJ will try and corral this, give his teammates time to get set up and maybe grab some boost as well so they don't get starved out. And Arsenal will clear it away at Lost.
Lost though, good turn. Playing light touches here and there and trying to move forward to create some chaos. You're seeing Furia be a little bit more methodical with their approach, not sending everybody up at once. It's about beating SSG to the ball, though. Again, how they got scored earlier, again, showing signs. Hawkster, super quick on the play. You talked about him being an X factor, and, you know, he is showing that in and out of this performance. There's a lot of quick strikes here from him as well, and SSG with a little bit of breathing room as we got less than 2 minutes to go.
Hawkster has been the gatekeeper that Furia has not been able to get past. We mentioned earlier, 2-0 this season, and, well, in his career against Furia. Arsenal bring this to the opposite side, and he'll stuff Yan. This is still dangerous, as Hawkster needed a second touch, but that will fall right to LJ. Lost will try and bring it back in. He's got a lot of work to do, and that's bounced away. Only to Yan, and then Card gets hit from behind. He was waiting for that ball to come down oh so patiently. LJ trying to get the flip reset, no, and Yan will sweep it out.
Yeah, fakes that. Card gets the bump, class 1. LJ on the goal line. Doesn't matter. Lost says hit the weight room. Game's tied.
Well, Lost was the table setter in game 1. He's getting some work done now. This one ties the game up again. Second straight equalizer for Lost, for Furia. And another maybe classic series brewing between these two squads. LJ looking to line one up, and he got the second touch. Hawkster will roll in the rebound, and SSG is back in front.
I don't think anyone expected Hawkster to be here. I mean, you see this initial touch, it's right on top of the nose. He also got a bump on Yan. And Hawkster again with the strike here. 2 for 2. LJ assisting both goals. And SSG back in front.
Well, he's more than doubled his goal count for the weekend in this one series. Getting involved now, finishing on the offensive end, where he had been Again, primarily helping out as Yan will have to dish this off to the side, follow it up himself. And now Card around LJ. This goes across the net and over towards Arsenal. Didn't get that corner boost, left it for LJ. And now drop down to Card for the tie, saved away by Arsenal.
Good save there from Arsenal. Clearance as well. Able to get that straight to Hoxer, who is having Furia hesitate when he's on the ball now. Can he set that up? Oh my goodness, Hoxer! You are amazing! Phenomenal solo play in front. He's 3 for 3 in game 3. It feels like Furia can't stop him.
Some of the shots that we see squeak through this Furia defense, you just wonder what in the world is going on. This is a Furia team that doesn't let you get many shots, so it's important to be efficient, and Space Station has been in this series. Now they've got Furia on the ropes here in game 3. Lost shot blocked away out in front. And now Card out of the corner. Lost to get back within 1. LJ, Arsenal both there. It's Arsenal with the save. Now Card to give him a chance here. It's still dangerous, and LJ just contorts his car enough to send this out, and Space Station take control of the series.
Well done there from SSG. You could definitely see them really start to get things going. 3 assists from LJ, 3 shots and 3 goals on the side of Hoxer, and Arsenal kind of cleaning things up in the back end with 5 saves. As they have turned this series on its head. Furia with such good offense there in the beginning game here of the series, but then starting to slowly let things slip from their grasp, and now they've been playing from behind.
It looks like we'll see maybe a couple of car changes out of Yan and Card, as somehow, some way, Space Station Gaming found a way to get 3 kind of bouncers past the Furia defense. Again, a team that only lets you shoot about 7 times a game. That's best in the tournament. Meanwhile, on the other side, Space Station, when you throw away that first game, they're living up to their defensive prowess. They haven't allowed anybody to score at all. They're averaging, what, like a goal and a half against? And now with a couple of near shutouts here against Furia, not letting them replicate that success from game 1, where it almost seems like that was an aberration compared to what we're seeing now. Card has not been nearly as comfortable, hasn't had nearly as many open lanes to shoot through. And as we get ready for game 4 here on Utopia, we got to see if Yan kind of comes alive here. I think that he's the guy that Furia has kind of all the eggs in that basket, that whenever things are going wrong, Yan's going to get us there. He's got to come alive here in 4.
Gonna really need to see, again, that control and speed from Yan here. Like you said, ability to take over games. Card's gonna try to start him off, and Key Card almost got that one. It was blocked by Arsenal. LJ on the other end makes it awkward, and Card will come through to clear it away. Mechanics on both sides being shown here to kick off game 4. I'm loving what we're seeing.
Can also be a tendency to try and do too much, to try and take matters into your own hands. Yan's actually been very good about that. He has never been one to press, as he nearly twirled one through there. When he needs to rely on someone like Card, or in the past Kaio, he's been able to kind of share that spotlight with them. Gonna need some help if he can't do it himself here. Hoxer brought that down to ground. No follow-up, as Card will bang it off the side, and Yan will start it downfield.
Good on SSG, though, to get these challenges in. Yan with space can be a threat of his own. You saw LJ go up so early for it. Now SSG with the ball in the corner, still looking a little awkward. They're trying to go off speed to throw off Furia, who know how to play so fast. And it is showing glimpses of working, but not enough to where they can rely on it. This one's still as close as can be halfway through. Only a few shots apiece for each team. We're not halfway through yet. What am I talking about? There's still so much game to go.
I'm just going to leave it alone. Nobody had to know, but, well, now even the blind viewers know. Daz messed up. Here's Hoxer, dropping one off to the side. He messed up when he left NRG, clearly. Have you seen what's happened this weekend?
Why are we don't need to bring that
LJ twirling through now as he kind of corkscrews his way into the zone, and Yan there for the stop. Things have settled down here between these two now. We're not seeing that frantic pace on either side. Not seeing a lot of physical play either. Nobody's bullying anybody around. Nobody is confusing the opposition. Yan's double there, goes wide. And LJ will casually bring it out to midfield. Could be trouble here for SSG. as Furia can push back into the zone. Card just couldn't get one too close to center. And yet again, the teams just kind of settle down, waiting for someone to blink. Maybe somebody has. Jan just a little wide and couldn't get it in front for Lost.
Still looking for that control. Card up quick. Oh, but the shot's off target. If it was on, I don't think LJ had a read on it. Now actually halfway through the game, and we are still in the same position. No one able to get in the scoreboard unless Arsenal can start it off. Yeah, and block that one out. We'll try again to see if Furia can regain a little bit of control. They've got the ball where they want it on SSG's half, but they're not able to hold on to it. LJ, just a strong carry upfield, as this has definitely been a game where both teams have had kind of space in the midfield to do what they want, but it hasn't been much of anything because the other side has been able to get set on defense.
And maybe another bout of ping pong here, but Hoxer, quick pass down to LJ, and he'll slot it home top left. Oh, look at the pass.
Somebody was gonna make use of all the space. Hoxer down to LJ, LJ to the top left. We've been talking about bouncers all day long, but that one was picture perfect. SSG in front, 1:56 to go. 56.
It's Hoxer now looking for more. Flip, reset, and he got the dunk. Oh, but a second touch off of Lost on the way back, and that threw off the follow-up. But it's Space Station Gaming in front. Now, Furia have had answers. Can they get another quick one here? Card couldn't follow that up himself. LJ got by. One more touch. He's got it inside the dotted lines, and a 2-goal lead.
Aggressive challenge here. You see Lost jump so early. No one is back. And instead of getting LJ room to work, he tried to see, okay, if I take away his space, maybe I can force an error, buy my team some time, or get a challenge. Neither of those things happen, and you see the risk there on that challenge. Now, 2-goal lead for Space Station Gaming. They are looking to put this series on match point the way they're playing right now. It seems like we're headed there. Hoxer again! Goal after goal, SSG striking.
There's a good drive from LJ as well, and you thought maybe that would get through. Arsenal clearing out the defense just in case at the back line. And it continues now for Space Station Gaming. Surely a timeout on the way here out of Furia, as their backs are about to be against the wall unless they've got a miraculous comeback here in Game 4.
LJ.
Oh, this is going in?
Yeah.
No!
Chance there, but with a 3-goal lead, super comfortable right now on the side of SSG. And it's going to be up to Furia to see what they can make adjustment-wise to get themselves back into this series, because SSG are just playing their game at this point, and it's been working beautifully.
Lost will power this one through a pair of Space Station attackers, and this goes all the way across towards Lost. And Lost called off, yeah, and he's going to take it himself, and he's blocked away by Arsenal. Would have at least given Furia some life here in the waning seconds of Game 4. That one, not a lot of pace, and Hoxer stopped it as well. LJ towards Arsenal. Now it's Jan. Lost around the corner. Lost will have to follow this himself, and LJ is there as well. Just seems like maybe a little bit of my turn offense now out of Furia, as frustration surely setting in. Space Station Gaming, 1 win away from getting to the upper finals tomorrow.
Just such control from the side of Space Station Gaming. Their ability to read the field has been phenomenal here, and they're looking really good. And you said it, timeout Furia, as Mateus is gonna need to talk to the boys and figure out what exactly they can change to get things under control. Because especially that game, that was SSG just taking their time, denying a lot of space from Furia, and then striking just as hard on the other end.
I got an idea. Turn the lights on. You can actually see Justin when he plays now, and all of a sudden NRG is making a run here in the lower bracket. But in all seriousness, Space Station Gaming has had, over the past couple of games, their 2 best offensive showings, getting, first of all, to the 3-goal mark, but also getting multiple opportunities at the net, second and third chance opportunities, and it's very seldom the first chance that ends up in their net. It's a rebound. It's someone like Hoxer coming in and playing janitor right in front of the goal line. and Furia have not been able to limit those multiple chance opportunities, and the scoreboard bears that out right now.
Sometimes the lights are too bright. You gotta think about that. Right now, Furia has definitely had a spotlight on them this spring split. That was crazy. But seeing how Furia have had, a lot of eyes on them and a lot of discussion on and off the field, I would say that for them, they're in a good spot right now in terms of overall kind of standings, considering the conversation. But if they want to be in a better spot just overall, obviously a series here win is big. But when it comes down to the matchup against Space Station Gaming, again, there's been times where they've looked slow to the ball. There's been times where they feel like it's a little desperate. Again, you saw the lost goal. That challenge was super aggressive, and he was definitely beat there, but still went for it anyways to try to see if he could create some disruption. And those types of plays, when it comes down into the stretch here, is going to be ones that you look back on and like, man, if we clean things up here, if we didn't give them so much room to work with and so they could set up a couple passing plays, it would have been a lot better. So, I mean, we've seen Furia with their moments of brightness where they have had good offensive possession. They could demo past teams, create solo plays, but things have slowed down during the series. Now, if they don't want to go to the lower bracket, they got to win every game from this point. Game 5 getting started.
Loser has NRG and their big time run here in the lower bracket waiting for them, as they'll have to play again later on today. Winner gets version 1. And this almost got through, but Jan will range back for it. And hey, if it's Space Station Gaming, with all the talk about players coming from different regions into North America, it would be an all-American upper bracket final tomorrow between V1 and SSG. That pinball's out, and Jan will have free reign to start the attack downfield, but he almost got clipped by Hoxer. LJ's got to play this. Oh, it went off the crossbar. Card denied by LJ.
Card went for the low shot there, and funny enough, LJ, the place he couldn't get was to the top corners. So it ends up going right to LJ. Another shot. It's a good one from Yan. Lots of pressure coming out from Furia. And the openers, Card, even that one was a little scary. You see how close Lost was to trying to get a follow-up as well. And SSG have to weather the storm. Start looking at those boost totals until they get this ball out.
Yeah, LJ guessed right on that shot. I mean, it was a little more than a penalty kick from Card there. Unlucky for Furia. That kicks off of a defender and disrupts Furia enough, but now Jan bringing it back in. Oh, he's going headhunting as well and still could not open the way. Lost, tried to kick one out. Jan couldn't keep this one in. Here goes Arsenal. Finally, Space Station Gaming have broken free, but only for a moment, as Lost almost got by Hoxer.
Oh, Hoxer, the recovery on that initial challenge and a force of 50 may prove big here if LJ can score this. Can't do it. Arsenal with the chance. Arsenal, no! Blocked by Lost. He put up a wall in front of that top right corner.
It's like when you would watch Shaq just palm the ball when he blocked it. That's exactly what Lost did there. What a save. But now here goes LJ. Looking again. Oh, he got Lost out of the way. And LJ adds another to the tally.
Look at this from LJ. So much control when he had initial contact. He had 40 boosts. When he went for the bump, he had like 16. Unreal stuff there. You got to be perfect, and LJ was on that play.
So many question marks around LJ at the start of this season. Was he, in fact, the guy? And, well, Space Station had a strong start to this season, as Arsenal will make the save there. Card trying to run interference. Lost did take Arsenal out. Now Card, blocked by Hoxer. It just feels, though, that both moves that Space Station Gaming have made before and now during the season have worked out, and maybe they do just have some kind of inkling as to what they're doing.
They definitely look like they know what they're doing. I mean, I've talked to Arsenal so much about this team, and to see them all finally kind of do things that they've been trying to for so long has definitely been a story worth keeping an eye on. But the series is not over. Furia still have some fight left in them. We're approaching the 2-minute mark. They're down by 1. They got to get things under control because they almost were down by 2 there if Arsenal had a better lane on that ball.
I think we just reacted just a split second sooner. This is 2-0. Instead, just the 1 goal difference. Furia hanging around here in Game 5, a game they must win to send us to Neo Tokyo and give themselves a shot at maybe getting to Champions Field and turning this series and maybe their season around. Of course, neither team, if they lose this series, are out. We mentioned that at the start of this game. Here goes Card. Over to Lost. Two-man play. Card with the demo, and still denied by Arsenal.
He saw through the smoke. Incredible there from Arsenal. I like the setup, though, on the play, though. Keep going, giving it back to Lost, going for a bump, trying to work through the confusion. Great signs of life here, but Furia need a little bit more. Space Station Gaming not letting up on defense.
Who's going to take charge here? It's LJ in the corner. That bounces out towards Yan. Lost is there, in behind the defense, and LJ caught up. In from behind the play by the slimmest of margins. There's Card, and Card and Yan could not combine to force that ball through on the right side.
So close, but close is not good enough. The shots are too slow. The shots are sometimes just barely off target. Someone's just a second too late. These are the things that are plaguing Furia towards the end of the game and potentially the end of the series.
Boxer down to LJ, and it caught a deflection off of Card just wide. Now everybody's got to scramble. It's only Arsenal at the back, and Yan picks the team apart.
He got the flip, and he put everything behind it. He had 11 boosts, activated perfectly, and Lost with the bump. The fight for Furia showing here towards the end of this game.
No decisions. You got to win by KO, and you got to work a little bit harder to take out someone like Yan. 24 seconds. This goes out to LJ. Hawkser out of control, so LJ's got to play it himself. Corner boost available. Who's going to take it? It's Lost as Yan will start him downfield. 10 seconds. Card trying to catch up to this. It's going to kick back out central. Lost is there. It's still available. Hawkser in no man's land, and Yan beat him again.
They went all in on the play. Furia do not give up. Hawkser in a tough spot. Yan says, I'll put it where he ain't. And Furia controlling the tone as they try to fight to survive in the upper bracket.
That's at least the third of that kind of shot that Furia has had in this game. And now it's on SSG, who will not even have a shot at tying the game. Furia stave off relegation and continue on to Neo Tokyo.
Things are starting to heat up here in this series, especially when you see Furia. I mean, they started coming out here right out the gate with a lot of offensive pressure. SSG did a great job weathering the storm and had a lot of great defensive stops. But when it came down to the end of the game, it was like everybody turned it on. Hey, you only have so and so seconds left. Just send the house. And my goodness, did it pay off. Now going into this, we'll see what Furia can do. Are they going to continue to play at this speed, or will we kind of see something similar to what we saw in games 4, where, you know, a lot more slower paces? Both teams kind of looked for mistakes here and there. So much to think about as game 6 is on the horizon.
Yan had been relatively quiet going into that game. A goal and an assist to his tally. He adds both goals for Furia. 2 late absolute daggers that have stunned Space Station Gaming, who now have to work a little extra time now. On to game 6. They were oh so close. Can they recover, or does Furia snowball this momentum towards Champions Field? Good ball ahead. Yan there, it's quickly on target, and Hawkser with a save. And I think that is a wake-up call for Space Station. They're going to be up for it now. Card denied by Arsenal.
You can feel it setting in. The tension on the field. SSG, who had that momentum. It feels like now they're under a little bit of pressure. How will they respond as things get kicked off? Furia are trying to keep up the pace from when they took their Game 5 victory. Chance, though, for SSG as they got the ball in the orange half.
Commit between LJ and Arsenal, and Yan has that through the corner. Good ball to Lost. There'll be no follow-up as Arsenal will play it over towards Hawkser. He'll dance around one. Did he get around another? No, but LJ's there. Through the corner, he'll take it slow, and it's still available. Arsenal can get there, but he can't, and Lost has it downfield. It's up to Yan to take over, and he does. Yeah, that was actually great proactive defense out of SSG. They weren't going to allow Yan to get into a position where he could get a bump or a demo. They're already up in the air, and now at least onto the Furia half for the time being. Here it comes again, though. Card, good drop down, and LJ right there to deflect.
You can see the confidence, though, coming out of Furia from some of these plays. Card way downfield on that. Hawks are downfield as well. It's a good pop, but there's no follow-up here on the play. Have to respect the chance for the clear. Arsenal took his time, but still wasn't enough. It seems like just down the stretch, Furia have had more dangerous shot opportunities in Space Station Gaming this game, where it feels like SSG, they play offense, but then they have to race back because that counterattack from Furia is so dangerous.
Could be some history brewing for North America. This season, NA teams are 0-14 in the series when they call a timeout while down 1-3. Furia trying to be the first to win in such a spot. At least got one step down. Now locked in a scoreless draw here with Space Station in game 6.
Backflipped.
But Lost can't get up to challenge this. Hawks are being pestered by Card, so they can't get a clean shot off. This is dangerously close, and Card jumps in to save the day at the last moment.
Now Furia under that pressure. Hawkster's up. Drop down to Arsenal. Setting up for LJ! He scores! Space Station Gaming with the lead!
LJ retreats for boost and then still gets back into the play. What a patient, impressive attack out of Space Station Gaming. Everybody involved had given the lead right after the halfway mark.
I mean, you're talking about selfless play. Oh, Hawkster, oh, that was dangerous. Arsenal, they want to keep things going. Space Station Gaming not letting their foot off the gas. Furia got to get out of the zone.
Well, you know they've got what's going to feel like an eternity to work with here. Still 2 minutes and change. As Hawks are denied by Yan. Here goes Arsenal. Quick read. Card was there as well. Race to the corner boost. Believe LJ got to it. He did. And now he can center this. And Furia could be in just a spot of trouble here defensively, if not for the efforts of Lost, as he does clear the zone. And that's a big, big clearance.
Oh, I mean, this is looking so uncomfortable on the side of Furia. Space Station Gaming just kind of playing the ball where they aren't and forcing the most uncomfortable touches. Even Lost there, just killing the ball, no real pressure, but you can still see it. They haven't been able to get it out as much as they want to. Meanwhile, when SSG are on the ball, they're doing everything they can to break down this defense. How long can Furia manage to hold on to the pace? Because it doesn't, we're not seeing the signs of urgency. We're seeing desperation from them. They need to move down the field. Only a minute 20 to go.
Well, Yan played hero in game 5. He's going to need to put in some more work here, as he's got it from his own back line. He's got his minions running as lead blockers, but this goes across the way. Lost out towards Card and intercepted by LJ. Yan looking for that corner boost. It spawned in behind him, so he can only watch as this is brought right back in, and everyone's got to look for boost now on the Furia side.
Feels like Furia are in a chokehold. Can they break out? Or will they submit? Time will tell. Every time they clear the ball out, SSG sends it back into their own half. They are not trying to let Furia have any space here in the final minute.
Will we have another flash of brilliance out of Yan and Furia down inside 30 seconds? It's Lost and Arsenal going neutral. This will fall towards Lost. Yan running ahead. Card running ahead. They're double teaming LJ in the net, and still he manages to break free and make the save.
Clearance downfield. 10 seconds on the clock. Furia, they gotta go. Yan on the ball. Gets a big dunk. Card is there, but Hawkster gets a piece. Lost in waiting. Just picked up the mid boost. Can he get there in time? The answer is no! Space Station Gaming put the ball on the ground, and they got a date with V1 in the upper finals.
The story has written itself. Space Station Gaming gets a shot at Daniel with the grand finals on the line. How about this finish between Space Station and Furia? Just about every game coming down to the wire. The first game was what it was. It was the card show. After that, Hawkster and LJ absolutely took over, and Arsenal kind of goes as the unsung hero in this series, right, Daz? I mean, sure, he only adds a goal and a couple of assists, but without his defense, which was at times otherworldly. You'll see it even probably in parts of this Mobile One high performance replay. Just without that, Space Station gets swept here.
It's a 3-player effort there from Space Station Gaming. You gotta give them congrats. They're done for the day. Furia have to try to regain. There is still more Rocket League to go. We gotta eliminate 2 more teams today. Keep it locked in. It only gets more exciting from here.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic. Reality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Wandering in this place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space. So we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how we tried. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Cup, where Space Station Gaming just took down Furia 4-2. It was a hard-fought battle, but ultimately, in the end, really just seemed to rely on the defense to hold through. Now, Arsenal, I gotta talk to you about that last sequence. It just seemed like Furia were knocking at your guys' door. That ball seemed like halfway in, and then it seemed like LJ didn't matter. No bumps, no demos, came out of nowhere to get that save. How do you guys get this defense all the time?
I'm not gonna lie, LJ has always been like a phenomenal defensive player. Same with Hoxer. I mean, against Furia, like his offense was insane, but his defense is so underrated. Like Hoxer saves everything, LJ saves everything. I occasionally save the ball. I mean, it was a recipe for success.
I mean, you've found it not only this time, but you found it in the open. Just seems like the spring split is where you guys are feeling good. I see you bobbing your head, you're weaving on the field. Talk to me about what the difference is between winter and spring. I mean, obviously some roster changes, but talk about the team dynamic.
I feel like our play styles, just in general, we feel a lot more comfortable. We're able to play exactly like how we want, like our natural play styles. And not only that, we're all very like similar in the way we think. I think that's helped us a lot in our runs. Even when we go down, like first regional, we reverse swept FaZe. We're able to like bounce back because we all think similarly. Like someone might not think they're playing well, we gas them up, they play well, they win us the series. It kind of goes like back and forth between who's going to peak.
Now, you're the longest tenured player on Space Station Gaming. It seems like you are the face of Space Station Gaming. Does that translate onto the field when you guys are playing? Do these guys kind of look up to you as the captain, or is it kind of spread evenly amongst all three of you?
I feel like it's hard for me to speak for my teammates. They might see me as a captain, but I think we all see each other as like equals. We're all just on the same playing field. Everyone does what they need to do. I think my confidence and like my energy is really what affects them. So if that's a leadership quality, then yeah, I guess I'm partially a leader.
No. I would say 100% that's a leadership quality. You know, your mood really sets the tone, and it's just hard to not smile when we see you vibing on the field. But, you know, it kind of feels like coming into spring, you guys had a chip on your shoulder. You guys had new coach, new player, new roster. It seemed like a lot of people were kind of saying Space Station might be washed now. I don't know if they're going to be making waves, but you guys have put yourselves right back in the conversation. How good does it feel to, I mean, once again, put those naysayers to shame?
I feel like before, when I was younger, I'd say it felt good. But for me now, it doesn't really feel like anything. As long as I'm happy, my team is happy. I know I said it once before, but like my true supporters, like they'll always support me regardless. So whether I lose, whether I win. So it doesn't really feel like much. I don't know. I just feel normal, I guess.
Well, that's good. I mean, you guys find yourselves in the upper bracket final. It's been a successful weekend, and you guys are going up against version 1. And from what we heard from Com, I don't know if you heard that interview, but it seems like they have their play style down to where, okay, beast mode is going to be scoring. We're going to have Daniel assisting, and Com is just going for demos. How are you going to try and, shake that up to make them feel uncomfortable outside of their roles?
I'm not gonna lie, Subi, that's a real federal view, but I would just say, we're gonna like just chase them around, I guess. I mean, they're all good players. I feel like if you're getting chased, if people are like trying to demo you the whole game, you kind of have to do it back. You kind of have to get back at them. Otherwise, you're just gonna get smoked. So definitely, I'll just say a little bit of demos. That's all I'm giving out.
I like that. I love aggressive play on the field. I like when players fight fire with fire, but it's been a long day for you. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow, and I can't wait to watch that series.
Furia gave it their best effort, but in 6 games, Space Station knocks them to the lower bracket. Space Station advances to face off against Virgin 1 tomorrow in the upper bracket finals, excuse me. We got 2 lower bracket quarterfinals to go through, though, before we get there. And boy, howdy, are both of them exciting matches in their own right. Here, Stacks.
Yeah, and you look at the teams that we have in these lower matchups, and you wonder, okay, is NRG really going to make this miracle run? This is almost last call for them, right? And then on the other side, you've got what seems like a matchup that every esport has probably published documentaries about. It's just, think about the star power you have in this lower bracket right now. This is peak Rocket League.
It was created, Gibbs, by all these upsets that have happened throughout the course of this bracket playing out. But let's talk about those lower bracket quarterfinals. Stacks is alluding to it. This match has happened in every single esport across the face of North America, at least. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. No rifles are involved anywhere here, but this is still going to be a shootout, Gibbs.
It is, but for Optic Gaming, today has not been their day. Oh, sorry, Wave. I'm here. You couldn't hear me, but
I assume the fans could.
So Optic Gaming, it has not been their day at all, right? They played against version 1 and it did not go well. A 4-0 sweep. On the other side, the problem is there's one top 4 team left throughout this tournament, and that is FaZe Clan. And we just saw what First Killer did in that series, 2 goals per game, and he was a carnivore on the field. Like, he was just hungry and taking every single shot that he possibly could, and his teammates were doing a great job in feeding him as well. And First Killer looked like the best player in the entire world. So Optic had maybe an hour and a half break. They need to find something during that time because Optic looked flat today while FaZe is on fire with First Killer. Right now, I think on paper, by watching today, I think that this is a 4-0 for FaZe, and they're going to put up 20 goals to 2, right? But Optic has had time. They have experience. They have a good coach behind them in GarrettG. They need to figure this out, and hopefully they have.
As great as First Killer was in that last series, he's going to need help. I don't think he can do it back to back, especially with the layoff between series here. He's going to need somebody else to step up and score a few goals because that's when FaZe is at their best.
I'm looking at Mist across that field. He's a player who's constantly, I feel like, forgotten about in this roster, but is so strong repeatedly on the back line and then also can bring it up on the front line. I'm excited to see if Mist can get it online here against Optic Gaming. But I mean, there's so much experience on this Optic Gaming lineup too. Reddles and AJ in particular have been around the scene for a long time, and Magic Bear has got a very cool head on his shoulders there. I think that long break you're talking about, Gibbs, definitely going to help them. They're going to be in a good spot. I'm not too worried they're going to be tilted after the 4-0 against V1.
You hope not, but there's a lot of pressure on Optic. FaZe Clan knows that they're going to the World Championship. They know very likely going to the main event. But Optic Gaming, they absolutely have to make Boston Major and perform there to make it to that World Championship. So FaZe, sure, they could miss Boston, and they do not want to, obviously, but all the pressure on Optic Gaming right now.
Optic managed to make it to the wild card last season. Can they do it again this season? This match going to matter a lot for those results. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag OG, hashtag FaZe. Stacks, who's your pick?
In 5 of the 7 NA regionals so far, FaZe has had 2 players in the top 6, whether it be in total goals or goals per game. And they're on a similar trend now. They got number 1 and number 6 now in this event. So you gotta imagine. It's gotta be FaZe, right? No,
there's a FaZe logo there somewhere.
Absolutely not.
No.
Optic Gaming is the team of destiny. They've saved their best for last. I believe in the Reddles pop-off. I've got OG.
He juked us good. Juked us good.
When you look on paper, you have to go FaZe. They always put up tons of goals. They do pretty well on defense as well. Their plus-minus is always world best, right? Then when you look at what happened today, you have to go with FaZe as well. FaZe looks red hot, and Optic Gaming looks really, really flat. So clearly I'm going FaZe. It has to be FaZe at this point. FaZe looks so much better. Come on, Stacks. What are we talking about here? FaZe, in every metric, should win this series. I'm going FaZe.
I want to believe in Optic, and I do think that we will see a better Optic than we did against V1. However, the first killer we saw, I agree with Torby. If you put any 13 players on the other side, I don't know he can do much. He's gonna need some help. I think he's gonna get it, and I think we're gonna see FaZe Killer pop off here, folks. Give me FaZe in this one. I'm excited for it. How's chat feeling about it? FaZe or Optic? The green wall continuing to show up. They have found their Rocket League fans, folks. So, but I mean, is it just for FaZe, right? Okay, we have seen it is always the roller coaster for them, Gibbs. So, right? It's not a matter of how they play at their peak. At their peak, they beat literally anyone in the entire world. It's how do they deal with those lows? Is there, or are you worried? Are you worried at all that we're just going to suddenly see them like, well, they're just going to fall apart?
I'm not that worried. Like, I think there is one issue with First Killer. Like, if he has to carry the entire load, that could be a problem, because we saw when version 1 played Optic, it was all three getting involved in different aspects of the game plan that made version 1 take that series comfortably. You expect that to happen for FaZe as well. They're going to have to get a little bit more involved. First Killer, like, at any time can win you a series, but you don't want to hope for that, right? You need all three members to actually play their game. FaZe is a top 4 team in the world. They always have been throughout like every aspect. They always finish top 4. They don't go a lot further. But in NA, they're very close to kings at this point. So I think FaZe, they had a rough day 1. They want this lower bracket run. They want to win this regional again. They want to do the same thing that they did in winter. They finished 9th in regional 1, came back and got the #1 overall seed. They want to put themselves in that spot again. Optic, though, I don't know what you do. It's been an hour and a half, but you got to fix a lot of things.
We'll see how they can bring it together. Consistency going to be the key here for Optic Gaming. Call of Duty sends its regards. FaZe versus Optic here in the Rocket League Championship Series Spring Cup presented by Mobile One. Let's send another team home.
Earlier on, it was said that First Killer could 13v1 and come out the victor, but can he, Subi, smash through the green wall that has fallen from the upper bracket? I did ask Subi a question. I heard him personally. It was a great answer, but he's apparently muted coming through. But that's all good, because FaZe Clan have got more than just First Killer. They've, of course, got Typical. They've, of course, got Mist. And earlier on, yes, First Killer was the man. He was the guy who was making it all work for the boys in red. Optic Gaming, they had a pretty disappointing performance when they were up against version 1. A complete 4-0 against them. They couldn't take a single game. Instead, we're going to have to see a very different team. Seeing Rettles go for a couple of demos early on, though, is going to push First Killer into that terrifying position of defense. A good shot long by Mist, tipped towards the left wall by First Killer, and removed from the pitch very quickly by Magic Bear. Optic, they've got a lot of work to do, because right now it's just going to be FaZe doing everything they can do to make yet another major. Bear in mind that they were a grand finalist against Carmine Corp, and they made it tough for KC as well at that. But a 9th position is not a position fitting for them. They need to be sitting near the top of North America in one of those top 3 spots, and for them, realistically, you're looking at a top 2. Optic Gaming, their story is a little bit different because they've had incredible success. They've turned it around a lot so far in the spring split so far. They're currently 2nd, just behind Complexity, and only 1 point ahead of GarrettG. They're going to be very happy that GarrettG went out. But if they can get a more of a performance here, after losing earlier today, then they just get a few more points and they're going to push themselves even further ahead, and maybe even ahead of Complexity if they do extraordinarily well. Minute and a half gone and a long shot coming in, but nothing that Magic Bear isn't going to be able to deal with. Typical on that backboard, tips it round, no one there, however, until actually missed from the side angle, got it on target, saved away from a very acute angle by AJ. Typical now up high, Rettles to receive, but gives that ball away quite easily, so Mist can fly in, finds First Killer on the side, a long shot, sniping the net. First Killer finds it in 2 minutes. It's FaZe with a brilliant counter-attack. The midfield pass rocketed straight towards that net, and a demo just to obscure us a little bit on the gold. Golden Dragons flying their way out of the net. And FaZe with a good early start to the game. Optic held on for a little while, but unsure whether that was going to be holding on for a huge amount in this game at least.
Sorry to leave you alone there for a minute, Stumpy. You know, just had to see how you could do treading water. You did well, 2 minutes. Not as well as FaZe Clan and First Killer. I mean, the success continues for him. Just seems like he cannot miss.
I mean, seeing a couple of chances here from FaZe has just led to Optic now trying to have a push of their own. A great pass central again, and a few times the opportunities where you see those passes coming in, they only open up by having a few more demos as well at that. First Killer up expeditiously on that ball with a corner boost pickup. It falls now to Typical to then be dribbling down the other side, but with no boost, he won't be able to get too far. after his couple of great passes earlier. First killer passing central, but Mist isn't there. And the pass back, the 1-2-3! The adaptation on the play from FaZe. That's not how they envisioned it, but their final goal was exactly the same.
I love the unselfish play there from Typical to just gently pass that one over to First Killer. He had no shot on target, but First Killer did. And FaZe Clan, all gears churning in this one.
That's a lovely play too. I'm sure that pass was meant to go to Mist originally. The fact that Typical turns straight back round on it, can then get the pass again back to First Killer. Passing plays are such a weakness of mine. I absolutely adore them. Typical receiving the pass from Mist there on the backboard, but a brilliant touch from Rettles. Sends it straight back out to the midfield, and he can continue on that play.
And if there's going to be a difference maker in this series for Optic Gaming, it's got to be Rettles for me. He hasn't had the greatest spring split. When you look at goals per game, he's second from last right now. Just has not been able to find any offensive production, but the bumps and the demos and the aggression is where he can completely change the gameplay for Optic Gaming. But right now, he's just been completely null and void. And that's due to how FaZe Clan is playing.
Yeah, FaZe have clearly changed something between each spring event so far, because this has been a different FaZe Clan to the team that we saw, to be fair, quite rightfully go out in their pretty pitiful position. They didn't look like the team that you see in second going through to the last international major that we had over in San Diego. They needed to change a little bit, and certainly been a lot of work gone on in the back line as well, or rather in the back rooms, to make sure that they're going to be able to bring it up in this regional. We find ourselves with under a minute remaining, and Magic Bear wants to continue this push for Optic as they still lack by 2 goals. AJ has to stretch to get back, and a pass towards Rettles. Magic Bear to receive the third. Back to AJ, shot on target! Never mind the 3-man passing play from FaZe, let's make it 4.
Absolutely. Whatever you can do, we can do better. Just making the defense twist and turn on the back line, and AJ with a nice, powerful shot to bring this one within reach.
40 seconds left, and a big galvanizing play for Optic Gaming. A matchup that you'd see in a lot of different esports, but I feel like we rarely see it in Rocket League. A good flip reset from AJ, managing to push Mist, be able to get a save away. Magic Bear now tries to snipe down on somebody, a Predator missile trying to come in, isn't able to get anything from it. Instead, the final 20 seconds now begins as Optic Gaming need a goal here, otherwise game 1 goes the way of the Reds.
10 seconds to go here. Game number 1, and a big gaff from Optic Gaming. Just completely turned this ball over, making it even harder on themselves. AJ's got to keep this one up. He's got Magic Bear downfield. Great challenge by Typical to push this one to the side wall, and Mist gonna hammer it to the floor, and FaZe Clan take game 1.
A confident game 1 as well from FaZe. I feel like then seeing them have such a great push, especially led by First Killer as well, but the spearhead for FaZe Clan. Whereas Optic, I felt, really turned on in the final minute and a half or so. That's when they put on most of their pressure against that defense of FaZe that is also incredibly strong. A machine that's definitely whirring back up to the level that we saw them back in winter.
Yeah, it's got to be so tough playing against a team like FaZe Clan, and that man right there, First Killer, when he is popping off the way he has been today, you just got to make sure that you have him marked the entire time up and down the field, because that's the offense from FaZe Clan. That's how they're getting goals. Slow him down, and you're going to make your odds of success even higher.
I mean, Magic Bear's going to make that incredibly tough, though, because, I mean, if he sees anybody on FaZe Clan that's sitting on their laurels, he will drive through and he will destroy them. He, I believe, is now the event leader in demos, which is just ridiculous. He's overtaken Rettles.
Over Calm?
Calm was second coming into yesterday.
Wow.
Rettles was first, and now Magic Bear is now above him. He's had an unbelievable push on that offensive play, especially removing those players. Not necessarily the one who's going to be... So Calm is the event leader currently, but then, yeah, Magic Bear has overtaken Rettles, which is just... The amount of aggression that Optic Gaming want to push on their opponents is unbelievable.
Yeah, talk about an annoying team to play against, because not sure how long you're going to be on the field for and how often you're going to get sent back to your own half as Magic Bear tries baiting out Mist there. Not going to happen, and First Killer just going to boom this one all the way downfield. He's already in the air trying to read Rettles. I mean, he's feeling confident today, and if you're FaZe Clan, that's how you want him to play, just completely unchained.
It's unchained, but then it's also making sure that as he has been, he can go for the occasional solo play, but also go for the passes, go for his unselfish act, where that is where FaZe are at their absolute best, when he is able to assist. He is one of the best, if not the best second man in the entirety of Rocket League, helping out his teammates. Mist ignores the ball, goes for the bump, and typical finishes it off.
You love seeing the Goomba stomp on the goal line. Mist goes up, immediately flies past the ball, and sends Magic Bear back to the dirt as Typical puts FaZe Clan up by 1.
Within a minute as well. That's a great start again for FaZe Clan. The second game, Magic Bear with a brilliant kickoff. First killer moves AJ to stifle it somewhat, and missed straight to the backboard. First up for that shot, actually I think was on target too. And Magic Bear wanting to pad even more with those demos, chased Mist all the way back into his own half, proving why you don't need a demo to be successful on the bumps either. If you just make that contact, and even if you just get in the area and you just push the defense, then you can get a few goals from it as well.
I love those drop down passes that are almost 90 degrees, perfect right angle. They're so fun to watch as 2 go from FaZe Clan, but Mist has plenty of time, plenty of space. And Reddles, well read on that, gonna push that one back. And dangerous ball, but here comes Magic Bear. He's got AJ in tow, they both go up, and that's gonna put Reddles in an awkward spot.
First killer removes AJ from the pitch is going to lead to this push back down for FaZe Clan with a touch around the side and missed central. Magic Bear has to clear it away, does so in the path of AJ, where AJ bumped away from that ball immediately. Nobody having time or space on any of these plays from either team. Considering the aggression that we've got on either side, it's hardly shocking.
Oh, nice try there from Magic Bear. He tried getting some paint onto first killer. AJ couldn't quite squeeze it around as FaZe Clan forced to play a little defense here. Magic Bear gets the bump on first killer, and Reddles. Awkward play there, big mistake, but somehow they maintain possession, and FaZe Clan trying to get some offense started, but again, back on defense. Reddles gets the bump. Magic Bear 1v1, and first killer denies.
Oh, but the double demo though, as Mist then comes in and removes Rettles from the play entirely. Says, if you're going to get rid of my teammates, I'm going to make sure that I cut this out of the source. He's going to try and remove him from the pitch, does so brilliantly. We are now halfway through the game, and AJ wanted to go for that flip reset. Rettles to the ceiling, that's one. The second to the backboard, but first killer is the third point of contact.
So far, it's been great offense that we've been seeing from Optic Gaming. They've been maintaining possession quite well and keeping FaZe Clan at bay, and more importantly, keeping the ball away from first killer, but he finds himself on that side wall. He had the boost. I think he baited out Magic Bear thinking that he was at 0. Smart play there from first killer. This one's going to go across the top of the box, and Magic Bear hits it over to AJ, but can't quite get the pass down.
And first killer playing with that level of intelligence and the confidence it's like coming up against a perfect tool assist AI. Magic Bear wishing in a little bit of tool assist there for that shot as it goes off the crossbar, down onto the goal line, but can't get tapped in, which is a shame for him. First kill now in a 1v1, takes the immediate shot, but Magic Bear, a man that has been in the 1v1 arena himself a little bit, manages to save that one away. A miss though on that second touch of defense, and an awkward play. Simple to shoot on target. That goes over. Magic Bear to the corner. AJ central. A scrappy time for Optic Gaming and a bad time for it as we enter the 1 minute mark.
65 seconds to go here in game number 2. And Optic Gaming searching for their first goal here, trying to tie it up. As Reddles bombs this one downfield, turned away nicely by first killer. Smart clear there towards the side wall, towards a teammate to try and work this ball downfield. 45 seconds remain, and Mist trying to extend the lead. Gets it over 1, but forces Magic Bear in an awkward spot and to use the boost. Smart play there to get that ball high.
It's a lovely pop as well from Mist there. As I say, just wasting a couple of seconds, make sure that it burns some boost to challenge him. Mist onto the backboard, can't follow from it, doesn't matter because AJ is there to clear, unless he just literally isn't, misses it. 25 seconds ticking down in the second game with FaZe already with the series lead.
Oh, baby. Oh, it's so tough. He slows the ball down, the pass comes in hot, and the shot comes out spicy.
I love that land, the wave dash pass over towards Mist, can shoot it dead center, but with the speed isn't going to be able to be saved away. 18 seconds, and just a scarier scoreline to be staring down. But off the kickoff, Magic with a good chance, gets 15 into the corner, perfectly for Mist as well, but an immediate challenge for AJ. And AJ looking like a player that has got a little bit more to give in this series, along with his teammates. Because Optic, we saw them better earlier on. Oh, did we? They still got 4-0, but you'd hate to go 8-0 on the day. Their 6th consecutive loss in this tournament so far, and FaZe's 8th consecutive win.
You know, I think Gibbs said it best on the desk, where Optic Gaming just came out flat today. And that flatness has just continued on. Curious to see if they're going to be taking a timeout after this one to try and get some carbonation in their play.
They're taking that timeout, CB. And also, that was FaZe's 9th win in a row. I apologize. No, it was their 8th. I'm still being silly. Yeah, Optic getting that timeout. The perfect time to do it. Take it after 2. Do not take it after 3. I'll hammer this point home near enough every single time. Do not wait until that devastating final match.
Yeah, you can't be trying to come back from a reverse sweep and trying to figure it out then. It just seems like you're already clocked in on overtime and, you know, it's time to head home. But for Optic Gaming, see him talking it out, trying to figure out how to slow down FaZe Clan, because in game number 2, First Killer, while he was involved all over the field, he wasn't involved offensively. No goals, no assists, only 2 shots credited to his name. So it's just so dangerous. I know we've talked about it in the past, where when FaZe Clan is playing like this, where First Killer has the potential to just take over not only a game but a series, and then Sypical and Mist are also playing well, this is a team that is potentially world champions.
It's a long way to go before we get to Worlds, especially for FaZe trying to climb their way up the rankings too. They finished in 8th so far. They're sitting alongside NRG and version 1 in their points as well. So it's not a great place for them. They're outside that spot to get through to that spring major. Yes, they're in a good spot, I mean, for Worlds contention, but you need to make sure that you are getting to every major that you can, especially getting the grand final at the previous major. We saw how well Carmine Corp have done so far, especially in a stronger Europe than ever. FaZe Clan, they need to do the same.
It's going to be tough, as you see First Killer.
What is that room, by the way? Why is that just such a
marble
gorgeous
floors?
room?
Looks like a Peloton in the corner or something. I don't know. I don't ride bikes, but
yeah.
that is gorgeous.
And his room overlooks some amazing mountains as well.
I know, a small picture window. It's incredible.
It's not a picture.
Just weird that there's another window to the left covered by blinds.
Oh, sure, of course. But that is just a gorgeous room. It's either gorgeous or it's a dentist waiting room. I'm not too sure which one. I like it personally, but maybe he's going for that dentist vibe because that man is clinical.
Yeah, that's why that chair can lean all the way back to about 170 degrees.
And there's a man waiting next to him wearing a full smock and mask, ready to look at his teeth.
Okay, we've gone way too far. I don't know what's going on now. I don't know where we are, but here we are, back in the Spring Cup. Game number 3, Optic Gaming, trying to make sure they don't get swept and find their first win in 7 games.
I mean, with FaZe on the current tear that they are, and First Killer putting forward that touch. No, you're not getting away with this. First Killer getting the reset from that initial touch onto the crossbar down.
Gross.
Yes, there's taps towards Typical with AJ, but good God, man.
It is just a clinic right now from First Killer. So impressive to watch him play, and it was impressive to see Typical as well with the patience to not press forward and just wait, just in case that ball squeaks out. It fell right into his lap. As AJ, nice touch there to keep it away. Now we've got numbers, but Mist takes that one away to keep the offense going for FaZe Clan. And right now, Optic Gaming need to figure out some way to control this midfield and, more importantly, control FaZe Clan.
It's a pretty devastating stat when I say that so far, Optic today have a -11 goal differential. They have scored 4 and they have conceded 16. That is a really, really poor look for Optic Gaming, and they need to turn it around. GarrettG, during that timeout, needs to have more words for them than I'm sure can exist in a timeout only 2 minutes long.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Atta kid, do a little twist. Do a little twirl. And put that bear over them all.
He's been in hibernation today, all right, but now he's come out, he's got a tummy full of acorns, or whatever it is that bears eat, and he has found himself a goal at the end. Brilliant play from Magic Bear to get over 2 defenders. The chance of missed here to go low with this, with a reset as well. He isn't managing to use it, and 90 seconds elapsed, starting those cogs for Optic Gaming to turn in their favor.
Should we just try and do as many bear puns as we can this series?
I think we would get a lot of hate.
It would be unbearable.
Yeah.
We might have to take a pause for a moment.
I'm not continuing this trend. It's not okay.
Oh, okay, says the guy talking about dentist office and guy in a smock and a mask and fair enough.
It's not weird till you made it weird. 2 minutes have gone, Subi. It starts now for FaZe to be continuing their push down the pitch, but a good counter-attack starting to form in favor of Optic Gaming with one challenge and a very patient Rettles. He gets punted into the corner. The physicality from FaZe starting to turn it on against the team that have led it all so far today. One pass low, Rettles has to dive in behind AJ to get that shot away.
Well, this is going to be a tough one as a 50-50 and a demo comes out. Rettles on typical, but First Killer keeps this ball alive. Well played is missed. Patiently waiting top of the box. AJ going to boom this one over to Magic Bear. And that's an awkward ball to try and wrangle in, as that's going to just turn back over right into the hands of FaZe Clan. And Optic Gaming unable to get this ball out of their own half. They're struggling with boost numbers. All 3 members below 50. They're able to get this ball nearly past midfield, but right away, Typical just keeps the pressure coming.
I feel like even though there's a couple of misses on that backboard, FaZe still aren't reading it. They can read each other just fine, though, with Mist finding First Killer and Typical thinking that chance was not going to find him. Instead, it does. A good dribble from Magic Bear where he fakes out a couple of defenders on the side of FaZe Clan as well. Missed to receive it in his own 6-yard box. And just chances are starting to appear for Optic Gaming. They've definitely turned it around since that timeout.
1,000,000%. Doing a much better job of capitalizing on every opportunity that they have, because so far in game number 3, only 2 shots. And both of them coming from the hand of Magic Bear. They haven't been able to really control midfield. They haven't felt their offense fully in swing just yet. But here comes First Killer. Off the side wall, plenty of space. How does he always find it? He just seems alone, left on an island all the time. They gotta continue to man him up.
Rettles with a great catch, fakes out, missed, but you can do all the faking you want. Just absolutely send it. And the double miss! No! First Killer does the simplest free play touch to the backboard, tries to challenge them, and they both fail, crossing like swords on an ancient wall, and First Killer able to tap it home easy as you like. To be honest, a completely pathetic display from Optic on the defense there. First gave them a multiple choice quiz where all of the answers were the same apart from one, and they all unanimously said, yep, it's the different one. It has to be the different one. No!
First Killer put that ball on a tee, and they just came out and struck out. You cannot miss that. It is unacceptable at this level of play, and Optic Gaming might just find themselves in a 3-0 hole because of it. They need to score here. Rettles, soft touch towards the net, gets the demo, keeps things alive, but great rotation from First Killer as Magic Bear looking for the bump. AJ with the follow-up, but denied by the crossbar, and here comes Mist. Rettles has to get away from First Killer and does so. 20 seconds to go. Optic Gaming searching for one.
Great catch from Misto, just to slow down the play a little bit more, then flicks it high, making them burn a bit of boost just to challenge. Bear in mind, there's still only 2-1, it's still incredibly close. And AJ from that back line goes towards the right side of the pitch with 15 boost, sends it central, no one's there. Rettles is a few footsteps farther away than AJ thought that he would be. Another ball sent long, another midfield block by FaZe, and it's just another one, and it's another game win for FaZe Clan.
My goodness. Threw that one in the bin. Did Optic Gaming. They were playing so well until they weren't.
Brilliantly.
They did. And it just, that's the way that your life can just fall apart in the RLCS. It is so easy to just give it away as we turn towards the Mobile One high-performance replays and get a look at Magic Bear over
Oh, that was
two of
good.
FaZe Clan.
This-
Oh, look at this! Look at this!
Right, if that happens in my ranked game, I forfeit. I close the game, and I go for a walk, because that is, I'm upset doing that in Champ 3. If I see my teammates do it, I'm not flaming them, because you shouldn't flame people in Rocket League, of course, but I'm silently flaming them in my head. Maybe I'm screaming in my house. But it's just completely not okay. It was so out of character for any RLCS team, and yet it happened.
Especially for a player like AJ. Just so clutch, so key in so many moments. But right now, Optic Gaming have made this extremely hard for themselves. They need to pull out a reverse sweep to make this happen, but we've had one of those in recent history, so it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Optic are going to want to try and work their way a little bit away from that 1-2 scoreline, because 5 of their 7 game losses today have been conceding 2 and scoring just the 1. So they're going to want to try and get that early 1, then make it 2. They've got a much better chance of it, but their timeout stats are equally as poor. They've gone 1 and 5 now after that one, after calling a timeout. Typically, it benefits the team that calls it a lot more, but you're also in a dire situation when you do call it. So Optic Gaming are on a real flubber here in the Spring Cup.
Nice push there from Reddles, and causing a little chaos there as First Killer and Mist get tied up. But currently, Optic Gaming sitting at a -5 here in this series. Only 2 goals to speak of, and when you tally up the shots as well, those are few and far between. So for them, it's just been a matter of holding on for dear life, trying to keep that pulse alive, and Typical puts them in a coffin with this backdoor shot.
Yet again, FaZe start early, and they start it with a team play. From First Killer to Typical, the duo is deadly, and in 1 minute and 5 seconds, First Killer find themselves yet another lead.
So impressive. The poise, the confidence, the coolness that we're seeing on the field from FaZe Clan. Coming out, trying to make, obviously, much better results than the Open.
Bit too much on that.
They want to show you that that was just a fluke. And great demo from AJ as Reddles puts that one right back over to AJ. They got to get out of these corners. Offense so tough to work out of, especially against FaZe Clan when you've got defenders like Mist on that back line.
Thing is, I was really hoping, you talk about it being a fluke, I was really hoping that Optic, they weren't a fluke. But, you know, obviously they've done well here. They're still currently in that second spot. They've still done brilliantly. But you don't want Optic to be a fluke. You know, they've still got a great chance of getting through to that major realistically.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
The other teams have done. But you don't want to lose like this. You don't want to get to Saturday and lose literally 8-0 on the day. Like that's just demoralizing. Whereas FaZe Clan, what a turnaround from them. A complete opposite turn for both of these teams.
I mean, if you want to be an optimist, which I know you're not, you're
I'm not. No,
currently
I'm sad and pathetic.
Glass half empty all the time.
Upset with things, yeah.
But for Optic Gaming, it's one day, right? And yes, terrible performance so far. They need to find a goal, and they do. What a pinch from AJ.
Brilliant play from AJ there as well. Typical pass it back, he has to. And then AJ capitalizes on Magic Bear's bump, keeps Mist grounded, and then forces the 50 alongside the first defender that he encountered. AJ, that 1v1 skill coming into play, levels it up, dead on halfway in the game, and Optic Gaming need that goal to galvanize a turnaround.
And Reddles with the disruption on the back end. Here comes First Killer, and what a tough spot to be in, but what a great save from Reddles, realizing Magic Bear was in a jam, able to get that one out. Great play from Optic Gaming, but as I was saying earlier, I mean, they're currently sitting at second in points to make that major.
So well in the Spring Open.
I know, but that's all you really need is one performance where you show up and show out, and that could make you go to the major. So for them,
this is still good.
It's still good.
It's still a good placement, but it's not what Optic wanted, considering that they came third previously. It's good long shot.
I think it's
the
way they're losing. that's putting this sour taste in our mouth, right?
Absolutely.
It's not the fact that they're losing. It's the fact that it's like not getting wins.
Yeah.
At all.
Not getting game wins. And you need to get game wins, then just get yourself some confidence as well. Because going 8-0 on the day is going to shake people. That would shake any competitor. That's not what you want to be seeing. Especially when it's that full streak too. It's typical, capitalizing off one demo in the midfield. Typical flicking again. Magic Bear does get that ever important touch. And after all of our waffling, Subi, there's a 1 minute 10 seconds left with Magic Bear and Rettles both committing for that one, but Rettles brilliantly going towards that back wall.
Yeah.
The touch towards AJ. AJ will receive, punts it back down, can't get the second touch though. And First Killer, the man who has been everything for FaZe so far, to that backboard, tries to get it low and missed, was in a position to save, but Magic Bear with an even better saving position.
Yeah, Rettles has been crucial for the
demo.
stage. He's been getting the demos. Now, First Killer needs a 1v3. Almost does it. AJ didn't have a lot of boost to work with. This ball still in a dangerous spot for Optic Gaming. Typical, keeping it alive for FaZe Clan. First Killer's already up, looking for the double. Oh, Mist gonna finish it off. What an offensive sequence for FaZe Clan.
The three men team up again. First Killer realizes can't get to that. Let's let the powerhouse Boomer in. Mist fires it crossbar. There was a touch from the defender, but it was not enough. 30 seconds remain. First Killer on the FaZe Clan with First Killer on the brink of a sweep against Optic.
Oh my. First Killer goes up just so quick. So speedy. That flick absolutely brutal, and Mist denied by Rettles. Nearing 10 seconds to go here. Optic Gaming have to march the full length of the field. AJ, brilliant challenge there to push it all the way into the orange half. First Killer pushes it towards midfield, and Rettles gets dunked by Typical, and that could be it. This ball needs to stay up. Optic Gaming need to keep it alive, and they're going to own goal to end their own lives.
At least it's not another 2-1. They made it 3 in the end. Their streak of the 2-1 losses manages to finish, but their streak of losses have not. That is 8 in a row for Optic. However, the crowning glory, the 10th win in a row for FaZe Clan. They go 4-0 today in this series. They have not lost a game since they got knocked to the lower bracket, and they have a chance to continue it. They go through to our lower bracket semi-final.
Congrats to FaZe Clan. All 3 members, Typical, Mist, and First Killer. As we get a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance replays from this one. It was a tight one, but FaZe Clan coming out on top, and it really boiled down to the team synergy.
Honestly, yeah, like the passing between FaZe was so on it today, but Optic Gaming, despite that brilliant talk from Raw Greg, could not have enough to pull them through to that victory. FaZe Clan take down Optic Gaming. The match after the break, Furia take on NRG.
FaZe Clan have lost 2 games this bracket, both of them to Furia in the upper round 2. Other than that, they have swept their way into the lower bracket semifinals. You wouldn't know that they had struggled at any point if you hadn't seen those 2 games against Furia. Welcome back. They are peaking, folks. Welcome back to the Spring Cup presented by Mobile One. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Gibbs and Subi Smash. Subi, this is how do you feel about the day so far? Like, what's your overall? If you had to summarize the action we've seen in Rocket League in one word, what would that word be?
Nostalgic. Just because NRG performing, going to a game 5 against G2, I mean, that's the one series that stands out. And then nostalgic because FaZe Clan absolutely dominating Optic Gaming. I mean, I know Optic Gaming hasn't been in the scene too long, but the fact that FaZe Clan is playing the way that they are in both series that we've seen them, it's a scary sight for the rest of the teams in North America.
So I said at the beginning of this, it was going to be, 20 goals to 3? I think I said. It was kind of close. It was 10 goals to 3. FaZe just did what FaZe does, right? FaZe is one of the best teams in the NA, if not the best at times. Optic was flat today. That didn't change throughout this series. And it just seemed like FaZe from probably midway game 2, I was like, yeah, this is probably over at this point. So Optic, they went 0-8 today. Not a good showing, but they still have a lot of points. They're still in the running for that spring major spot. And again, there's 4 weeks off before the next time they play. So a lot of thinking about this 0-8 day and how to fix that. On the other side, FaZe, they're a threat. Bracket resets do not happen often in the RLCS, but if any team's going to make that run, I think many people would put money on this FaZe Clan team who have been dominating everyone outside of Furia.
When you put it, they've got 4 weeks to prepare for the next tournament. That sounds good. When you say they've got 4 weeks to sit and think about this day of going 0-8,
that's fair.
That sounds bad. The Optics definitely got their work cut out for them. They want to have a good performance in the Invitational. But this leaves us with just 1 match left to play today. FaZe Clan is waiting for the results of this next one. Furia taking on NRG. Nobody, and I mean nobody, except for James Bot, predicted that NRG would be in this spot. Furia gonna try and knock them out here. At this point, I don't think anybody wants to deal with the chaos that is NRG in the lower bracket.
No, this is going to be a tough one for Furia. They didn't seem to be playing too well. It seemed like there were a lot of missed opportunities for Furia against Space Station. A lot of open nets, a lot of missed hits at midfield. So they've got to make sure they're playing, perfect Rocket League, because right now with the momentum behind NRG, if they take game 1, and that confidence is just going to carry through the entire series.
Yeah, versus Space Station Furia, they put up 4 goals in game 1. It was looking great. And then they put up 4 goals in the next 5 games. The offense just fell completely flat. Yet again, we saw that earlier when we saw with Optic. They look flat. That didn't change. We'll see if Furia can right that ship. I think Furia has a little bit of an easier matchup than maybe a FaZe Clan compared to an NRG. But NRG, they're just relaxed. They're comfortable. They are playing for their lives. They're playing for Spring Major lives at this point, World Championship lives. But NRG's been here so many times before, and everyone's counting them out. I really, truly believe that they don't feel that pressure right now, but based on what GarrettG is saying. But Furia, I feel like still a ton of pressure. Fall and winter did not go their way. They also absolutely have to make this Spring Major to have a World Championship hope. And then we know what they can do when they're on land. So Furia, they moved here. They want to get to that World Championship in North America. So this is going to be a battle, a very crucial battle. Again, one of these teams goes home and has to think about this for 4 weeks. The other has a chance to make it all the way to the finals.
And one of these teams is playing in their bedrooms. The other team is playing in the pit of despair. Get these guys a lamp, folks. Can't see a face anywhere. But I also got to point out, GarrettG gave us an interview after that last win, and he said that the difference was they dropped the lower bracket, and they just felt, at least he felt, the pressure that they were putting on themselves just kind of relaxed, go away, like, this is fine, this is whatever, we're here, let's just play Rocket League. Last time we heard that mentality from them, this is very reminiscent to them back at the Fall Major last season. They said, it's chalked. Let's just play. Who cares? And they made it to Game 6 against BDS in the Grand Finals. If they have that same mentality here, I'm very afraid of how Furia is going to be able to deal with NRG, who have thrown caution to the wind at this point. Chat, how do you feel it's going to go? Let us know. Hashtag NRG, hashtag FUR. And Stacks, Subi, the other caster whose name starts with an S. Yeah. Who you got?
That hurts my feelings. But this one,
I'm sorry.
Oh man, I can't wait. But like you said, NRG playing calm, cool, relaxed. And that's when they're at their most dangerous, when there is just no care in the world, when Justin's smiling, when Squishy is smiling. It's scary. So I'm going to go with NRG in this one. I just feel like comparing strength of schedule, you know, they played G2, took them down in game 5, whereas Furia didn't look as strong. So the math, it adds up in my head. I don't know if it does for you.
Okay.
Many of us held on to this NRG dream for way too long and picking them when we shouldn't. I'm not picking them here. Like, I have to hold out hope on the other side because I did it for too long when they were falling apart.
I feel the pain. I
have to go Furia. They are the better team on paper. I have to pick.
I feel that same pain, Gibbs, but you know, the heart wants what it wants, and it dies a slow death, and it's always willing to give a second chance to those that it really loves. Give me NRG on this one, folks. I think that the chaos and that the freedom they feel actually will give them the triumph here, and I think Furia now all of a sudden feels massive pressure on them. They have to get here.
Insane.
The army comes right back, folks. They're here for them. The generals brought the forces. NRG versus Furia, an elimination match to earn a chance to play FaZe in the lower bracket semis.
It's an absolute mess of a race to get to Boston, and both of these teams on the outskirts trying to punch their way in. Long-time North American favorites, NRG. Can they get their first top 4 in what feels like forever, or will Furia bounce back after a disappointing performance against Space Station Turtle?
And they're playing their first best of 7 in what feels like forever. NRG have only played 3 best of 7s all season long. 2 in fall, and the most recent one was in the Winter Open. And finally, they get their shot at a long series. It's up against Furia, who unfortunately could not take the dub against Space Station Gaming. And 85% of the chat believes in this NRG squad. Do you, Jorby?
I mean, look, NRG, they've got one of the most fervent, passionate fan bases in Rocket League, and they're finally seeing their team go deep in a tournament. You understand why all the votes fall their way. And Furia, you know, they've run into a couple of tough matches. Really, it's one team this split that's doing them in, and that's Space Station. NRG, typically when they've matched up against them, Furia have been able to take care of business against them. But it's a different Garrett, and it's a different Squishy on the pitch right now. A great pass, NRG on the board first.
And honestly, it's a different NRG today. The pass coming across. GarrettG has 2 players on him. He's got to get around on the left side of the backboard. Beautiful control, beautiful finish, and a beautiful start for NRG, who look to be in a different form today.
Oh, Justin, good first touch. Second follow. Yan gets the touch, but Garrett off the ceiling for control. Squishy waits for it. And NRG right off the kickoff, right back to the offense. Squishy drives it right through one, and Yan will get the clear out. But, you know, Squishy in particular, Turtle, has had an excellent weekend. Probably one of his better weekends in a while. It's absolutely contributed to NRG getting to this point. But Garrett and Justin, he always brings his game. Garrett in particular today, it's like he's getting better every game that he ends up playing today. Lost on the reset, easily challenged.
Yeah, and I think we all got flashbacks to, you know, GarrettG a couple seasons ago with his striking and how clutch it was. GarrettG, you know, you'd see him go up for a double tap or any opportunity to take a shot on net, and you know it's going to be a deadly one. And previously today, especially against G2, he was hitting double taps, he was hitting crazy corner shots, the accuracy was there. And then you mentioned Squishy, his impact on the defensive side has been one that we haven't seen in quite some time. But they're gonna have to keep it up against Furia, who have some ridiculous mechanics, and it looks like they're just getting warmed up now in this game, unless Squishy can deny them quickly, looking for a backboard read. Back over to Garrett on the left side.
Garrett's fighting with purpose today. He sees a shot, he's taking it, and picks up a demo. Squishy getting pull shot into the ball. Garrett lets it fly high. Justin off the board! Great save from Yan. Lost on the runaway. He's got 2 to beat. Can't fake out Garrett, who's just running at supersonic right now, Turtle. He is hungry And at least his car speed's showing it.
Yeah, and there's no hesitation. Even GarrettG didn't get mind gamed on that one from Lost, who wanted to go for a fake, and Garrett just flew at the ball. Got to show the confidence on the field, but confidence can only get you so far when the king is shooting on the other side.
I'm surprised this got through. This one high, Justin going for that bounce, and Garrett, little misread as he came. Actually, I wasn't on Garrett's cam, so I'm saying misread is totally just assuming what happened to Garrett. I just saw him landing on the ground, but I was looking on Justin's cam. There's that high touch initially from Card that just took the rotation out. Justin trying to get the bump onto Lost. You know, Card started out with a hat trick against Space Station, but then went quiet the rest of the series, and Garrett looks to quiet Furia right back down.
And look at the impact Squishy's having. Into the corner, keeps it to himself, past Yan, and then that's a big miss, who I believe it was Lost, who flew behind that ball, needed to get a touch from the ceiling, couldn't find that read. NRG back on top.
Lost in the Winter Split Turtle, speaking of him, talking a little bit about his discomfort just joining North America. You know, he was pre-jumping a lot of plays, double committing where he shouldn't, turning up field as third man, and just all around an overly risky style, and it really spoke to his discomfort. This split, in most of their matches, you haven't seen that same loss. But when you get into matches like this, the tense, the pressure kicks up a little bit more. Those mistakes start coming out again. He doesn't have as much control, as much command as he usually does, and they need Lost to be in that prime form if they have hope here against NRG, who continue to push the ball out. Lost, last man here, will be able to get a touch, avoid Justin, and try to break out here for Furia.
And I've been on his cam for the past 2 minutes. He does seem quite hesitant on where to go and how to incorporate himself in the rotation. He did get a good bump there, which opened up a shooting lane, but quickly blocked by Justin, who has been popping off with the solo plays. I've been impressed with his ability to create a lot of space for NRG, but here we go, back towards Furia, and we'll see what possession is gonna do for them. Back out into the midfield, and my word, look at NRG go. There's barely any laps in rotation, Jordan.
And Furia's bread and butter going with that headhunting play downfield while second man has the ball. You know, it was happening against Space Station, and it's happening here against NRG. Both teams are ready for it. NRG have avoided those demo attempts. Space Station were doing the same, avoiding a lot of those attempts. You know, Furia doing better trying to mix up the play, but when it comes to that physical style, it's been difficult today to get by Space Station, and now NRG Lost. Not able to get back to it. That little chip slows them down. NRG, excellent defense here in game number 1. Garrett started it off with a banger of a shot. Lost, last chance.
Not over
on
yet.
The catch, he lets it bounce, and Garrett makes sure that NRG get that game 1 win.
Garrett was on his case that entire time, trailing behind the ball, making sure to get a touch on it and lose the possession for Furia, who could not find any form of comfort throughout the entirety of game 1. They were going for flip resets, they were trying to dribble the ball, even took it into the air for a couple of air dribbles, but there was always an answer, always a response from an NRG player to get in the face of Furia and deny any shot coming through. Fantastic defense, and that's another instance where you heard GarrettG talking about it in the interview. He said all the time NRG historically have just been holding on the defensive side, and this feels like that exact same story where they're up by a goal and they can just casually and calmly take the win, even if it's a close one, Jorby.
That's like that vintage NRG, right? Able to stop you, and then they hit you with an aggressive defense that you can't seem to break down. And that same thing kind of came to fruition. It was a little more advanced that time. They had to avoid, like I said, a lot of bumps early on in that game. Garrett started off about as well as you could with an excellent pass over to Squishy. And then, like you said, it was just a great job managing the space, managing their rotation, not giving Furia any real space for mechanics or passes. Lockdown game from NRG. Trying to keep the sweep train going here on Forbidden Temple.
Also trying to break that curse. NRG are 0-3 against Furia this season. And this is the number 8 team up against the number 9 team in the season standings. You know, they're close in a lot of points here, Jorby, and that just means it's more impactful every game. Every win, of course, means that much more for these players. And it's going to come down to what feels like 1 or 2 series at the end of all of this in the season.
mean, not even just season points, but also the split points, which Furia are certainly concerned about. They need to make the major if they have hoped to make the World Championship.
Yeah.
But for NRG, you know, they're in that 10th place spot, winning here and taking Furia down a peg, as well as all of the other results that have happened this weekend. That's just even more massive for them heading into the the spring invitational in a month. Right now, NRG, they've started off on the same foot. Solid push here on the rotation. Squishy, hard shot, just a little wide. Garrett closes it down. No space at all for Furia. Squishy's right there as well. Justin in front of the midfield line. You see Lost just no power on that touch.
Yep.
He didn't have any boost, but the lane was already cut off before he even made contact.
Oh, but here goes Yan off the ceiling, had the flip reset. Lost doesn't want to go for the ball and kind of confused. Card comes in late as that third man. You normally expect him to be there much faster. These rotations out of Furia have been all over the place. Maybe it's because they're expecting to get through at certain areas.
I think they're second guessing themselves a little bit. I mean, Card was expecting Lost to go. I think Lost felt a little awkward on that big pop-up. I thought Card was going to go. It's almost the opposite problem of what they had last split, which was too many cars going for the same ball. But definitely have overthought the progression at times. Yan can do downfield. Not really using each other on that play. You had a little bit of space, but Yan just opts for the center air dribble. They don't really get much done. NRG still have the ball.
It looks so awkward for Furia, but there is a positive note, and that is the fact that for the past minute or so, they've just been throwing mechanics at NRG's midfield line, attempting to break through. Meanwhile, NRG, they started out in the first 30 seconds with a lot of aggression, and here they go again, finding the right rhythm to move out on offense. GarrettG has some space. What's he going to do with it? Over Card, potentially, who did get a little piece of it, and Yan can smoothly dribble this out, but lost control and gave it right away to Squishy. A bit of a defensive blunder, and Furia are just giving all this space and free real estate to NRG.
Lost, kind of picking his spot in that rotation a little too early, like you were saying. Just kind of swings out, wants to protect that boost, and you do that because you're in the second man spot. You think third man's going to come and back you up, but third man needed some help and was expecting Lost to at least find a touch there, but he swung out and got that boost before the play developed. Yeah, things really not clicking here for Furia, but they are clicking for NRG. We talked about the pressure they've been mounting, this aggressive rotation on offense that they've had all Forbidden Temple, and it's absolutely smothering Furia. They can't get out. Justin closing them down here. Just pushes Lost off the ball. Garrett next up pushes that one across. Garrett, no bump onto Yan, and they're still going to struggle to get out. Card can't even go for it. Lost has to push it out to the side. Nobody from Furia has any boost as they try to desperately move that ball out, and still they're losing it in midfield. Squishy just waits. Not gonna get that touch though. Card able to get 250s, but Furia still trouble breaking beyond the midfield. Last chance here for Lost. Got the bump push, and it's too high anyway. Squishy kills it to the corner.
That play was developing, and here comes Squishy. That third man presence for him to still have his teammates back. That's what's kept NRG in this tournament thus far, and he continues to do so. Look at him go, wasting more time, almost getting the 50-50 dub. GarrettG bumps Yan out the way, which means Lost has to go for a solo play. Flip reset opportunity, but Justin, stoic on the goal line, patience throughout everybody's veins on NRG, and they've still got the lead as we approach the final 60 seconds.
Lost goes for control. Justin followed him quickly. Card gets by 2 on the double commit from NRG, but all of Furia were rotating back. They need another chance. But Yan, it's just a pop to buy time. Lost got deleted. Now all of Furia got to hurry up. Yan gets a little bit of control. Card trying to get downfield.
There's so much space too. Oh, and now Garrett's
taking too much time though.
What? Oh, it's so uncomfortable. And what? I don't even know what's happening right now. There's so much space on the field, Jorby. And Furia don't look like they want to take it unless Card with a pre-jump. It would have been nasty. It would have been dirty, but Justin has NRG's back.
I think that was going to be tough, even if he did have a little bit more boost. Justin, ball taken away from Yan, or by Yan, but it's NRG fully in the driver's seat right now. Squishy, first lead on the ball. Justin following him. He's through. Furia, no chance. Only 3 shots on net on Forbidden Temple. A last heroic shot. And Squishy with the heroic save. Yan, another pop off the corner. Lost control, but all of NRG are there on the wall. They will not back down. NRG up by 2.
2-0. controlling the pace, winning every challenge imaginable, and stuffing Furia on the goal line. And of course, you have to mention Squishy. That last second save, while it wasn't anything ridiculous, the fact that he was there, the positioning, and having his team and holding them tight in that lead was absolutely ridiculous. A masterclass there in rotations. And NRG, Jorby, I don't know about you, but they have been playing awkwardly slow. And I think it's surprising Furia, who love to play fast. Furia, the pace of play they're used to is not this slow. And I don't want to say dumbed down, but as simple as what NRG are going for on this pitch, excuse me. And I feel like it's really throwing off Furia in every rotation.
It's the fundamentals. NRG playing solid fundamentals. Look at Justin's
He's vibing.
Right
He's
like that's
chilling.
vibes.com/Justin. Check it out. NRG.
I wonder what song he's vibing.
Bro, look at him go. He's like, woo!
Oh,
man, he's getting me hype over here.
Squishy's got like this dramatic like angle. The camera's tilted a little bit.
Like Mozart or something. Like he's just chill. He's like, yeah, we're cool.
Yeah. I mean, he has to. You've seen the saves that Squishy has to get in this game.
He has to be chill.
It's unreal. And Furia look so out of place. Every dribble, every slow approach, like this from Garrett. He's keeping it to himself. He could have banged off the backboard, and Furia don't know what to do with it. It should have actually been a goal, because Justin, with a clear shot on net, is going to wish he had a second chance at that, but still, starting out strong is NRG.
And this has to feel great for NRG, at least the start of how all this has gone. You mentioned earlier, they're 0-3 against Furia this season. Like, when you've lost so many times against a team, but you're finally putting together a good performance, going up against a team who you haven't beaten could very well kill the momentum that you've built. But NRG have just taken that, and Garrett has really manifested what he said in that post-game interview. It's like, we don't know what happened. The pressure just kind of melted away, and we don't really feel it anymore. It shows.
Yeah.
I don't see a pressured NRG on the field right now. I see a dominant NRG on the field right now. Look at Garrett. Watch again. His control has been excellent in this game.
Well, there's so much space that NRG are intelligently giving to Furia, and then right when the time is needed for them to push forward in the challenge, they find it. GarrettG also getting saves off the post and out. It's all going in favor of NRG.
Well, Furia got to be sick of seeing the ball being saved off the inside of the post. How many times did that happen against Space Station? I mean, they set the whole house at LJ, and it didn't even seem to matter. You got to feel like you can't even buy a goal if you're Furia in these last two series. This one kicked out. Yan trying to be fast, but it simply doesn't matter. Card again from the midfield, able to drill through one, but can they actually get by second man of NRG? Yan's able to buy some time. Lost is never going to get to that ball. So they're starting to form something on offense, but that's that carry from Squishy. Look how far back Yan pulled off. Lost was also back. Yan didn't want to commit on that play. They're respecting NRG on this push, but they finally break through. He had to get past the last defender. Not on target. Card jumping for it, but he's way late. Now one to beat for Squishy. There's nobody back. Nobody home, and it's NRG's pitch.
It looked like momentum was building for Furia, and Yan is last back. He backflipped on the goal line. He had to go up for the shot, had to meet the challenge in the air, accidentally flipped backwards, and just gives another free net away. Furia are crumbling under this pressure applied by the blue team.
Are North America's darlings really putting this run together right now? They've been down bad so long. But look at the boys right now. They're moving down with purpose. Garrett's just letting it roll. He's in Furia's head.
I mean, that's the space that I'm talking about. And Squishy is just backing up. He's putting it in reverse. Terry, I don't even know what's happening right now. Furia expect there to be a player challenging. They expect themselves to not have this space. And then whenever they're presented with it, they don't know how to make use of it. Squishy over the last defender. Justin looking to apply more pressure. And NRG are wasting time. 120 seconds remaining. What else do Furia have in the tank?
Squishy was forced up early, and Yan can't commit on the double, or can't convert the double. Furia, again, stuffed on offense. Only 2 shots. Card, that's a good catch on the reset, but what are you supposed to do? Justin literally he stole it from you. Like, he put all of his points into stealth, and then he could roll a 1 and still steal that ball from you. Like, Justin, No one's stopping him there. Furia, even when they get down here, Yan, 2 touches, a couple of chain dashes, but nothing productive in front of the box. He gets a little chip, but they don't have control of the ball.
Man.
Card just kicks it away. What's he supposed to do? He's got to buy time for his team to get back. And Garrett keeps it close again. Garrett has just been destroying Furia, baiting them in on almost every single challenge, and they're biting every time. Garrett owns Furia right now.
You can't underestimate Furia, though, at this moment, Jorby. I'm not going to lie. They've been building momentum in this game. They haven't been able to break through yet, and we've been singing the praises of NRG, but it does feel like things are slowly going in favor of Furia. You think one goal is all it's going to take to break the drought, but GarrettG still has them downloaded.
I told you, Garrett, God knows what's up. Almost got the dunk. Jans couldn't get it done. Squishy trying to push it back across, lost. He finds himself, but Justin wants to put him back in the lost and found bin. Not going to do it. 30 seconds left for Furia. Otherwise, they're going to be put on match point. Quite potentially our 3rd sweep in a row, but another
that might be it.
Yeah, denied by Justin. Lost. Has to come up again. Off the ceiling. Furia a little slow on this catch. Card working his way. He's got
Squishy didn't get the boost.
Justin coming in behind him. Card, nothing. Here's Lost. That's way too light. Not gonna get it done. Yan has to create a miracle. That's another push, but GarrettG there once more for NRG. Lost in the air at 0 seconds. Back to Yan. Card playing close. Yan got the pop, but there's Garrett God. One more to go for NRG, and they'll just might sweep their way into the top 4.
Every single time, Furia look like they're developing a play. They have an opportunity in front of them. They're about to grab onto it. It's GarrettG emerging from the ashes. And he absolutely destroys them. What is happening, Jordan?
Look, Furia, the lights have been getting dimmer and dimmer as the match has gone.
Why do we not have any lights on? What is happening?
I can't even see Lost. I can't even see Lost.
This is
He's
so
lost.
sad. I don't understand. How can you have good? Look, hey, compare the vibes.
Card's a great guy.
Compare the vibes, Jorby. You've got Justin on the other side, who's just
Wait,
vibing.
let's go to Justin Cam. Let's go to Justin Cam. Let's figure out how vibes are.
Is Justin even vibing right now? That's the question. This is ridiculous. It's polar opposite. It's one team sitting in the dark, trying to figure out how to get past Garrett. And on the other side, you've got listening to music, having a great time, feeling themselves, no pressure on their shoulders whatsoever. The mentality's clashing in the series.
You know, Furia, timeout at this juncture rarely works out for a team. And they've had 0 presence on offense. NRG have been in lockstep with them.
Did they have 0 presence on offense? I don't think they had 0.
I don't know, bro.
Listen.
I don't know. This is the plot armor. This is literally NRG plot armor.
How is this 0
Look at
presence
the
on
mobile
offense?
high performance replay and you tell me.
How is that 0 presence? You tell me how that's 0 presence,
They had 3 shots the whole game, Turtle.
Furia were like living in the half of NRG.
They were in the dead zone. Like 5G coverage, no, there was none. No 4G, no 3G, no 1G, no G, like GG's, Turtle. 3-0 NRG right now. Look at Justin, the light is back. Remember when Justin, in his dark days, when he was in a dark room? Yeah, things are changing for him. Squishy, oh, look at him. You see that smile? You see that smile? You see him look at the camera, NRG fans? That's him looking at you, be like, yeah, you guys know.
You guys doubted us.
You guys already know.
You guys were plotting on our downfall, but we are coming back better than ever. And it's all thanks to this man right here, in my opinion. You know, Squishy's been fantastic on the goal line. Justin, of course, filling in nicely. But GarrettG, anytime Furia have looked threatening, he is winning a challenge or reading the play so well to find that interception, Jorby.
One more game for NRG to get top 4. Tie with Furia in season points. World Championship hanging in the balance. Granted, a long way to go before we get there still, but every single series matters, especially in double elimination. And this is both of these teams' best chance with Complexity, with Gen G, with G2 all out of the tournament. This is the best chance you're gonna get if you're a 5 through 9th ranked team. For both of these teams, they have to know what's on the line. But you know, Subi talked about it at the very start, and Justin lets them know at the start. You ain't getting by me. I'm gonna dunk you. 1-0 NRG.
And we got patience from Card, but Justin called his bluff. He knew that Card was gonna rotate to the opposite side of the ball. Justin dives in, wins the 50, gets a dunk as well, and the first goal. It looks like nothing can stop this NRG squad from continuing their run.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna need a James Bot cam on the side or something.
We need a heart rate monitor for James Bot right now. This is
how's he feeling right now?
Man. I'm sure he's dancing around his room, but it's not over yet, all right? It's not over yet. We still got plenty of time for Furia to get back into this series. And I'm not an NRG hater, but my goodness, there's been so many chances, so many opportunities out of Furia. I feel like they're right there. They can taste it, Jorby. They just need to end this drought.
I mean, they can get downfield, but they can't shoot the ball.
Well, look at this.
When they do,
look at movements like this.
Look at King. Look at the King go. Look at King Card go. Put the crown on his head.
What were you saying, Jorby, about movement down the
tell
field?
me, Turtle.
Because look at Card go. Flip reset over the goalkeeper. Furia not out yet.
That was a disgusting goal.
That was.
Usually Yan's the guy doing that, but Yan has been shut down for most of the day. And Card, he's the only guy hitting stuff like that. Now
King
lost,
Card.
good delay. Back over to Yan, a little bouncer. And Furia needed a tying goal because NRG have just been holding on to leads like they were born to do it. And
whoa.
For a large portion of their existence as a team, felt like they were born to do it.
And that's got to give a lot of confidence back into not only Card, but hopefully the entirety of Furia. They get that goal, tie things up quickly. And Justin's looking for a bump. Lost called it out and leaves GarrettG alone on defense to make something out of nothing. And he does just that, leading Justin into this clear. And bang, it goes all the way down the other side.
Yeah, trying to slow that down. Red Garrett's read, or Red Garrett's attempt at a challenge. Well, a little bit of a miscomm there. Yan thought pass, Card thought demo. And they ended up getting nothing. Justin trying to slow it down, but Card sniped the ball from the corner, and I did not expect this to go in.
And this was an awkward bounce from Justin. He was in the corner. He thought it was just going to roll up, but it actually popped all the way out. Card realized Justin's out of position and didn't make the read and says, hello, thank you very much. I'll take the second goal. Card making it 2-1.
You'll take whatever goal you can get. It's another good kickoff for Furia. And Card behind the ball again. Garrett's the conductor for NRG.
Well, it's back to
sure
Card.
Furia would be happy to see Card take that role for them in this series. And trying to push it out. Does eventually find a way out. Card actually gets a long return. All just kind of breaks down, doesn't it? Second man on Furia. Doesn't really matter who it is, whether it's Lost, Yan, or Card. They've had a tendency to leave the play. Trying to get back, maybe respond to whatever NRG are doing. A lot of that second man confidence feels like it just really depends on what's happening in the match, whether or not you decide to turn tail or try to force and take a risk on the challenge.
I mean, I just think it's just such an opposite matchup for Furia than what they were playing against NRG, or excuse me, Space Station Gaming. It was so fast-paced in that series. You always had to be up for the challenge. There was barely any opportunities or space in the midfield, but this is not the case for Furia. I mean, just look at this here from Yan, if he can get this over to Lost, but instead finds GarrettG with a good interception. And now here comes that space for Lost. This is what I'm talking about. All of this given up to Furia, but they haven't been able to do much with it. And that's another opportunity come and gone for Furia that they're going to want back.
And Lost trying to mix up his aerial game. The last two attempts he's had, he's gone for the fake reset. And he's been able to get one defender each time, but it's that follow-up that continues to lack. All that being said, Furia do have the lead.
Here comes Squishy.
But NRG have taken the ball back for the last 30 seconds or so. Still commanding the pace of the game. Garrett getting in front of the rest of NRG a little far back. Squishy just going for the head of Card. He got him. Lost, hard hit, but Justin cuts him off. Furia, they don't have to push the bill too hard here. Insurance is always a good thing, but knowing their tendencies, knowing their tendencies to take risks, doing that now against an NRG squad that has been rock solid on the fundamentals, and be careful as Justin kicks it up high, back over to Squishy, who gets a free touch, back to Justin low. Lost doesn't jump at the first one, but Justin gets a free pass, and where it looked like a development for NRG, it's really just Furia getting a quick clear out.
Furia have to tighten up their vision as we now have the final 15 seconds. As long as they're reading the play well and knowing when NRG are going to take that risk, because they've got to throw everything at the defense of Furia right now. 5 seconds remaining. Garrett looking for a bump. Squishy's here. Almost got the shot, but the speed out of Furia and that defense comes out clutch. And this ball looks like it's going to hit the ground so long as Lost can squeeze it, and he does.
Furia do not get swept out of the tournament. They will survive for at least one more game, the timeout affording them at least one game win. And a couple more shots on net. Yan and Card going to change their car again. They do that a lot. Even when they're winning, they do that. And I think it's because they got sick of me saying that their mental is in the trough. They're like, no, we just change our car every game. So fair enough. Now I can't tell.
They like their decals, man. Let them enjoy it. And even as we look at this Mobile 1 high performance replay, the start was immaculate out of NRG. I'm looking at Justin calling out the bluff and knowing that he needed to push forward, but as that game progressed, I felt like NRG just got way too passive, and then NRG, Justin, started misreading the bounces a little bit. That third man spot for the team in blue felt slightly off, and I think Fury were able to take advantage, Jorby.
I mean, on the other side, I thought Lost looked a little better that time. Yeah. Didn't do anything crazy, but actually started winning some of his 1v1 battles, and that was something that it was a definite struggle for him in these first 3 games. But game number 4 went a little different. It's a long journey as we head through Deadeye Canyon Oasis for Furia. Can they force game number 6? NRG knocking at the door of top 4. They let Furia hang around. Can they end this one? Justin started it off with a bang, but they couldn't hang on to that. We're underway.
The mental game is huge here for Furia if they're going to pull off this best of 7 reverse sweep. It's already been a long series for them. They've had their ups and downs, and mostly downs right now. They're trying to build some forward momentum for this team, but this game has started out just like every other game with NRG building out on the offensive half and looking to establish dominance right away.
Garrett must have bought a coaching pad from Zen or Farah, one of the two, over the weekend, and just, you know what, I need to get more mechanical. I mean, Garrett's always had solid mechanics. Not trying to say anything else with that, but I don't know, this match and this day in particular, Garrett has just been on something else.
It's the vision for me out of Garrett, and his ability to read where he needs to put his car in between these Furia members has been huge. And then you mix that in with the mechanics that he's providing now for his team. Look at that, the fake against Lost. He also sees Justin on the other side. So important in this rotation for NRG.
That was a smart fake challenge, though, from Furia. You forced Justin to give up that ball. Now you've opened up a seam. Get in the way, and Lost can score. Furia on the board.
And Yan, I think he sacrificed himself here in front of Squishy, who's rotating back to net, and it bumped Squishy off his line, who otherwise would have gotten that save. His car went flying forward and couldn't get a touch. Thank you very much, Yan, for the sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely. But if Lost front flips into that goal or into that ball, Squishy still saves it. Like, Lost actually backflipped and got the changeup on the shot because he still came through the smoke too. It's like, and Lost has not been shooting well today. The fact that he had the right idea there, even through the smoke, knowing that Squishy was coming, still hitting that shot, that was good, but another save. NRG at the door once more. Back over to Garrett. Can't put it on target.
Quick redirects. Nice 1-2 passing out of NRG. It almost caught Furia with their pants down, but unfortunately for NRG, they're back on defense, dealing with Lost, dealing with a triple commit, and this actually could be a huge opportunity so long as they put an opportunity or shot on net, but Furia quick to rotate back in and turning in the midfield. Look at them go.
Ingenious touch here from Yan. Gets up quick. And back is Justin, waiting for the read. He sees Yan, he gets on the wall. And actually not a bad attempt there from Justin to try to recorrect, because it gets on the wall, anticipate Yan on the double, to just defend as much of the net as possible. Yeah. Yan hitting him with that changeup absolutely threw him off his mark just slightly enough, and it was good placement as well. Yan, big brain move.
And you don't blame Justin for anticipating Yan looking for that double tap. I mean, it's Yan. Of course he's going to want that mechanical shot, but that just proves how much better Yan's vision is on the field. His willingness to be selfless on this play and on this pitch to go for more passes. Lost Up in the air, flip reset. He's got 2 players to beat, and GarrettG has him red. Good block, but now they're down 2 goals, Jorby. We've got to see some more transitions out of NRG.
Now Furia now the one we're starting to lock them down on the midfield line. Garrett creating some space for himself. Over
Double
a couple.
tap.
Now he found Justin. Justin, oh my God! The cannon shot of his life! Unbelievable shot, 129 kilometers per hour!
The GarrettG and Justin connection linking up once again, and it's Justin catapulting that ball all the way to the back of the net. There's no saving that with that power.
That pass from Garrett was immaculate.
Yeah.
Perfect catch from midfield.
And nobody expected double touch.
Oh, man. NRG, they're leveling up with each game. Squishy, back over to Justin. Even though they lost the last game, still, gotta love how they're looking overall.
I don't want to be negative here, okay, after what we just saw at Justin, but there was a huge miss. But he's still providing a lot more for his team, even if he's not coming up clutch in every shot. He can still be just as impactful. GarrettG not getting a read on that play, and Squishy there to bail him out.
I like how Furia pushing on offense, where that second man was turning off the play and you weren't actually baiting NRG into a bad touch. The last few they actually have, where Card came up on the last play as second man. He forced Squishy into a hard touch that gave it straight to Yan. It's a lot harder for NRG to hold on to this ball, but Furia also having the same difficulty despite the decent looks that they've had. And despite the lead, lost. Devils won out, ball just carrying too fast to the right side.
Got the best touch from Justin. I think he wanted to control it. Garrett has to stretch hard for that touch. And they're still trailing by 1 goal. GarrettG.
I'm sorry, Charles, just that little...
Go for it.
I'm not going to geek out about a chain dash, but
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
And if he doesn't, even a chain dash right there, he just doesn't get that exact 50. I just like...
Oh, my.
Justin just gets there. I'm telling you, that they've hit that corner so many times today. It has to be frustrating. But kind of talking about this in the pre-show about Furia and what happened to them in the last regional. You know, that's over stability. Well, how about the game 6 stability here from Furia? Starting to rock NRG.
I'm not going to lie, Jorby. I'm about to start sounding the alarms if you're NRG. I mean, 2 goals. There's some momentum for Furia. I'm not saying it's over, but Furia are getting control. They found a grip, certainly. They found a rhythm in this game on Oasis, and I don't want to say that NRG are getting a little flat, but I would start to get worried at this point. We still got a timeout. My question is, do we see a call for NRG?
Well, they probably won't call it till game 7. Typically, when we've seen the attempted reverse sweeps, you'll see that final timeout come right before Champions Field.
Is that the move, though? I don't think that's the move.
You think right now is the
I think
time
now
to
is
do
when
it.
you call it. I think this is the moment where NRG need to take this win. I think we go to game 7. You've obviously got a mountain of momentum, and we do actually get a timeout for NRG. So in my opinion, this is the best call.
Big brain.
Big brain move here from NRG.
And a big brain call from you, Turtle.
Here we
It's
go.
almost like you've played this game professionally at some point.
No.
But, you know, NRG definitely having some struggles in terms of the same offensive output not being the same. I still think the structure is good. I still think the team looks good, but there's been a mistouch here, a mistouch there. Think back to game 5 when Card scored his second goal. It was off of a Justin misread. So NRG, they can't give Furia those little, I'm not even gonna call them half chances. Furia are able to punish those little mistakes. NRG played a mistake-free Rocket League for 3 straight games. There's no reason they can't do it here in game 6. I keep saying game 6, or that one was game 6. It was game 5. All right. So just erase all the game 6s you've heard. We're going into game 6.
Get your numbers together, Jorby. And for
numbers are for noobs.
This is a very, very interesting series. I am really enjoying this because it's forced Furia to adapt more to open space, and it seems like they're starting to get a grip more of how to throw themselves into that open space and to break down NRG's defense, what they needed. And Lost was doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this game. I mean, look at him starting that off. He found the pass over to Yan, and Yan with the vision to get it back into Lost. And I think previously they would have just gone for a backboard mechanical double tap, but they've been forced to slow themselves down in this play, in this game, and in this whole series. And now the question is, okay, NRG, what do you do? The slow passive approach was not working, or it was working, excuse me, at the beginning of the series, but Furia have figured it out. They've re-downloaded the game. Their playstyle has changed. Everything is in the court and in the half, excuse me, of NRG and how they're going to handle this.
I think you hit a good point with Furia having to mix it up a little bit more, because in these high pressure games, in previous games, and even in the Space Station series earlier today, when they're uncomfortable, they just go into air dribble bump mode. It's like, okay, everyone solo play, your turn, solo play, your turn, and see if they can finally break through. But you didn't see much of that in this attempt. I mean, yeah, there's a good healthy bit of it. It's Furia. They're gonna go for that kind of stuff, but using each other as a team, picking their battles a little more smartly.
Yeah.
They're watching out for Garrett a little bit more and not letting him just get those free challenges.
And just demoing him out the way. Lost bumped him, and then Lost got a demo and then bumped him afterwards, and all three players of NRG are out of position. There's more space to Card. And this is what I'm talking about, the decision right there. Card didn't know what to do with it, gave it right back to GarrettG, and that's reminiscent of the first few games, so we're seeing opportunities now for NRG as a result. Those quick decisions for Furia when they're presented with open field. What do they do with it? Off the backboard, Garrett can't get the shot, but they've got more pressure.
There's that aggressive posture from NRG, but they had to pull off. And the move right into Justin. Trying to read Yan. He does. But the follow-up not going to be forthcoming here from NRG. Garrett. And then Lost can't hold on to the ball, so Garrett takes it. Card swipes it out from underneath him, but Yan gets frozen. Squishy, no pass. Lost probably fortunate that he didn't touch that ball. Garrett was lying in wait on the other side. Squishy was sitting back on the midfield line. I don't know if he intended to miss that one, but it looked like he just whiffed. That's a great demo there from Lost onto Justin, who was waiting for that pass from Garrett.
Yeah, and that was also a moment where Garrett made the right call in the corner. So potentially a more aggressive game in game number 6. Card through the backboard. Lovely possession to keep it to himself and also get the dunk, but that's very opportunistic for GarrettG. Sees the 50-50 go their way and can snipe it.
This is the anxiety from third man. You're looking at Lost. Why is he coming out of net there? You have your second man. Yan, he's sitting in the corner. No reason for Lost to pull out of the net on that play. Has to let the play develop in front of him. He waits for that play to come in. He gets an easy clear. Instead, he's getting anxious, trying to move forward, trying to be the faster player. And he ends up getting burned for it. NRG will punish you every time for it. Lost, able to get that first 50, but NRG start off with a big first goal, where the offense was struggling and the lead goes away just like that. Card picks up the tying goal.
And you talked about anxiety as that last man back. GarrettG gets a touch here, and 2 members from NRG are all the way back. You just need more time wasted from Garrett, and Squishy and Justin have got to get themselves sorted. That's a free one that you've given right back into the hands of Furia.
Card, one touch. He'll try to swing across to prevent a clear. Squishy only 17 as he left for it. Tried to stretch. That was a tough one to grab. Justin getting one touch. Lost. Big clear. Just has to get that 50 against Garrett. He did. Card speedy up to the air. Off the ceiling.
Justin
Good landing. Tried to block the clear. I don't think Card was ever thinking shot there. I think he knew Justin was going to get the clear and wanted to dunk him, but Justin didn't make contact. So the old whifty comes to bite both players. Now Yan, no boost, nothing he can do.
There's a lot of respect given to Justin in that play, assuming he's going to get a touch, and I think Justin also anticipated a better shot coming through. And both of them just not understanding exactly what the other team is trying to do. The unpredictability is ever so present in this game. Really good touch, but an even better read from GarrettG. We're seeing NRG start to build some more pressure, but what else do they have in the vault and in their arsenal to throw at Furia's defense to break through the armor? It could be Justin with this solo play.
This is a big proving game for Furia. Can you actually withstand the pressure?
Oh,
or
man.
will you get crushed under the weight of GarrettG?
We got Justin getting a bump. Squishy comes through, and GarrettG can finish it off. All 3 of them involved, and I think Squishy also got another demo coming into that pass across. So much work getting put in from NRG.
Furia on their last life here. Justin gets kicked out of the play. NRG trying to end it before Furia can take it the distance. Yan launched from the backboard. He got it up high. Back to the king on the reset. Forced 2 to commit. You can understand why with the force that Card sent towards the net. And now Card having to move the ball downfield. He's cut off by GarrettG. A little space here for Furia.
Now Furia.
Lost. Look at him move. Oh, he got the dunk. And Yan tried to get it on Garrett, but no dice.
Furia's back against the wall, trailing by a goal. This is the lower bracket. There's no second chances after this. They've got to put one in and find their way through. Otherwise, they've got to say goodbye to this tournament. Squishy looking to carry it out by himself, can't find it. But all the pressure mounting for Furia.
Yan doesn't get the touch he wants, but he still makes the neutral 50 happen. Card tried to square it up, lost last man back. Moving around, Squishy couldn't get the demo. Lost another 50 off of Justin. Furia hunting for it, but Squishy won't let him in. Here comes another one off for Yan. Yan lets it drop. Garrett pushes it out. Lost.
Squishy's alone.
He's got one to beat it, Squishy, but Justin's coming in to support. Lost. And Card, they can't get it done. He's hopping. He's moving like a rabbit, but NRG are like a pack of wolves. They've got their meal. They want it. They've got their teeth around their food, and they want to clench down and eat it. They got 20 seconds until it's feeding time. Justin drops it back down. Garrett has to wait for it. Justin, more time, lost, up high. Garrett got the catch. NRG still holding the line. Card can't get there. GarrettG lost the ball. Squishy forced up to the air. No time left now for Furia.
5 seconds.
Dan, a little space. Here comes Lost.
on target.
The double commit. Card is so far off the ball. He gets the challenge, but it touches the ground. NRG are back.
They've done it. They've taken down Furia and keep their lower bracket run alive. They prove all of the doubters wrong. For every single split, they had so many haters, and they continue their run. NRG, I cannot believe it, but they continue on, Jorby.
They continue on. The dream. The Dreamers.
It's
Wade
still alive.
Said it. Wade Punk said it in the pregame. He's like, look, the hopium, the dream, it dies a slow, painful death. But GarrettG, Justin, and Squishy, they're fanning the flame turtle, the last little Charmander flame. You think he's gonna die, but he's not. He's going to power on, power through, and wow. I mean, I was saying before the day started that Space Station were one of the coolest stories, like post-Daniel.
Yeah.
But
How about this story?
NRG,
How about this?
Thanks. You've completely stolen it, NRG.
The little stolen it. You talk about a little Charmander flame. I mean, NRG literally evolved into Charizard in the middle of this. They just skipped Charmeleon and went straight to Charizard because this was ridiculous. They were winning every single 50-50. Squishy started us off with that 50-50 win. That was huge, and he's been doing that all tournament long. We need to just give Squishy his flowers right now because he has been pivotal for this NRG squad. And they are still in it. They're back. Can we officially say it? Are they back, Jorby?
You know what? NRG are back. I'm saying it. The boys are back. GarrettG is back. And the league is better for it. NRG had enough badges to train that Charizard back to the desk.
Whoa, Jorby, whoa, let's not curse them just yet. They got a rest of a tournament to play tomorrow. They're not back just yet here, folks. But what a performance from NRG as they left no doubt in that series, dropping 2 games, able to take the timeout, get the buff, and finish it off here, Gibbs.
Man, oh man, NRG, the plot armor is real, but also you have to talk about Furia a bit. We've seen this before, where when they lose a series earlier in the day, they normally tilt out of tournaments, and they were tilted for the first 3 games, had no offensive presence whatsoever, and NRG just had to hold on at that point and just find a way to take one more game. Furia finally did wake up and make it a series, but NRG and GarrettG, I love this GarrettG just in the offensive half, just causing problems on the Furia side, ball chasing, doing whatever he has to do, and NRG another top 4. It's been a while. It was fall the last time we saw him, but they're playing on the final day. GarrettG, he gets to play 3 days in a row, Stevie.
That is absolutely incredible. And Gibbs, I got to just throw it in your face one time and say, I told you so. Told you how important that game 1 was. And you could see it on their faces after that game where it was like, oh, wait, we're in this. oh, this is real. Like, we can actually defeat this team. And when they went up 3-0, I mean, you knew it was over. Reverse sweep, not going to happen. So rare. They find themselves in the top 4. It's going to be a tough-fought battle against FaZe Clan. But, man, I can't wait. And you asked me earlier, Wave, what it felt like in one word this weekend. Nostalgic. Look at this. We've got FaZe Clan against NRG. We have Space Station and V1 in the upper final. It's just back to the old times.
You know, I mean, people talk about this in humor that like there'll be a joke and it's funny, and then like you kind of wear the joke out and it's not funny. And what there is there's like a desert of time where if you keep trying to tell that joke, it's just not funny. But if you're brave enough and strong enough, you can push through to the other side, and eventually there's an even bigger laugh on the other side that you somehow stuck with it. I feel like that's NRG, man. They just stuck around so long that they've somehow gotten good again. I'm excited to see if they can keep it up, though. Tomorrow, FaZe, easily, undoubtedly, the biggest test of the tournament for them so far. And if they win that, who knows? I mean, at that point, I put them to be able to beat just about anybody here, Gibbs. Version 1, Space Station, FaZe, NRG, the top 4 teams of the Spring Cup.
Man, these are going to be fantastic matches. We got Daniel versus his old team. V1 looks like they're the hot team right now, but Space Station, they're just finding ways to win. And then you got FaZe, that team that everyone fears, right? You know, one of the best teams in North America, the only one left out of those top teams. And then NRG out of nowhere that still have a chance at Spring Major now, that still have a chance at the World Championship. We could see them make a wildcard run, and who knows what happens. Maybe they make it to the main event top 8. You never know. That is why we play the games. That is why we play these regionals. Everything is so important. And it's all coming down to the wire. Like, the race in the points in spring is so incredibly tight that we're going to see valuable points gained here, but also in 4 weeks from now for that spring invitation.
For sure, and all of that is playing up to the Boston Major, folks. Exclamation point tickets in chat, excuse me. If you want to go to that event, rl.gg/spring tickets live. That's July 8th and 9th. We'll have the crowd days there. We hope to see you guys there. Please make it to Boston if you can, folks. Tomorrow, we have 4 more matches before we are crowning a Spring Cup presented by Mobile One champion here. We have 4 teams. They will play it out in the uppers and the lowers, and then in the grands as well, folks. So make sure you are here bright and early at 10 a.m. for the pre-show, or 9:30 a.m. for the pre-show, 10 a.m. kickoff for version 1 versus Space Station, NRG FaZe Clan. Subi, do you have one that you're more excited about?
You know, I know it's going to sound so fanboy, but NRG FaZe Clan, I just want to see. This is going to be a huge test for NRG. I get they beat G2, I get they beat Furia, but this FaZe Clan, if they perform the way they did today, and if NRG can take them down, I mean, that is the true test right there. So it's just stacked. It's so exciting to see the North American Spring Cup finally be back to North Americans. There's no Europeans, there's no South Americans, it's all North American players in this one.
We still got something to be proud of here, Gibbs. and spring is wide open for Boston as well right now, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. Like, if we want to bring the points up really quick, production, we got to talk about this really, really quick. Like, if we have it. It is insane right now. We have Complexity
That's brutal.
at number 1 still, and they finished 9th in this tournament. But look at that race from Complexity down to FaZe. That's an 11-point gap. FaZe is obviously has a chance to get more points as well. That gap is going to tighten for the 8 teams that are battling for 5 major spots. And don't forget about NRG. They have 19 as well, so they could gain some ground. So it is coming down to the wire. You have to watch tomorrow to see who picks up those valuable points. And of course, that prize money as well. And then the Spring Invitational in 4 weekends. Everyone's going to be grinding because there's going to be so many teams that have a realistic chance to make it to that major. And then it's double points, and the spring points are weighted more heavily anyway. So you have a golden opportunity to make that World Championship run. And it's all about being hot right at the end, Subi. That is most important, and anything can happen.
Yeah, who's going to catch that flame? Because, I mean, it feels like 12 of these teams could realistically still put themselves in major contention. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, and I cannot wait. I love that it's so tight, and there's no clear-cut team that's going to get first place. There's no clear-cut team that's in the top 5 because any of these teams could fall out.
Absolutely, folks. Only 5 spots from North America go to the major. And again, there's like 12 teams right now that are gunning for that right now. North America is nothing if not entertaining, folks. 9:30 a.m. Pacific tomorrow is the start of the pre-show. 10 a.m. kickoff. We'll see V1 taking on Space Station. A battled rivalry there. Playing for maybe the first time as the new rosters. I'm excited to see it. I hope to see you guys there. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.